run has been taken. Rohit Sharma was slightly late to start, but then they have crossed over as Rishabh Pant opens his account. Four without the loss of any wicket.
I think it's a bit risky. In your
Yeah,
first innings as an opener, an ODI opener,
you
you are pushing your captain for a quick single. You're playing with fire. You're playing with fire here.
you're, you're playing with fire. Probably Rohit must have been the one
Look
to
at the wry smile on Rohit's face. It
uh,
confirms. He's saying, "Oh, you're
yeah.
trying to push me." So it's going to be interesting. And once again, next delivery, fantastic shot by Rohit Sharma. The ball has been picked up there at deep mid wicket. The fielder runs in from deep fine leg and picks up the ball, and just a single end of the over. Pretty good over, a good moving over for India in the very first over. 5 for no loss. Rohit's on 4 of 5, and Rishabh's on 1 of 1. So it's interesting, Pankaj, in the first one day or in the recent tour of South Africa, especially in the one-day games, everybody kept feeling that India's playing an outdated format of one-day game, one-day cricket. The template needs to change. We need to be as aggressive as the Englishmen are, as aggressive as some of the other teams are in the first 10 overs, and go hammer and tongs. And India has been patiently listening to all possible suggestions. It's almost been like it's a vox pop of opinion that's coming in, and people are just putting in their opinion in sort of a jar, and the team's been forced to pick up from the jar and say, okay, fine, we'll go with this particular suggestion that's come through. That's the interesting bit for me in this whole thing, that so many suggestions, so many opinions, and they have so many players to play with, so they can just mix and match what they want to do all through.
Exactly. And the fact remains, Chandresh, the problem with India is that world cricket probably, as we speak, as Alzari Joseph starts fresh over, a slight in-cutting delivery, a bit uncomfortable there, but somehow Rohit Sharma was able to pull that ball towards a long leg for a single. Alzari Joseph has troubled Rohit Sharma once quite often, and India 6 without the loss of any wicket. Probably it is the world cricket is losing its flavor, because if we are trying to kind of go into a standard format for everyone starts hitting in the first 15 overs. Every team has a flavor, every individual has a flavor, and cricket has its own flavor. So Krishnamacharya Shrikant had that flavor, Sunil Gavaskar had a different flavor. So probably let the teams play and let the format blossom, instead of trying to go on with the vox pop solutions as you were talking about. But angled across the next delivery, slightly short outside the off stump, and Rishabh Pant lets it go to the keeper. But this is a very interesting move. As I guess Rohit Sharma must have suggested that why don't we open with Rishabh Pant now that the middle order is stabilized. And also, I have a slight feeling here, Chandresh, that in order to kind of accommodate KL Rahul and get him back to full form, probably let him play in the middle order, so that he gets back to full blow, and then we can do something about it. As the next ball on the middle of the off stump, played defensively. Chandresh, why Rishabh Pant?
That's quite a change. That's quite a change after the kind of shots we saw him playing in the Test series in South Africa, or also in the 3 one-dayers in South Africa. Especially in the third one-dayer, when India was in a particularly good position, when he played a rash shot, the very first delivery that he played, and got India further into trouble with his approach. So I think that's quite a change in that sense from Rishabh Pant. Again, letting the ball go. This is a change. This is a change. I know I'm wearing a new spectacles, but I didn't know that I'll see the world in a new light. Sorry, I'm just plugging in the fact that I'm wearing a new spectacles here.
I know you're branding. You're a naughty boy. But I think Rahul Dravid must have spent enough time with his ward, as a very traditional headmaster would have done with his young student. But see, Rishabh Pant is such a dynamic and a versatile player, and he himself has got caught up with his reputation, which forces him to play only one brand of cricket. But here we have India 6 without the loss of any wicket, and here comes Alzari with a slip edged through the gully area in the third man zone for a single, as India go up to 7 without the loss of any wicket. The wicket here, the pitch, the track is pretty interesting. A slightly sort of brownish, whitish in color, light brown, I may say. A lot of dead grass has been rolled in, but the bounce is pretty good here at Motera.
Absolutely. The bounce is pretty good. And we just remind the viewers that you're watching us on Digital 2 Sports, joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. You can like, share, and subscribe us on all platforms. We are available on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And this time, cuts that one to the point region. Rohit Sharma, no damage done, no run taken. And that's end of over number 2. The score moves along to 7 without loss. It's been a quiet over, the second over. By Alzari Joseph. And what you need to do is like, share, and subscribe us on all platforms, particularly on this YouTube channel where we are live to you all over the world. You can like, share, and subscribe us. And please do not forget to press the notification bell, else you will never be able to know when the charming and handsome Pankaj Atavale joins us, wearing his favorite color, maroon color, which represents West Indies. And I am the quintessential old West Indian,
Yes,
wearing the
Kerry
pink
Packer
color,
days.
from the Kerry Packer days. And the two of us may be wearing dresses which signify West Indies from the past or the present. But we pretty much feel that India holds the edge here. In comes Kemar Roach, round the wicket to Rishabh Pant. This time chases that one. We spoke too soon, Pankaj. We spoke too soon about Rishabh. He's not one to die and wonder. He's just going to go after it if an opportunity arises. And we spoke about in the pre-match show about the fact that Kieron Pollard's not playing this particular match. That's a big loss for West Indies, because he forms the metaphoric backbone of this lineup, especially in the one-day format, where they seem to have the lack of stickability in this format. And it shows in the way they batted. In the first match, he got out of the first ball, and that sort of impacted them. And there you have the under-19 boys, the boys who won the under-19 World Cup at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, and they are watching the match from the stand. A proud moment indeed for these young men to be able to see their heroes, their current heroes, in action at this stadium, and they are world champions. And they will surely have a spring in their step as they watch this match and hopefully get to meet their heroes from afar, because they're all in different bubbles, and they are all in maintaining social distancing, like Pankaj and I are maintaining social distancing right now. We are connected by cricket, but disconnected because of this virus that's currently engulfed the entire world. The scores still on 8 without loss. Rishabh Pant's being tested here. He's on 2. He's been asked to open the batting, and it's an interesting challenge for Rishabh. Here comes Kemar Roach. This time again, ball goes outside the off stump, and he lets it go. So Rishabh's playing the waiting game here, quite unlike what we're used to seeing him do in this particular format, or any format, in fact. Whatever the format, if the ball's in his arc, he's going to be lashing onto it.
No doubt about it. I guess I get a feeling that Nicholas Puran and Kemar Roach are actually, trying to manufacture a wicket here, because Kemar Roach has been bowling way outside the off stump. There was a wide also earlier in this over, but they are making Rishabh Pant play at it as once again outside the off stump, and lets it go. Rishabh Pant, they are just trying to tease him into making a mistake, as Rishabh Pant is basking in the lovely sun out there at Motera. And what a beautiful stadium this has been. The earlier version was also pretty nice. Now it's like the Motera 2.0, but it's a red soil wicket earlier they had, which also had a very good bounce. And even now, Chandresh, the bounce here is fantastic. A bit of a breeze there, as you also spoke about the boys to men kind of thing. The boys sitting in the stands and the men battling it out. Outside the off-stump driven, and that went between that fielder at short extra cover and mid-off. That was what Kemar Roach was expecting Rishabh Pant to do, but more in a sort of a way where the ball could have gone up in the air. But that fielder was placed specifically for that. Look at the length and look at the distance outside the off stump where Rishabh Pant had to clear that stroke. West Indies have come with a plan.
Absolutely, West Indies have come with a plan, and Kemar Roach has been brought back in the one-day format after about 3.5 years, specifically for this. Thus far, he's been played only in the test match format, like we spoke in the pre-match show, and his job was to strike. Oh, that's a huge appeal, a huge wicket. That's a huge wicket. Kemar Roach has struck in the very third over, his second over, third over of the match, Kemar Roach has dismissed India's captain Rohit Sharma, fishing outside the off stump. The ball was rising and just going away from him, and he just fished at it. And that's the first wicket down for India. Captain Rohit Sharma back in the pavilion, and Kemar Roach brought back specifically for this purpose, strikes, and Rohit Sharma goes back to the pavilion. Huge blow for India.
Huge blow, Chandresh, and I'll say once again, very intelligent bowling from Kemar Roach, because he bowled that slightly back of length delivery, not very short, with a scrambled seam, which gave the ball an extra bit of bounce. And Rohit Sharma, I know even in the earlier over when you spoke about his square drive, he had to go up on his toes to drive it. That means the ball is bouncing. And here, with that additional bounce, it just kissed the outside edge of the bat, the top edge of the bat, into the hands of the wicketkeeper. This is a big wicket. And in the pre-match show, I said West Indies can come back in this series only if they take 3-4 quick wickets, so that they can make the Indian middle order sweat and toil hard. Is this the beginning? But a very, very big wicket.
Massive wicket that from West Indies perspective. And as I was speaking, Kemar Roach coming back into the one-day team, and the head selector Desmond Haynes, the great Desmond Haynes, said in a statement after choosing the team that he brought back Kemar Roach specifically for the purpose of taking wickets, because he found that in the one-day format they didn't seem to have bowlers who can take wickets, and that wicket-taking bowlers Shannon Gabriel and Kemar Roach were playing more test cricket than the white ball formats. So he thought it's a good time to bring him back into the one-day format and try and see if he can start taking wickets. And he's done that here. In the first match, he failed miserably, but in the second match, he's got his radar back. And now it's back to Alzari Joseph as he bowls to Rishabh Pant, plays it defensively. The new man in his former captain, Virat Kohli, who also has a point to prove, Pankaj, because in the first match, the kind of shot he played, he seemed to be a man in hurry, and certain people felt that probably was not in the best frame of mind as he got out with that shot in the first match. But who can deny him the kind of record he has in this format? Just who can deny this guy his due, because he's just simply one of the best ever to have played this format.
No doubt about it. And Rishabh Pant drives edge through gully. That was a vacant area, and Rishabh Pant was not in control of that shot. The ball goes towards third man for a single. India 10 for 1. And you were right on the money, Chandresh, because both these batsmen, I feel, are not in the best frame of their mind. Rishabh Pant is trying to curtail his natural instincts, and in South Africa, he was going overboard with his natural instincts. Here, he's completely subduing them. And here, Virat Kohli is someone who likes to play a national game, but then he's in a different situation right now. This is not good, There was a time in West Indies cricket that there were so many good players that they couldn't get into the West Indian squad because of the competition. Exactly, that's what's happening with India. India has such a wonderful pool and so many things, of course, off the field going on, and that is affecting. But I guess if the players just reboot themselves and decide that I'm going to play my natural game, because the team is important, as Virat Kohli gets ready to face the first one. There's a slip and play just outside the off stump and very close to that hip of Virat Kohli, but he lets it go into the gloves of the keeper. Now, this particular reaction of both the players is as if they're playing in England or Australia in the first 5-10 overs where there's too much of bounce and swing. But this is Motera. So look what the mind does to you.
Absolutely. It's all mind game. Cricket's a game that's played between the ears rather than between the two stumps. Two sets of stumps rather, and that's what we are seeing in the first match as well. We saw Virat Kohli playing a rash shot once again. This time Kohli faces his first delivery, plays it defensively on the leg side, no damage done, and the score still 10 for 1. We are in the fourth over, and it's been a quiet start for India after being asked to bat. Remember, India didn't win the toss. West Indies stand-in captain Nicholas Pooran won the toss and asked India to take first strike. And that also could be the reason, because of the fact that later on in the evening, dew plays a huge factor here at the Motera Stadium. And whatever India gets, probably they need to have about 20-30 extra as insurance for dew, as we've seen with dew in this part of the world, especially in the one-day format, that after a point of time, it becomes kind of a lottery for the team fielding second, because the ball becomes like a soap, and if you have more spinners, you're not able to grip the ball because of dew and the weather being cool in the evening. So the dew sets in pretty early. in this part of the world, especially when you're playing one-day cricket. It might be probably perfect time to probably consider next year's World Cup, 50 over World Cup. This time, Virat Kohli plays it down to the third man, gets off the mark, he moves on to one, and India moves on to 11 for one. Just wondering what do you think? End of 4 overs, India's 11 for one. What do you think about this idea that next year World Cup is going to be played in October, November? And October, November is peak dew time, especially in the north and certain parts of east. Would it be a good thing for most of the games to be day games so that you counter and negate the factor of dew? Because otherwise it would just be win the toss, win the match.
Dinesh, a very interesting point, but the fact remains that cricket has been played in these conditions. All these players know how to play in these conditions, and if there is a diversity of conditions, only then you get the best out of it. I personally always feel that dew actually doesn't make a lot of difference because the players are used to it. They have to adapt, and then as you said, if the ball has become a bit soapy, then your team balance should be such that you need to have players who will be able to do that. And probably this whole standardization template may just take away the flavor. I'm always for the flavorful cricket as the first ball of the new over. It's been nicely driven through the covers by Virat Kohli. Front foot, trademark Virat Kohli stroke, and fielder, there was King out there. He misfielded that, but nevertheless, the shot was delicious. And that boundary will take Kohli to 5, India to 15 for the loss of a wicket. Slightly coming on the front foot, lovely stride put in and a beautiful stroke. Chandresh, you must have also relished that shot of Virat Kohli.
Absolutely. If you're a Virat Kohli fan and if you feel today is the day, then keep your fingers crossed because he's come close, yet been so far in the last 1.5, 2 years, especially since the time the pandemic set in because he's had regular breaks from the game. He's missed most of the New Zealand series. He missed a major part of the Australia Test series, and he's been kind of unlucky. He's looked in form. But he's been unlucky not to cross the three-figure barrier. I have a feeling, Pankaj, that once he crosses the three-figure barrier, there's nothing that's going to stop him because I think that he'll once again keep making hundreds for fun. And this time, fantastic shot once again, but this time straight to short cover. You must hand it to him. He's looking good here. That shot, the previous shot where the ball went through for a boundary, he was very, very lucky in the sense that there was a misfield. I think this is the kind of luck that he needs to ride and ensure that he crosses the barrier that he has. And we spoke about it. It's a mental barrier.
Yeah.
Once he crosses that barrier, there's nothing that can stop him here because he's just too good a player to be kept quiet for so long. And now, without the cares of captaincy, the world is at his feet. He can play with gay abandon, much like what Tendulkar did in his last 10, 12 years as a player because he was a senior pro and he batted brilliantly in the last 10 years as a senior pro. And no looking back for him. Something similar beckons for Virat Kohli because his fitness is impeccable. I think he's fitter than the youngest guy in the team. Even though he's 33, he's fitter and he can probably give everyone a run for their money with his fitness approach. And he's maniacal in his approach to fitness. And that sort of fitness culture has just seeped into Indian cricket from top to bottom.
So that adjective was very interesting. In the meanwhile, slow delivery outside the off stump as Virat Kohli lets it go to the wicket keeper. Hope the keeper got a bad bounce and the ball seems to have hit his knee. But the fact remains, as you said, is that Virat Kohli has a new role to play. I think all of us probably are becoming very, very used to standard cricket. But you spoke about the dew and the variety that it offers and the advantage or the disadvantage. But I think Dhoni was the man, or even earlier, we had bowlers like an Ajay Jadeja or a Robin Singh or a Sachin Tendulkar countering these kind of conditions. Dhoni used to use someone like a Rohit Sharma and a Suresh Raina for that purpose. So there needs to be some diversity in the Indian middle order or the kind of players that they are there. As the last ball outside the off stump and Mr. Rishabh Pant has had enough of it. He wanted to come down the track and blasted into the Sabarmati River, but the ball did not connect and the ball goes to the keeper. So Rishabh Pant now probably must have said, okay, I have done my initial warm-up. Now it's time for me to display my skills. But West Indies are, I would say, in a very interesting position because they manufactured the wicket of Rohit Sharma, and now they have two players who want to prove a point. Can they play mind games with these two? That's the fun. 5 overs, 16 for one.
Absolutely. Virat Kohli now faces up to the next over from Alzari Joseph, who's bowled very tidily and kept things quiet. Balls with one slip and a widest second slip. This
Hmm.
time punches that one back to the bowler. Interesting field set here, Pankaj, for Virat Kohli. I think they're playing on his mind. They want to play
Yeah.
on his mind. Captain Nicholas Pooran wants to play on his mind and try and capitalize on the fact that the former India captain has something of a point to prove here with his approach. And Virat Kohli is just too experienced for these kind of mind games. He's playing his 259th one-day game, his 100th ODI on Indian soil. You can't consider and try and play mind games with such a guy. Once again, Alzari Joseph this time plays it quietly on the leg side. So this change of template that everybody wants India to bat as aggressively in the first 10 overs as, say, the English do in the one-day format or even in the T20 format. First step was to get Rishabh Pant to open the batting. Now, he hasn't really taken off. Now the question will be, was it really necessary when you had a guy like KL Rahul? But it also proves the point that Nishad spoke about in the pre-match show that KL Rahul this time tries to pull that one, misses that one, completely goes through to the wicketkeeper Shai Hope. So it again proves that point that the numbers that we are looking at, the good thing is the Indian think tank is also looking at those same numbers, rather what the numbers that Nishad was looking at. So he's on the same wavelength as Rahul Dravid in that sense. So they are looking at the numbers and they have figured out that the place for KL Rahul in the one-day format is in the middle order, and they need to somehow find a way to fit in Rishabh Pant into this one-day lineup. Now the question is, you've got Shikhar Dhawan waiting on the sidelines, you've got Ruturaj Gaikwad who's waiting on the sidelines, you've called Mayank Agarwal into the lineup. This time Virat Kohli plays that one down to short fine leg, but the fielder fields just a single. So you've got plenty of options, and there are a number of other options. Prithvi Shaw, Devdutt Padikkal in the one-day format who are just waiting and watching and hoping that they get a turn, but they won't be able to jump the queue till there are a series of injuries or there are a series of misfortunes like it happened before this one-day series.
Chandresh, numbers are there to be discussed before the match, after the match. You need to look at the basic concept of cricket. You need to look at the basic balance of your team. And I think Shikhar Dhawan, Rohit Sharma was the perfect opening team to start with. But anyway, Rishabh Pant is there. This time gets a delivery on the middle stump and plays that ball back defensively. 17 for 1 is what India is making. Has made. You want to accommodate someone, really, I really can't talk much about it. But the fact is, you have players, you have 3 formats of the game, and then why are we so desperate on getting each and every player in each and every format of the game? I think what I feel, now there's a time that, okay, if you have a more or less common team for ODIs and T20, you have a different team for test matches. Or I would go rather and say that you can actually have a common team for T20 and test and have a different team completely for ODIs. Because here you need, in fact, Shikhar Dhawan would have actually given us a very good start as the next ball outside the off stump. Not a very great delivery, but look at the mind. It tells you, play the ball, bat together. Rishabh Pant is not in the best frame of the mind, I would say. 6 overs, 17 for the loss of a wicket is the score. We have a lot of time and a lot of fun that's going to happen on this platform, wherein you need to subscribe. Chandresh, I think India, I don't know, just because it's a West Indies in front of you, haven't really got their template right.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the next man in for us is Nishad Vaidya, and we've seen that he seems to be on the same wavelength as Rahul Dravid, because he seems to know something that we don't know, and he predicted this, that KL Rahul should be batting in the middle overs, and that's what is happening right now. This time plays it upishly on the offside, and Virat Kohli, the ball races away to the boundary, and that's a boundary. Very good shot there by Virat Kohli. He's not going to wait and watch. If the ball's in his arc, he's going to go after it, but he won't be reckless like Rishabh Pant is at times. But this time, Kemar Rocha, that was a particularly wide and short delivery. It was very easy for Virat Kohli to jump and play that one through the point quite uppishly, but safe because there was no fielder there, and he gets a boundary, a much needed boundary there for India. The score moves along to 21 for 1, and Kemar Roach once again this time plays it outside the off stump, lets it go. The ball darts back in at pace, and no damage done, no wicket taken. So it's an interesting one that you say that you have the similar team for T20 and Test, because I think that the two are as diametrically opposite as you could probably have, because I don't see people like Shami and Ashwin playing that format for India, or even if they are selected post their performance in the Ranji Trophy, if at all. Say Rahane and Pujara. This time once again plays it down to third man, just a single. Score moves along to 22 for 1. So selectors, think tank have so much to think about now.
Exactly.
There are so many players, and we spoke in the pre-match show about someone like Phil Simmons, for example. Rahul Dravid has to deal with 35-40 players. He has probably got to deal with 50-60 players, because he's dealing with 3 different teams for the 3 formats. Phil Simmons as the head coach of West Indies. I feel for the coaches specifically, because you need to remember who's in which format. Oh, he's in test match format. No, because he's the only one meeting all 3 format players. This time beats him, all ends up there. Rishabh Pant, and the ball goes through to the keeper. So there are so many players to pick from. It's a problem that I am happy. I think you're also happy that you don't have to deal with it.
That's why we're sitting here. We are doing the commentary and let them do the selection.
It's a happy problem to have for all teams. It's for all teams, and it's an interesting one for everybody. This time again, Roach again lets that go through. The ball zipping through right now.
Chandresh, I mean, this is the problem, because Rishabh Pant now probably is in a frame of mind where he's not sure what he's supposed to do. So somebody comes and tells him, go and open. Oh, yes, I'll go and open. Somebody tells him you should go and hit. Okay, I'm going to hit. But then he needs to listen to his cricketer inside, because what we saw in South Africa was absolutely blasphemous, I would say. But India, had to suffer for that. Let's see, 22 for 1 is the score. Last ball of the over. The slip is still there as round the wicket, Kemar Roach comes. The ball just around the off stump. Pant wanted to dab it towards gully and take a single, but nevertheless, a dot ball. End of the over, and time for a short break. Chandresh, why don't you take a short break, and we'll get Nishad in, and then we'll continue with the entertainment and the coverage on this particular platform. Let's move into a short break. Welcome back to this broadcast on Digital to Sports for all our global audiences, as the next delivery of a new over. Virat Kohli gets a short one from Alzari, and he pulls it nicely towards deep backward square leg for a single. India 23 for 1. As I welcome my friend Nishad Paivaidya. Nishad, welcome. But in the meanwhile, Rishabh Pant goes on the back foot, plays it straight square of the wicket to the fielder there at point. No run on that occasion. So 23 for 1. I feel Rishabh Pant, I feel sorry for him, because he has been kind of given jobs considering his CV, but his prime competency is something else, and it's sad to see him in this kind of situation.
Well, actually, I beg to differ here, because I think it's quite a good move In the long run, it might pay off. We don't know because, of course, Dhawan is around, but I think in the long run, it could be a good move. And he has pulled this one convincingly over mid wicket, and that will go for a little short of a length by Alzari Joseph, and he's picked it up. He saw it early and pulled it over mid wicket. When you get those pull shots and you play them in front of square, that means you have had a lot of time. You've had a good look at the ball, and that was played very convincingly. So with that boundary, 27 for 1.
Yes, and definitely the whole point here is that, with these kind of moves, I don't, of course, mean to sound cynical, but the fact is then there's no point of, becoming an opener or becoming a middle order batsman. You are just a cricketer, and if you're impressing people with your skills, then you can fit in anywhere. That just goes to give the signal. Anyways, 27 for 1. Rishabh Pant gets the next ball on the off stump, but tried to work it on the onside, but straight to the fielder. No run on that occasion. A slow, sedate start by India, and India 27 for 1. The power play is there. How many runs can India make? The pitch looks really very good. It has a good bounce, and we saw Virat Kohli hitting through the line right from the meat of the bat very nicely. So that gives a lot of hope to the batsmen that yes, they can strike the ball pretty easily.
Absolutely. And just coming to my point of why this punt move will play out, it's because it's a little bit of history. It's a little bit of the fact that, we've seen players in the past who have come good, and this one strikes him on his pad and he wants to go for a single, has been rightfully sent back by Virat Kohli. So the point that I'm trying to make is that back in 94, when Sachin Tendulkar was trying to open the batting, and the Indian team management were not very convinced about it, and he really had to go out there and tell them that please let me open the batting. India had, of course, Navjot Singh Sidhu at the top. They were trying Manoj Prabhakar, Ajay Jadeja, and some of the others. And Krishnamachari Shrikant by then was out. Ravi Shastri was out, so India didn't have that option at the top. And it took a lot of convincing, and finally an injury to Navjot Singh Sidhu at Auckland in 94, and Sachin Tendulkar opened and never looked back. Cut to 2013, almost 20 years later, Rohit Sharma had opened a few times in ODI cricket, had been around, was in and out of the side, had endured a couple of tough runs, but then suddenly you had someone push him up the order. That was at Mohali in 2013, and he scored 83 in that game, never looked back. Because until then, there were question marks about Rohit Sharma, whether he will live up to his talent. And he just never looked back after that. And just to give you a parallel about that as well, meanwhile, it's the end of the over, 27 for 1 in 8 overs. So Sachin opened in his 70th ODI for the first time. And until then, he had played 69 matches, scored 1,758 runs at an average of 30.84 and 13 50s. So he got a chance to open the batting, ultimately finished with a career average over 45, finished as arguably the greatest ODI opener in history. And this is a new over by Kemar Roach. Kohli plays it towards point and there is no run. So then when you come to Rohit Sharma, he had played 86 games before the Mohali ODI in 2013, had scored nearly 2,000 runs. Again, the average was 30.43. He had got 200s and 12 50s. And he had opened a few times before that, but that was as a stopgap arrangement. Here, India were trying out various options. Gambhir was towards the end of his line in ODIs. Virender Sehwag was out. Tendulkar had retired. A few others like Rahane hadn't cemented their spot, and few felt he wasn't given the opportunity. Meanwhile, Virat Kohli has timed this through cover, but a good diving stop there by Fabian Allen, one of the better fielders in the West Indies side, and there will be no run. Rohit Sharma was given that chance, and then we saw what he did with his career. It's not that Rishabh Pant is new to opening. He's done that at the under-19 level. He did it for Delhi Capitals when he was new to their setup. And when I look at Rishabh Pant's record as well, he's played 22 ODIs. Again, his average is around 32. He's a lot better than that. So I think he's a lot better than his average of 32 suggests. So in the long run, I won't be surprised if this works out, because history tells us it has worked out, and it has created two of India's, I would say, arguably greatest ODI openers.
In the meanwhile, jumping up on his toes, and Virat Kohli works that ball off his hips towards long leg for a single. 28 for 1. And I'm sure this is not going to be a long-term arrangement, Nishad. Numbers are very good. They're all in hindsight. And the problem here is that there was a requirement for Tendulkar to go up the order. He convinced and he was ready. There was a requirement for Rohit to go up the order. He convinced and he went ahead. But here you had KL Rahul who replaced Shikhar Dhawan as an opener, and now you're putting it. So there's a slight difference in, but the numbers have been phenomenal. As Kemar Roach comes around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, tries to cut that ball, edged through gully, one bounce into the third man boundary for 4 runs. As Rishabh Pant goes up to 12, 32 for the loss of a wicket. But Kemar Roach has got an extended spell here. Normally we see 3 or 4 over spells, but Kemar Roach bowling his fifth one. He's normally known to bowl the first 6-7 overs and then come back later in the innings. But the bounce is very, very interesting. In fact, Rishabh Pant wanted to cut that ball without any foot movement. A thick outside edge ball went over the gully region, and he has been sort of playing with fire in that area. And Kemar Roach, with a lot of gold around his neck, would have said, you were there. In the meanwhile, outside the off stump, as Rishabh Pant lets it go to the keeper. So 32 for 1, 9th over in progress. I certainly don't see this as a long-term arrangement. So
not for now. I mean,
Rishabh Pant, let him play.
of course, Shikhar will come back, no doubt. But I see it as an arrangement maybe after Shikhar Dhawan. Because Rohit Sharma too opened by the time when Sehwag and Gambhir were around, but he was only a long-term arrangement after Gambhir and Sehwag were out, and Tendulkar was out. So KL Rahul definitely, as his numbers suggest, even in the middle order, he's delivered those impact knocks for India. Whenever he's batted in the middle, he's batted with a lot more aggression. And now Rishabh Pant has flayed it through the offside. It goes, bounces a couple of times towards third man, and he gets a single. So all I'm saying is I won't be very surprised if later he's considered a serious option, because even someone like an Adam Gilchrist was batting in the middle when he made his debut, and a couple of years into his international ODI career. It was only later, once Ian Healy was out, once Mark Taylor was out, that he was given the responsibility to open the batting long term. So Pant could have something like that. I'm just saying that India need to be open to the possibility, open to that option, because it can be possible after the Shikhar Dhawan era is over.
But the Shikhar Dhawan era is over. He was got only for a few days there. Okay, let's go to South Africa. Let's play, and now you're out. So, I mean, earlier situations are where you need there is a requirement, there is a vacancy, and then you make changes to your batting order. Here, there's no vacancy, but you're just accommodating all your players. Probably that is the case. Anyway, that's Team India. That's cricket in India. You can't do much about it. 33 for 1 as Odean Smith, quite nicely built young man. And at first instance, you get a feeling that he looks like Gladstone Small. But Odean Smith is there as he will be bowling his medium pacers. Has picked up 3 wickets in his 4 matches that he has played. As India haven't really extracted a lot from this power play, haven't really exploited the power play. They're just 33 for the loss of a wicket. Round the wicket with a slip to Rishabh Pant, and the ball was way outside the off stump. He reaches for it and smashes that ball through the covers for 4 runs. Welcome to the party, Odean Smith.
Exactly, and that was way out, and Rishabh Pant has reached out towards it and carted it over cover. That's gone for 4. Odean Smith, first ball, not the best of starts. In fact, if Rishabh Pant would have let it go, it would have been wide by a mile.
Yeah.
And when he flared at it, both his feet were off the ground.
It was like a tennis forehand across the court or something like that. But Odean Smith, let's see what he does. This Pant is batting on 17. India 37 for the loss of a wicket. Now the run rate has touched that 4 run per over mark. There's a slip, backward point. There's a short extra cover and a mid-off. Short tried to pull it, but the ball came on him much quicker than expected. The ball trickles towards short square leg, and this is where Rishabh Pant has to be careful, because this wicket has a bit of bounce, wherein if the bowler uses an extra bit of shoulder, they can extract both speed. It came very, very quickly. Actually hit on the top part, the sticker area of the bat for Rishabh Pant. But be careful, India 37 for 1. And Odean Smith, he has a very short run up. Let's see how he deals the next time. Outside the off stump, angled across, beaten. And Rishabh Pant wanted to reach it. Once again, Nishad, if he would have left it, it could have been a wide.
Well, that is Rishabh Pant for you. If you're going to bowl anywhere now. I think he's found a bit of confidence. He's spent a bit of time in the middle, which is why he has been trying to take those risks. We've seen that happen since the last over. Maybe the message has gone out that you are ready, you're set. You can possibly play those big shots. And now this is a short ball. He tries to pull
Oh,
it, and it has missed. So there was no wide there as well. Pant is a little puzzled because he's looking at the umpire Virender Sharma out there. He's standing at the bowler's end, and he just signals one for the over. He would have gotten word from the leg umpire as well, and which is why it is not a wide. Pant is currently batting on 17 of 30, and Kohli is on 13 of 20. This is the 10th over, fifth ball coming in by Odin Smith, and Pant has played it towards point, and there will be no run.
these are guerrilla tactics. Remember, Rishad, the West Indies have come in with a lot of study and plan four dot deliveries. You give a boundary, doesn't matter. Yes, you are flashy, you are great, you are absolutely awesome. But then there are four dot deliveries because you're trying to frustrate you. You're trying to kind of make sure that you sort of get frustrated and gift us your wicket. That's the plan. Will Rishabh Pant succumb? That's a different story. 37 for one. Here comes Odian Smith. In his first over, and the ball just on the off stump, wanted to quickly dab that in the short extra cover region and run, but there it is, five dot deliveries and a boundary. So you can be as flashy as you want, but West Indies are pretty much in control. The power play has yielded only 37 runs for India. 37 for 1 is the score. Of course, it's a one-day match. There's a lot of time there, and the Indian batting lineup runs deep, and they can really harvest the runs even in the mid areas, because there Shikhar Dhawan used to be and Rohit Sharma used to be so, in fact, effective and consistent from that over number 12 to over number 30. They used to really gather those runs with those shots and the singles and the doubles. But this is a new combination right now in the middle, Nishad. Virat is batting on 13, Rishabh Pant is batting on 17, and after 10 overs, India 37 for 1.
37 for 1, and yes, it's a good thing that India haven't got the opening start, so here they can bank on a bit of the middle. A good chance for Virat Kohli as well to spend some time in the middle. Looked quite good in South Africa, looked good even in the first game of the four balls that he faced anyways. There is a change in the bowling attack. The evergreen Jason Holder comes in with one slip in play, standing around second slip, and Kohli has defended the first ball towards point. There will be no run. So Holder is definitely one of the stalwarts of West Indies cricket, has been the common link across all formats, and what a cricketer, more than a cricketer. I think he's more respected as a leader, may not be captaining the West Indies anymore, but he's definitely a leader within the group.
Yes, Nishad, and it's really unfortunate, such a wonderful leader is not leading the team, but that's what West Indies is all about. And next delivery, a slightly wideish slip there. Virat Kohli gets that ball on the leg stump, nicely whipped off his legs towards long leg. There is a fielder there. So what the West Indians have done is that they have dried up all the boundaries, and the runs are coming in singles, ones here and there. And that's why we see the power play yielded only 37 runs and a wicket, which the West Indies probably have learned a lesson in their last match when they were really completely down and out. But Jason Holder and Rishabh Pant is going to be an interesting point. 38 for the loss of a wicket right now. So the variety as far as the bowling is concerned with the West Indies is quite there. So they will try and utilize it as much as possible. But this is going to be a wonderful contest. Let's see. Rishabh Pant on strike. He has a look around to check the fielders, and with a wideish slip over the wicket, Jason Holder bowls and drives away from the body towards mid-off. There's a direct hit. Oh no! A dive put in by Rishabh Pant. A direct hit from Nicholas Puran would have made matters worse, but it was a desperate run from Rishabh Pant just to get across. 39 for 1, India.
39 for 1, and as we look at the replay, yes, he set off immediately, and I think direct hit could have been close. It was today's stand-in captain Nicholas Puran, a very good one-handed pick-up and throw. It showed that he's quite a good fielder, and yes, had he hit it, then Pant would have been just short,
Oh.
marginally short. But he was lucky there that the throw was a little wayward and there was no other run. Now Holder is coming into bowl to Virat Kohli. It struck him on the pad. It stayed a little low, but Nitin Menon has given it not out. Holder got that ball to come in. I think the impact may have been slightly outside the off stump, which is why Nitin Menon had no hesitation in giving it not out. Nitin Menon is currently standing in his 29th ODI, the only Indian representative in the ICC elite panel. This after S. Ravi and S. Venkatraghavan, and now we've also got Virender Sharma at the other end, who is a part of the international panel, and that's his fourth ODI. The fifth ball has been defended solidly by Virat Kohli. There is no run there as cover comes in and picks it up.
Interestingly, Nishad, this particular pitch is a very good one because if Kemar Roach is bowling and he's bowling with a scrambled seam, the bounce is a bit tad extra. Jason Holder at his pace on the good length, the ball will bounce a bit, and that's what happened. It just cut back, hit the pads of Virat Kohli, and he was in some sort of trouble. Kohli batting on 14 on strike. Jason Holder bowls outside the off stump, just trying to open the face of the bat and play it square. But Virat Kohli finds the fielder at backward point, and that is the end of over number 11. And India stand at 39 for the loss of a wicket. So the pace at which Odean Smith and Jason Holder bowl, if they're able to get their length right, this pitch can be a beauty for them. But if they are wayward, then the batsman can hit through the line. So a lovely track here at the Narendra Modi Stadium at Motera. And we all have seen this stadium change from the older version to the new Motera 2.0. It looks really massive now. Absolutely brilliant.
It is massive. It's the world's largest cricket stadium, and yes, a little different when it's when we don't have the people in, when we don't have the numbers in. And this stadium, of course, has been around since the 1980s, where India and West Indies had played a test match there. Lots of history at the ground. Sunil Gavaskar also got his 10,000th
Yes.
test run at this venue against Pakistan in the year 1987. The Champions Trophy was held here in 2006. 1996 World Cup started here as well with the first game between England and New Zealand. Not to forget 2011 World Cup, where the quarter final was also played here, and India had beaten Australia. And Rishabh Pant has swatted that over square leg, and I think that is the end of Rishabh Pant's innings. He tried to pull that across the line and it just took a top edge. Odean Smith gets his first wicket of the match. Rishabh Pant walks back to the pavilion of 18 of 34 balls. West Indies have their second breakthrough, 39 for 2. And now an interesting phase for the Indian team. Are you going to send in KL Rahul or Surya Kumar Yadav to allow him time to set in? This was way outside the off stump and he was trying to pull it through to the leg side. Saw it early, but the shot selection was definitely a problem here.
Good catch there in the end by Jason.
Not easy, yeah. Running back.
Yes, in fact, this is what happens when an unnecessary experiment is done, And in normal conditions, if Rishabh Pant was playing his natural game, he would have spanked that ball over the covers. But then he's in a different mindset altogether, trying to create something artificial, and he succumbed to it. And these are the things that probably India would be careful about, because the World Cup is also now around the corner, and India, when they're playing, when they're winning, we say that we are preparing for the World Cup. And when we don't do well, we say, oh no, we are trying out different things. Very diplomatic is the Indian team. But India loses their second wicket, 39 for the loss of 2 wickets, 12th over in progress. And this is what I was talking about. Vishal, in the pre-show, we mentioned that the West Indies have a chance to come back in this series only and only if they get quick wickets, the 3-4 early on. Because then we have seen on a lot of occasions, even in T20s of late, that if India lose quick wickets, the middle order generally has not been able to kind of recover post the Dhoni days. And yes, you are right. Rahul is there in the middle, 39 for 2, Kohli batting on 14. But Odean Smith has got the breakthrough for West Indies.
Odean Smith has got the breakthrough. He came in for Kieron Pollard. And yes, when you look at the last couple of wins that West Indies have had in India, It is when they've broken that partnership, the opening stand early and tried to put pressure on the middle order. So yes, West Indies are there. Last time they won in Chennai in 2019, they had gotten through the Indian top order, put pressure on the middle, and India could not get a big score. And if India do not get a big score, then West Indies have enough firepower to chase it
Yes.
down. Anything under 300 and West Indies will believe it is in their zone. Meanwhile, KL Rahul has walked in at number 4 and Virat Kohli is going to take this ball from Odin Smith. Short ball, he's pulled it towards mid-wicket and there will be no run there. So there seems to be a plan to Virat Kohli as well to try and tempt him to play that short ball because it's a little bit where you're trying to also play with a great batter's ego and try to invite him to play those big shots. And Virat Kohli, as we know, I mean, it used to happen to Ricky Ponting also quite a bit. A phenomenal player of the short ball, but sometimes they used to just lay the trap because he could just play that shot too many times. So Odin Smith comes in. This ball is shot outside the off stump. Kohli has punched it decisively through point, and that is going to be a 43 for 2 with that particular shot. Virat Kohli looking very good so far.
Lovely stroke, no doubt about it. Just jumping up on his toes. And Virat Kohli seems to have gauged the bounce of the wicket really very well. Lovely follow through. The ball coming from the middle of the bat, going up on his toes, and whack, it goes through the point cover region. Beautiful shot. And that just reminds you of the olden golden days of Virat Kohli. Odin Smith might say, okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just try and get it a bit more closer to your body, and then we'll see what you do, because the wicket of Rishabh Pant must have really pushed up Odin Smith as he comes to bowl. The next one outside the off stump, slightly wide, and I guess that just fell short of that backward point fielder. It was played a bit uppishly by Virat Kohli, and that was a close one. We're looking at the replay from the side angle shot. The ball bounces, and in fact, it just fell short of that fielder at backward point. India have to be careful because this wicket is having some juice in it. Lovely afternoon at Motera. 28-30 degrees is the temperature. It will fall as the next ball outside the off stump, driven back to the bowler, no run, and the score remains at 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. But a good track indeed. The bowlers, if they want, have a lot in it for themselves in this track.
Yes, a lot, and it also shows the way India bowled in the first game. This is a different pitch. We are playing now 2 pitches on the side, and it's said to be a better batting surface. That's what I heard on the broadcast as well from those who are at the ground. Now the next ball, and that's big wicket. What an over by Odin Smith. Virat Kohli tries to drive this outside the off stump, takes the edge, and taken by Shai Hope behind the stumps. Indian innings struggling at 43 for 3 with Virat Kohli heading back to the pavilion on 18. And it's a huge over by Odin Smith. May have replaced Kieron Pollard, but hasn't taken time to establish his credentials in this game. Particularly after a poor start, he has come back phenomenally well, playing with Virat Kohli just outside the off stump, and he's edged it. And yes, a big scalp, and we would now see Surya Kumar Yadav walk in and play with KL Rahul.
Very intelligent bowling, very intelligent bowling. And once again, I would say this is a wicket which has been manufactured. Bowl in short, and then squeeze a slightly fuller one, and the batsman goes for a drive. Standard old grandma's trick from the attic. And Virat Kohli falls for it. Unbelievable. 12 overs have been bowled. India 43 for the loss of 3 wickets, and wickets have been falling very regularly. And the whole ball game has spiraled backfired on India. Rohit, Rishabh, and Virat Kohli are back in the pavilion. But full marks to young Odin Smith for taking advantage of the situation and using his skills, as you said, to play with the ego of the batsman and then create that question mark and create that wicket. Beautiful stuff. And now we have 2 new batsmen at the crease. So though Kieron Pollard is not there, probably Nicholas Puran and in fact all the others have come up with a very good plan to take care of India after they got drubbed by India in the first ODI. And here we have Surya Kumar Yadav, but he'll be at the non-strikers end, and Jason Holder will be bowling to KL Rahul.
Yes, and I was just going through the last scorecard of the time when West Indies won an ODI in India, and it's pretty similar to what they had done because they got KL Rahul early. India were reduced to 80 for 3, And it was thereafter they could only make 287 thanks to Shreyas Iyer and Rishabh Pant getting a partnership in the middle and Kedar Jadhav contributing later on. But it wasn't enough because West Indies got there with 2 overs to spare, with Shimron Hetmeyer going hammer and tongs and Shea Hope holding one end. So I think that will be the game plan even when they try to chase. Now for the West Indies, the aim would be to restrict India to a small total. Any smaller, maybe, of course, it will be better for them if they restrict India to a total the way India restricted them in the first game. But if they have to go past 200, then they would hope that they get them around 250. Now, meanwhile, big responsibility on KL Rahul and Surya Kumar's shoulders. Lot of time here to bat, lot of overs left. And yes, an amazing opportunity, I would say. I look at it as an opportunity for Surya Kumar in particular to stamp his authority and get his first huge innings. I know he's gotten a couple of 50s and a few strokeful 40s, but an opportunity to put in a huge innings here for Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yes, KL Rahul lets the next ball go to the keeper as it was at a teasing length. Just around that off stump, and Odean Smith with a double impact, double blow in the last over has got India down on its knees, and the ball was just outside the off stump, a good length, and where the corridor of uncertainty is there, and Virat Kohli fell for that bait, and here we are, India 3 wickets down on 43 runs. Next ball on the middle and the off stump by Jason Holder. It's been played defensively now at this pace at which Jason Holder is bowling. The ball is keeping a bit low because he's just letting the ball leave from his hand. He's not putting that extra strength to bowl a bit quicker and let the ball bounce. Very intelligent. And I think today the West Indies have something up their sleeve because they are looking completely different altogether as they were quite clueless in the first ODI. But right now it's time for payback probably for them. Both the batsmen are yet to open the account, this time on the off stump. Compact delivery, no chance for Rahul. He just plays it defensively square of the wicket. And the score remains at 43 for 3. The last over was a double wicket one. Will this be a maiden over? Because Rahul has played out all the 5 deliveries.
Yes, Rahul has played out all the 5, yet to get off the mark. Surya Kumar hasn't faced a ball yet. And Virat Kohli, that one dismissal that we see outside the off stump again. And the moment he edged it, he knew and he was not happy with what had happened and walking back. And he just shows that it's shaped a little bit away. End of this over by Jason Holder, defended solidly by KL Rahul. And yes, that is a maiden over, 43 for 3. India having a huge task ahead of them, particularly because KL Rahul and Surya Kumar have to rebuild this innings. And yes, when you look at the way Surya Kumar has played in the past, surely India would hope he spends time in the middle, gets those runs and scores them at a quick pace as well.
Yes, and interestingly, that's what has happened with India. But anyway, 3 wickets down. So we'll take a short break after 13 overs and we'll welcome Chandresh with you, Nishad. After this break, let's see what export quality expert comments does he have about those 3 wickets. Time for a break.
Welcome back to the Doosra show. This is Digital 2 Sports. And yes, we are a community, a cricket loving community, a sports loving community. Join us across all our social media platforms. And yes, particularly our YouTube channel. Please do subscribe to it and press the bell icon for all the updates so that you know whenever we go live with a live commentary, be it our quiz shows, be it anything. just make sure you're connected to us. Meanwhile, we are bringing to you the live commentary of the game between West Indies and India, the second ODI, and the second ball of the 14th over by Odin Smith has been worked around the corner by Surya Kumar towards the leg side, and he's taken a quick single. KL Rahul responds, and with that, Surya Kumar has opened his account. Rahul played out the last over as a maiden from Jason Holder. India are 44 for 3 in the 14th over, facing a huge task in terms of putting a big score. Chandresh, welcome to you, and good bowling by West Indies, particularly Odin Smith in that one over.
Yeah, fantastic bowling by Odin Smith, and he's come as a breath of fresh air for West Indies, and he's playing his third one-day international. So it's a fourth one-day international rather, and he's made a quick impact with his bowling alongside Jason Holder. And the two opening bowlers as well had acquitted themselves very well. So overall, the decision by the stand-in captain to win the toss and field has been proved right so far. And India has some problems to deal with their batting yet again.
Yes, India have got, and I would say, this is no problem, a blessing in disguise, because the middle order needs that experience. For the longest time, because India's top order has been so strong, the middle order hasn't quite gotten the exposure. You look at the times when, I'm not saying that, India used to collapse a lot earlier, but you look at the time when they won the 2011 World Cup, Raina, Yuvraj, Dhoni, that middle, it was a complete team performance. Whereas in the last few years, most of the bulk of the work has been done by the top order.
So yeah, so I think that's the kind of experience that the middle order needs, and it should stand them in good stead. It's good that it's happening in a bilateral match rather than a crucial World Cup match where they need to play to qualify to play a knockout match. So I think that in a way, it is good that guys like Rahul and Surya Kumar Yadav and Deepak Hooda, who's playing this game, and whoever comes in for the next game, they'll all get a bit of a hit out in this particular one-day series, because India is not going to be playing a lot of one-day cricket this year, except this one-day series and the one in England later this year. But in the meantime, fantastic delivery there by Odin Smith, and he beats Rahul, all ends up, squares him up, and he's got a bit about himself. Odin Smith seems to zip through the surface, and that's good to see from a West Indies fast bowler.
And very impressive, Chandresh. You just had a look at the way the seam left his hand as well. Seems to be not a very tall man, but seems to be really strong and gets that zip, as you said. I found him really impressive, particularly after he had a very poor start. Meanwhile, this has been driven handsomely by KL Rahul through the covers. The fielder in the deep, indulges in a little bit of football and stops it with his feet, but KL Rahul is able to take two. With that, KL Rahul has also opened his account. The end of the over, and West Indies have kept India to 45 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. Surya Kumar Yadav is batting on 1 and KL Rahul for 2. If you're just joining, let us inform you that today Rishabh Pant opened the batting with Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma fell early for 5. Then there was a bit of a partnership between Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant, but both fell in the same over. Both scored 18. Rishabh Pant tried to pull Odin Smith across the line from way outside the off stump, got a top edge and was caught at square leg. And Virat Kohli just nicked one outside the off stump and was caught behind. So the pick of the bowlers for us today, Odin Smith, no doubt, with 2 for 11 in 3 overs. He's bowled that impact spell that I think Washington Sundar bowled for India in the first ODI. Do you agree, Chandresh?
Absolutely. He's bowled that impact spell, and he's brought West Indies right back in this contest, and West Indies are in the pole position right now in this, the second one-day international, as Jason Holder begins the next over. This time he bowls and plays that one defensively. Does Surya Kumar Yadav. No damage done, no run taken. Like we spoke about, Nishad, it's a good test for the likes of Surya Kumar, Deepak Hooda, and also KL Rahul. It puts them in a position of wanting to take more responsibility, and it's good that the responsibility is divided equally amongst all the batters. Since the triumph in the 2013 Champions Trophy, India has been top heavy, and it's proved to be counterproductive for India for a very long time. This time plays that one onto the offside. Sweeper comes in, mops it up, and the two batters run through for a single. So I think in a way it is good that these guys are getting an opportunity to show what they are made of. show that they are also as good, if not better, than the others at the top of the order.
You're right, Chandresh. And yes, I mean, take nothing away from what Virat Kohli, Shikhar Dhawan, and Rohit Sharma consistently achieved. They were phenomenal. But it came at their brilliance came at the cost of the others in the middle order not getting that enough opportunity. Because what used to happen, at least one or two of them used to work every game, almost every other game. Look at the way India have played. And there were times when even Ajinkya Rahane would replace one of the openers and he used to score runs until in 2018 when he was dropped from the unit completely. Meanwhile, Surya Kumar Yadav, as you may recall, had made his international debut at this very venue last year against England. And the other thing that I would like to say is that he's a very busy player. So as long as he's there, he'll keep India's scoreboard ticking. He'll try to get those singles, twos, work them in with those creative angles. And meanwhile, KL Rahul gets this full delivery, plays it back towards mid-off. There will be no run.
Yeah, you're right about Surya Kumar Yadav. He's a busy player, and it's good that he's getting a fair bit of overs to establish himself and show his mettle in the one-day format. We all know what he's capable of in the T20 format, but he's getting a chance to show what he's made of in the one-day format. And it's only good that India is able to create these opportunities for these players. Otherwise, it's very difficult considering that India doesn't play enough one-day cricket nowadays. This time, holder balls, and this time Surya Kumar Yadav plays it again defensively on the offside, no run, no damage done. So, like I said, India doesn't play enough one-day cricket. So, whatever opportunity comes their way, the guys need to make the most of it. And the opportunities to play cricket per se for these white ball specialists is limited, unlike the all format players. And so they need to latch on to every possible opportunity. I think that this is good that they come in so early in this particular match. They get a fair bit of time to settle and show what they are capable of and really establish themselves in this lineup. It's a different matter that once India has all its major players fit and available to play, it's going to be difficult to pick their final 15 or 17. Meanwhile, over number 15 done, scores 47 for 3. Surya's on 2 and Rahul's on 2.
Yes, exactly. And Chandresh, Surya Kumar is very good against the pacers and the spinners, particularly against the spinners. He can work those very creative angles, uses his wrists very well, can play those inside out shots very well with the power of his wrists. At the same time, flick it across towards mid-wicket and the leg side very well. So I would think that today's contest, it remains to be seen when the West Indies will get the likes of Akil Hussain and Fabian Allen into the attack. Whenever they do come, it'll be interesting to see how Surya Kumar tackles them, because that is one battle that I'm really looking forward to. Surya Kumar Yadav facing the spinners.
That's going to be interesting. Fabian Allen, Akil Hussain. Well, Akil Hussain bowled well in the previous match, and I think I quite liked the way he bowled in the first match. So it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be an interesting challenge, and one that this particular set of batters will really love to challenge themselves, and going to be interesting to see how they carry forward from here.
100%, and that's what India would need them to carry forward, and especially now that you've got this collapse at the top. You've got KL Rahul batting at number 4, Surya Kumar at number 5. You've got a new bloke in Deepak Hooda at number 6. But this partnership is critical. And yes, if you look at the way the top order has performed in the past, has masked certain failures of the middle at times. Here is a chance to rebuild that. Here is a chance for them to say, look, we are equally capable and we can deliver.
Absolutely. And scores 47 for 3. Just a reminder for everybody, India was asked to bat, and they opened with Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant. Rohit was the first to go for with the score on 9 for 5, and Rishabh Pant was the next one to go for 18 of 34 deliveries. He struck 3 boundaries. Virat Kohli was once again unfortunate. He got out for 18 of 30 deliveries with 3 boundaries. And the score was 43 for 3 when the 2 wickets fell in the very same over. And we now have 2 new batters at the crease. KL Rahul, who missed the first ODI and is back for the second. He's batting in the middle order. Remember, he's the vice captain of this particular ODI and T20I setup. And Surya Kumar Yadav is batting with him on 2 of 4 deliveries. India has made just one change for West Indies. there was just one change as well. Their regular white ball captain Kieron Pollard could not play this match, so in this place comes in Odin Smith. So both teams do not want to change too much in their lineups and have preferred to be conservative in their approach. Remember, it's a small series, 3-match series. The third and final match will be played on Friday, 11th February, and you can watch all the action live on this particular channel called Digital 2 Sports, a joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. Remember to like, share, and subscribe this channel on all platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And remember to press the notification bell on this YouTube channel.
Yes, and meanwhile, a new over by Odin Smith. Surya Kumar has driven that towards point, has been fielded quite safely, and there will be no run for him. So, rebuilding process for India. Odin Smith working out some good pace, doesn't have a long run up, but is a strong man and touching 140, bowling those challenging lines and those good lengths as well. So, a very, very good addition to the West Indies side today. Only could come in because Kieron Pollard was injured. So, now for the next game, Odin Smith adds more to his tally, and Pollard is fit. Surely they'll have to accommodate him in some way.
Absolutely, it's going to be an interesting one, and it's good to see West Indies investing in regular bowlers in their one-day lineup rather than the bits and pieces players that they seem to rely on previously, which seem to weaken them. But again, now they've realized that they need proper bowlers at some level in the one-day format, at least compared to the T20 format, and it seems to be paying dividends for them, at least on evidence in the second one-day international. Nishad, Odin Smith reminds me of another former West Indies player who's currently involved in franchise cricket majorly around the world, and also was the bowling coach till recently of Bangladesh, Otis Gibson. Similarly, bulkily built and can bat as well, and his bustling approach to the pitch reminds me of Otis Gibson to some extent.
And although Otis Gibson was a lot taller, I think so. Yes, it's a little. It's a little similar, and Otis Gibson, of course, did not have a very long career for the West Indies, but did well later in county cricket, which is how he also went on to get a lot of those coaching stints, worked with England, worked with the West Indies, was around at Bangladesh, worked with South Africa. So surely it is one that, you can understand, the kind of similarity. But surely Odin Smith would love to have a longer international career.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, fantastic shot there by Surya Kumar Yadav. The ball races to the boundary, and with that, India moves on to 51 for 3. India's 50 comes up in the 16th over. A fantastic shot by Surya Kumar Yadav. He once again underlines the kind of ability he has, and this time he plays it on the offside. Checks his shot. Does not no damage done, but the follow through after that shot, which he punched through the leg side, was fantastic. Through the deep mid-wicket region, the ball raced through to the boundary, and he's looking in good touch here. And this time, beaten all ends up. But sorry, that's a replay. I'm really sorry. I got foxed there by the coverage of the match there.
Well, happens to the best of us sometimes, Chandresh. Anyways, the last ball of the over. But yes, Surya Kumar is beaten this time outside the.
So I was a bit of fortune teller there, and
a little way ahead of your time.
Way ahead of my time, and that's why the scores now 51 for 3. Over number 16 done. Surya's on 6 and Rahul's on 2. Even in the first match, India was in a slight spot of bother, but I loved the fact that Surya played quite creatively, and he batted well, and the support that he got from Deepak Hooda was also pretty good.
Yes, exactly, and you need these kind of players in the middle. They have proven their worth in domestic cricket, in IPL, and you need to give them time to settle in the middle as well. Meanwhile, 16 overs gone. Jason Holder starts off with a good delivery outside the off stump. KL Rahul tries to play it off the back foot, but there is no contact. Meanwhile, India faced 97 deliveries, and this is the 71st dot ball. So I think that is something that, obviously Rahul Dravid and the others in the coaching staff would note, because the number of dot balls, fine, you may have those boundary hitters, but working those singles, and keep rotating the strike surely puts a lot of pressure on the opposition.
Absolutely right. The score's 51 for 3. KL Rahul searching for the deliveries at this moment, but snatching a single just as he's doing that, and he's now moved on to 3. Even in South Africa, after that 100 in the first Test match, he seemed to be searching for form. He seemed to lose rhythm, and that seems to become the pattern with Rahul in his international career. Right now, he's the vice captain in the two white ball formats. He's not yet been named as the vice captain for the Test match team, but I think that at some level he's done so many different roles in this team in all 3 formats. He's kept wickets in the one-dayers and T20s. He's opened the batting in T20s. He's batted in the middle order. He's batted in the middle order in the Test matches. He's opened the batting. So he's probably done everything that you could ask him to do. And there seems to be a role every time he walks into the side.
Exactly. There seems to be a role for him every time. And I'm quite convinced that he's most... in ODI cricket, he's done better in the middle order. I don't know, played with a little bit more freedom. Of course, this situation is very different. Meanwhile, Jason Holder bowls a good delivery and Surya Kumar defends it. Surya Kumar is again another player. Now, this is a very good combination in this particular circumstance, because Surya Kumar can surely work the strike over, play those attacking on shots, and KL Rahul can hold one end. I think that could be one of the approaches that they had here.
Yeah, that's right. I think that could be a good approach to have. And Surya is somebody who's naturally aggressive. He's creative, aggressive, and he knows when to get going. And he will not let go of opportunities to score runs this time. Absolutely down the leg this time, and he gets a boundary there. And India's score moves on to 56 for 3. And Surya himself is into double figures.
Yes, exactly. Down the leg side, he's just worked it past the wicketkeeper, and that's gone comfortably for a 4. Surya Kumar will not miss out on these opportunities. Bread and butter, if you ask me, if you bowl on his pads, he's got very strong wrists. And even there, Chandresh, when you see him trying to flick that, you can see so much of wrist work. Even earlier in the over, when he played one to the fielder at mid-wicket, you can see the wrists coming into play. Meanwhile, the last ball of this over has been pulled by Surya Kumar Yadav towards fine leg. It goes, bounces a couple of times, and he will get a single. So end of the over, India up 57 for 3, Surya Kumar on 11, and KL Rahul right now is still batting early on 4.
And it's interesting, Nishant, you mentioned that KL Rahul's record in the middle order could be made for say someone like KL to even keep wickets like he did for a brief while between 2019 and 2021, so that Rishabh Pant is probably given some time off, because he's probably the only player who's played all 3 formats, been part of every possible bubble in the last 2 years, unlike other players who've either had injury breaks or had paternity breaks or have had time away from the game. Rishabh Pant is the only guy who's had time away, except that he's played every possible cricket in this pandemic, since this pandemic hit, and has been part of every possible bubble. So I think a case could be made for someone like Rahul to keep not just in the one-day format, but also in the T20 format, because that could give him enough opportunities to shoulder more responsibility and pull his weight in the side as a vice captain of the team.
Yeah, if you're going to consider some arrangement, may as well consider it looking at, be very clear about what you want. I think that's what India have to be. Meanwhile, Kemar Roach has been brought in to replace Odean Smith. First ball has been worked by Surya Kumar towards point, and he will get a single. But he has also overstepped your Kemar Roach, and that is a no ball, whereby now KL Rahul will get a free hit.
Absolutely. And something that Surya Kumar Yadav, KL Rahul can make the most of, scores 59 for 3, over number 17 done. So yeah, so you were talking about KL Rahul and the opportunity for him to keep wickets in the shorter formats, and freeing up someone like a Rishabh Pant, who seems to be playing all 3 formats more on reputation rather than on form.
Yes, his ODI and T20 record is not that good as we'll expect from him, but I expect it to get better anyways. This free hit, KL Rahul has worked that, pulled that over square leg, but there's a fielder. I think it's Odin Smith itself. He worked up, runs quite around, and he will get only a single there, KL Rahul. So 60 for 3, 17.1 overs, and KL Rahul couldn't quite capitalize on that feat. I think Roach took the pace of the ball, and Rahul was trying to pull it, but did not get all of it.
Yeah, it's quite clumsy in the way the whole approach happened, but still good for India. The score moves on to 60 for 3, no damage done. Surya's on 12 of 15 deliveries, and he'll now face Kemar Roach. And on the other hand, Rahul's moved on to 4 from 17 deliveries. So Rahul's approach is pretty clear. I think he's going to take time and bat right through this innings. And meanwhile, Roach plays that one. Surya does to deep fine leg. The fielder runs across fields, but by then the batters run through for 2. The score moves along to 62, and Surya's moved on to 14.
Surya has moved on to 14. A good positive start by him, only 16 deliveries. At the other end, KL Rahul taking his time, 4 of 17. This is the 18th over. Let us remind the viewers that, please do subscribe to our channel, Digital 2 Sports. Join us across all social media platforms. And yes, press the bell icon for all the updates. On your screen right now, you can see all our social media handles at Digital 2 Sports. Follow us. Meanwhile, Kemar Roach comes in to bowl the third ball of the 18th over. Surya Kumar gets an inside edge, and it goes towards deep fine leg where Odin Smith collects it quite comfortably, and Surya will get a single. So at the moment, let us remind our viewers again that Kieron Pollard, the West Indies captain, is not playing this game due to an injury, and Nicholas Pooran, the vice captain, has taken over the reins for this game. The only change for West Indies is that Odin Smith came in to replace his captain Kieron Pollard, and he has delivered with 2 breakthroughs in the same over, which were that of Virat Kohli and of Rishabh Pant. Meanwhile, on the Indian side of things, the only change was KL Rahul coming in place of Ishan Kishan. The 4th ball of this over has been defended by Rahul towards mid-wicket. And there was also a change in the batting lineup with Rishabh Pant opening the batting with Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul coming in at number 4. So at the moment, a big task ahead of the Indian middle order, 63 for 3 in the 18th over. They have to resurrect and get India to a good score, because I feel anything under 300, West Indies will fancy their chances under lights here at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad.
Yeah, I think dew is going to be a big factor here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a factor that India needs to be wary of, because they've got 2 spinners and possibly 3 if Deepak Hooda is also given a bit of a ball. So you're looking at least about 25-30 overs of bowling by the spinners, and that's something that as a captain you would be wary of, and you have to factor in those cushion runs that you would need to counter that particular dew. And we've seen that in the past. Dew plays a big part here at the Narendra Modi Stadium. And this is something that I brought up with Pankaj as well. Next year's World Cup will be played in October, November 2023. Should the ICC be looking at playing the games as day games like we had in the 2019 World Cup, except a couple here and there which were night games? Most of the games were day games. Should the ICC be looking at as day games rather than night games to negate dew becoming a factor in that particular tournament?
Chandresh, look at it this way. I think the most of the day games were held in England was also a little bit because of broadcast and the fact that most of the viewership comes from the subcontinent. I think if you're going to have day games, viewership may not be as high. Ultimately, the fact remains that it is broadcast and the timings that dictate the schedules of all sports. It's not just cricket. You talk about NFL, NHL, you talk about baseball, you talk about football. It is broadcast after all, because broadcast is what brings in money, it brings in the eyeballs, and sport without audience is nothing. But if you're going to have those day games, will there be enough audiences for on TV, because it will coincide with the working hours? That is a question that will be there before ICC.
But the good thing is, if they are going to be at work, they could very well be plugged on to us on Digital 2 Sports. Listen to us,
We are
watch
not
us.
complaining.
We are not complaining. Watch our fascinating faces, watch our handsome faces, and keep track of that particular tournament live, ball by ball. And for that, you just need to like, share, and subscribe, and press the notification bell on this channel. So we are not complaining if you're at work right now and watching us anywhere in the world.
Drop chance, Chandresh. A drop chance earlier in the over. Rahul had edged Kemar Roach towards Shea Hope. Should have been a regulation catch, but was grasped. A big let off here. And now this is a new over by Jason Holder, which has been solidly defended the first two balls by Surya Kumar. Big chance there.
Absolutely, and like we spoke in the pre-match show, Shai Hope seems to be, he was actually the vice captain of this one-day team. And I think the fact that he's not leading the side is a testimony to the fact that he's not in the best of frame of mind. And this drop catch really proves the point that Shai Hope is right now, his mind a bit of a scrambled egg right now. And he missed a clear opportunity there created by Kemar Roach, who's brought back into the one-day team. Meanwhile, once again, Surya plays it fluently on the leg side. Remember, like I said, Kemar Roach came back into the one-day side after nearly 3 years. He was out. He was only playing Test cricket. The fact that he's been brought back has been chief selector Desmond Haynes, the great Desmond Haynes, said that they needed some wicket-taking bowlers, and you can see that in the makeup of the side as well, that they have likes of Kemar Roach and Alzari Joseph, who are wicket-taking bowlers. Plus, you have Jason Holder, who's a wicket-taker, and you have Odin Smith as well. Meanwhile, plays that one on the leg side, does Surya Kumar Yadav. No run taken, no damage done, score still static on 63 for 3.
Yes, exactly. And Shea Hope is a very interesting case, I feel, because, when you see him bat in ODIs, you feel he's got a lot of that. He's got a lot of good big match temperament. But for some reason in Test cricket, he's not been very consistent. If anything, he's been very inconsistent. And he's got 200s in Test cricket, and both of them in the same match in that famous game against England at Headingley, where West Indies had chased. Meanwhile, Surya Kumar, there is an appeal for leg before, I think, of Jason Holder, but has been negated there. So, yes, if you actually look at Shea Hope's record, he averages 25 in Test cricket, 51 in ODIs, and that tells you he spends a lot of time in the middle. T20 cricket, he's played 18 times for West Indies, but of course, with more power hitters available, he's not been able to cement his spot in that lineup. Meanwhile, Jason Holder will complete this over. This ball has, Surya Kumar tries to play an expansive drive outside the off stump, misses, and yes, that is the end of the over. A maiden for Jason Holder there. And with that, India are restricted right now to 63 for 3. And we will take a short break because Pankaj will be joining us after this break.
Welcome back after the break, and you're right here on Digital 2 Sports. We are coming to you live with the live broadcast of the second one-day international between India and West Indies being played at the world's biggest cricket stadium, the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. And we have with us our colleague and friend Pankaj Atavale back with us. Pankaj, India's innings sort of being resurrected here by Vice Captain KL Rahul and Surya Kumar Yadav. Surya is much more creative and playing with a lot more freedom. Rahul, on the other hand, since that 100 in the first innings of the first Test match, has been sort of searching for the ball, for form, and for runs. It's been curious. He seems to be sort of player who score and has a series of scores which are sort of middling. Doesn't he give you that impression?
Yes, yes, it's all in the mind, and you use the term that Surya Kumar Yadav is playing naturally. In the meanwhile, Kema Roach bowls the next one to Rahul, who drives that in the covers in the short extra coverage. And a quick single has been taken as the score goes up to 66 for the loss of 3 wickets. Now in the 20th over, I guess Rahul, if he's allowed to play naturally, he'll be a far different player as like what Surya Kumar Yadav is there right now. But I think. With the kind of expectations, with the kind of data, and with the kind of pre-scripted expectations, all these players have been put up and down the order. If he was doing well at the top order, let him do it. And now this is a good opportunity for both of them to actually showcase their natural style. As Surya Kumar Yadav gets nicely the ball, which was just outside the off stump, opening the face of the bat and playing it towards third man. Remember, this is a one-day match as India move on to 67 for 3. But Chandresh, surprisingly, only 37 runs coming from the first 10 overs, and now another 30 runs. So this pitch does not have any demons, but the guerrilla tactics of the West Indians have really worked very well.
And at times the ball's just flown through to the wicket keeper, especially when Odin Smith and Kemar Roach have been bowling because they're bowling at a fair clip. And this time again plays that one down to mid-on and quickly snatches a single there, does Rahul, and moves on to the non-striker. He moves on to 7. So I'm just saying that, if you bend your back, there is something in it for
Yes.
you. And someone like Prasidh Krishna, who really extracts bounce and balls at a fair clip, and Siraj, who does wonders with the ball, could have fun. And the man with the golden arm, Shardul Thakur, he's also someone that can create some damage here, provided this time plays that one. Was that an opportunity? Was it an opportunity? The reaction from the two of us says that both of us have not seen it properly.
So, are you saying that we need to check our spectacles or eyesight once again, or it was really very quick? Because even the reaction of the wicketkeeper was quite different. There was a drop catch earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But what a beauty of a delivery. And Kemar Roach and all the other. See, today the West Indian bowlers have actually learned a lesson. They're actually bowling as per the plan and reading the mind of the batsman. Wherein this time also beating the outside edge of the bat, and Surya Kumar Yadav was in all sorts of trouble, except for the fact that there was kit and whiskers between the bat and the ball, as India still remain at 68 for 3. But Chandresh, West Indies have used only 4 bowlers till now.
Yeah, they still have 2 more bowlers to go.
Okay.
They have Fabian Allen and Akhil Hossain. Akhil Hossain bowled quite well in the first one-day international. So there's plenty to look forward to for West Indies. And if you're a West Indies supporter, you know that it's not yet done. And here he is. There he is. I spoke about him and he's here. I just want to clarify to the audience at large that I have no direct connection with Nicholas Puran at this stage. He's in the middle of the pitch and middle of the ground rather, and there's no way I can pass on any message to him. So Akhil Hossain is coming on to ball. His first delivery around the wicket. He's bowling, and this time it is KL Rahul and pulls that one and gets a huge one right over deep mid wicket. That's a 6. What a welcome to the crease for Akhil Hossain.
What a shot! What a shot! Long hop, and there was a good opportunity for KL Rahul to latch onto it, and he did that. Akhil Hossain, not necessarily it was a loosener for him, but what a loosener! It cost him half a dozen runs.
Absolutely right, and this partnership's already moved on to 25. It's slow going. 31 right now. It's slow going, but something that India needs at this particular stage. This time again, Akhil Hossain comes on to bowl round the wicket to Rahul. Let's see what happens. This time plays that one nicely down to long on. Gets a single, does Rahul. Score moves along to 75 for 3. Rahul's on 14 and Surya's on 17 of 26.
So the pitch will not have a lot of turn, Chandresh. It will have a bit of bounce and maybe a bit of variable movement here and there, but otherwise not too much of turn, because we saw in the pitch there were many cracks. Dead grass is rolled in here at Motera on this track. So Akhil Hossain, how does he bowl? Does he vary the length and the pace of the delivery? Will be interesting because Surya Kumar Yadav is batting on 17 right now. He will be facing Hossain for the first time, and India 75 for 3. Still, the run rate is just around or under 4. So Indians have not been able to take it up. As in fact, there is a short third man, there's a backward point, there's a short extra cover and a deep cover now kept for Suryakumar Yadav, left arm around the wicket. Akhil Hussain bowls, and it's been driven straight to the fielder at short extra cover. So today, the fielding placements and the bowling, what do you call the use of bowlers has been very precise by the West Indians.
Yeah, and I think the new captains brought in a bit of freshness to the lineup. Again, Akhil Hossain comes into ball this time, plays it back to the bowler. Does Surya Kumar Yadav? He does not seem to be in any kind of hurry because he knows that he can accelerate at any point of time, and he's the kind of batter. He's creative, and he'll create his own opportunities and bat at his own pace. Akhil Hossain once again this time plays it on the leg side. Does Surya, and no damage done, no run taken. The score still remains 75 for 3. Remember, we are in the 21st over. India is batting first after being asked to do so by the the stand-in West Indies captain for this match, Nicholas Pooran, as the regular captain, Kiran Pollard, is out indisposed.
Interestingly, you mentioned about that creativeness. This one-day cricket has become a bit dull because its creativity has been lost. We'll talk about that as the next ball on the middle of the leg stump hits the pads. A quicker one, the arm ball there from Akhil Hussain, and Suryakumar Yadav was caught napping, and he was caught stranded to the crease. But that is the end of the over. 21 overs, 75 for 3. The middle overs in a one-day match demand hard-working and creative players like a Michael Hussey, who can gather runs and who can keep on scoring runs and accelerate rate and get that boundary once in a while. That sort of a flavor is missing off late in the one-day matches. Don't see a lot of players in the middle order in a lot of countries or the teams who are capable of that kind of thing. But that is the requirement for a one-day side when you have the 25th to the 40th over. It's time to hard work, and then you reap a harvest.
Absolutely, and scores 75 for 3 after 21 overs. Just 3 extras underlines the fact that this West Indies team been very, very disciplined in their approach in this particular match, and quite a change from the previous match. Even the previous match, Pankaj, I felt that they made India work hard after the initial partnership between Rohit Sharma and Nishan Kishan. So there are some things to work with, and that's why you see a bowling change. Now Kimar Roach has been replaced by Alzari Joseph. So Nicholas Pooran is not letting the pressure go down for the Indian team, and they are constantly under pressure from the West Indies lineup. A single to start of the over, the score moves along to 76 for 3.
Intelligently, Chandresh, both these batsmen have kept on taking singles even though they might have been a bit risky. And that has helped India at least move ahead because they're not able to score with the bigger shots. And as you said, Nicholas Pooran has kept the pressure. If we talk about the wicket once again, lovely the brown texture, light brown texture, a lot of grass rolled in, a bounce. It's a beautiful track, but I don't see any cracks there. If we can just go back to see the pitch, and that will not allow the spinners to stand in. As the next ball, Rahul, in fact, Suryakumar Yadav drives that ball through the backward point region towards wideish third man for a single, and that will take him to 18, and India go up to 77 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, the score moves along to 77 for 3, and Surya's on 18, and Rahul's on 15 of 26 deliveries. This partnership has already fetched India 34 runs. We are the 10th over of this partnership. It's been a slow-moving partnership, a partnership that India needed desperately. And I'm glad India should be glad with this opportunity that these two batters are putting together some kind of a stand and stitching together a revival of this innings. Remember, India was struggling at 43 for 3, losing their top order quite cheaply. And Rahul playing a vice captain's innings here. He's moved along to 16 of 27 balls, and Surya has moved on to 18 of 31 balls.
Very important that this particular partnership continues for some time, because if a wicket falls here, Chandresh, that will be difficult because the lower middle order then will have to really work hard. But the West Indians are going along with the plan. Suryakumar batting just outside the off stump. Oh, once again beating that outside edge of the bat. time and again, Chandresh, we have seen on this track that if the bowler is able to get that line in that and the ball in the corridor of uncertainty, the batsmen have a tough time because they have to play for it. Oh, what a delivery! And in fact, there was a bit of in drift initially, and then the ball held its line after it pitched on that good length spot.
Absolutely right. And Alzari Joseph once again showing the kind of promise that we all know him to have. The Indian audience knows a lot about him. This time plays it nicely on the offside. Ball goes straight to the mid-off region. No damage done. And Alzari Joseph and Surya played together in the IPL. Most of the Indian and West Indies players know each other quite well. The camaraderie between the two sides is pretty good, especially post the first match. It felt like, long lost brothers were meeting each other after a particular hard fought contest. And there's no bad blood between the two sides. Most of them play with each other for a very long time, spend a lot of time together in dressing rooms, and know a lot about each other's highs and lows, goods and bads, ins and outs. And meanwhile, once again, Alzari Joseph beats Surya Kumar Yadav.
Beautiful delivery, isn't it? To end that over, 22 overs have been bowled, 78 for 3. And will India be able to cross 100 around that 30 over mark? Looks like this can be a low scoring game. Of course, we never know. In the last 5-10 overs, anything can happen, and India have scored 50, 60, 70 odd runs in the last 5 overs. But what a delivery. 2 deliveries in this over, Chandresh, have been absolutely phenomenal. Right on that spot where you put the coin and ask the bowler to bowl again. And Alzari Joseph has a bit of pace. He can get that ball to bounce a bit. But both Rahul and Suryakumar Yadav have also been patient, which is really very interesting to see, because then we have the likes of Huda and others to come in, because this will be also a great opportunity for Deepak Huda.
Absolutely. It'll be a fantastic opportunity for someone like a Deepak Huda to show what he's really made of the international level. I think that he will relish this opportunity as Akhil Hossain comes in, and the first delivery has been played on to the deep mid-wicket region. A single has been snatched by KL Rahul. The score moves along to 79 for 3.
Lovely match here, the second ODI between India and West Indies. And as Sundesh always tells you, to please subscribe the channel, because we at Digital to Sports like to get you all the different type of broadcasts. Because if you subscribe to our channel, you get such a variety, the Pakistan Super League, and we have something special coming up this weekend, also a surprise package, as Akhil Hossain bowls trying to play an inside-out stroke for a ball which pitched on the middle and the off stump. Suryakumar Yadav finds the fielder at extra cover. Score remains at 79 for 3. Chandresh, good to see that both these batsmen are not really frustrated because of the slow movement of the scoreboard, because sometimes it can get a bit itchy, as a very compact delivery, yarn ball on the middle and the off stump coming into the batsman, punched towards long on by Suryakumar Yadav for another single, and the score goes up to 80 for 3. Both these batsmen are being patient.
Yeah, I think somewhere down the line, the dressing room would have reassessed or would have done a recount of what they actually need on this particular pitch. They need to have some kind of a buffer for the dew. And I think that would have been worked out by the coaching staff and the captain, Rohit Sharma. And I think they are working around that particular thing, and they're pretty much aware of what they need to go 2-0 up and seal the series today itself, rather than wait till Friday to seal the series. So I think the team management has had a big role in that. And that's why you see both batters do not seem to be in any kind of hurry. As we see the field, there's a long off and a long on, and short fine leg, short third man. In the meantime, plays that one down. He plays that one to the sweeper region, makes room and plays that one to sweeper region. Another single. It can be a bit frustrating to see a few quiet overs, in the sense that lots of singles to be taken. This is a pretty big ground and you need to have your wits about it. But both batters seem to be game for it.
No doubt about it. But Akhil Hossain has bowled pretty well, except for the first delivery, which was hit for a 6 by KL Rahul. The next ball outside the off stump. He tries to push it between cover and point, but there is the fielder at back that extra cover, and no run on that occasion. So a very, very interesting scenario of the game, a very slow phase of the game. which off late not a lot of fans and cricket lovers are used to because of the advent of 2020. But then you need to go slow in life once in a while, isn't it? 23 overs have been bowled, 81 for 3. Rahul is batting on 17, and in fact, this will be a very important and a very crucial partnership, which is building up now because there was a 30-run partnership between Virat Kohli and Pant, but otherwise a single-digit partnership for the first and the third wicket right now. So Huda, Sundar, Shardul, Chandresh, one wicket, and the West Indies will have an opportunity to go at a slightly fragile middle order or a low middle order as Alzari Joseph starts a new over, his sixth, in fact, outside the off stump, and Rahul works it towards backward point. So 81 for 3, and West Indies, if they can get a wicket, that will be very interesting.
Absolutely, and it will be a test, like you said, for the lower middle order. Guys like Sundar, who's sort of making a return to the one-day format. He's hardly played any one-day cricket in his time, and someone like a Deepak Huda playing his second ODI. Thakur has played a bit, but needs to assert himself. So the next three batters are really your multi-purpose players, and they'll be tested right here. And meanwhile, Rahul plays that one nicely, tucks that one down to deep fine leg, gets a single, and the score moves along to 82 for 3. So it will be a test for the lower middle order as well.
Yes, and who will be that bowler who will provide the breakthrough? Nicholas Pooran is trying to move his bowlers around, and he's got 5 bowlers bowling in. I guess he also has another option, Fabian Allen, if I'm not mistaken. And then can he just ask someone to roll over? But Nicholas Pooran is thinking like a very traditional cricket one-day captain, and he's using his resources accordingly as Suryakumar Yadav is now on strike. India, 82 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here comes Alzari Joseph, and on the middle stump, pushed back straight to mid-on. No run on that occasion. Both these batsmen also know that they need not take any unnecessary risks whatsoever because a lot of overs are still remaining. This is a one-day match.
Yeah, lots and lots of overs still remaining, lots of deliveries to play with, and the fact that West Indies have bowled most of their major bowlers in the first 20 overs means that plenty to play with for the Indians. For example, Kemar Roach has bowled 7 overs for 33 runs and taken 1 wicket. Alzari Joseph's right now in his 6th over, and Odin Smith has bowled 4 overs. Jason Holder's bowled 5 overs. So you're looking at a major set of bowlers who already finished. So plenty of the non-regular bowlers or the lesser bowlers will be in operation towards the back end of the innings, and that's an opportunity if you're a set batter to make the most of that particular opportunity.
You know, so many terms that we commentators have to use, Chandreshna, the lesser bowlers, the smaller teams, the multi-purpose, because there are so much of diversity of players around. As India 82 for 3. Next ball on the middle of the off stump, jumping up on the toes and working it towards deep square leg for a single. Suryakumar Yadav goes up to 20, and India will move up to 83 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hardly 3.5 runs per over is what India are scoring at. But then what the doctor has ordered for India is that just go along like this for 40
So which particular doctor? Allopathic, Ayurvedic, or homeopathic?
No, this is from the Ayush Mantralaya. So we can include everyone. And in COVID times, of course, immunity is the key. So India building the immunity because they have lost 3 very quick batters.
So, but Pankaj, just to build on that particular point, they say that an apple a day keeps a doctor away. So then, how will the doctor order if you had an
because India didn't have an apple, na?
That's the one.
Or probably they had undio or dokla because the matches are happening at Motera. But every place, you have been around the world covering ODI matches, covering cricket. Every place is so unique. Ahmedabad is also fantastic. A lovely, beautiful ground. And this ground has witnessed some fantastic matches earlier. What I feel is earlier when I covered a couple of test matches with New Zealand and India, the wicket was a bit red soilish kind of thing. Now probably it looks more brownish. I don't know. Maybe they have made some changes to the square in this Motera 2.0.
Absolutely, and it is the outfield looks like a billiards table. It looks smooth, and unlike the bumpy outfields that we had in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the major part of the 90s, it looks like a carpet. And this one cuts that one through the
Lovely.
region, third man region, and will get a boundary. No, well fielded there by Captain Nicholas Pooran. Gets 2 runs there, and with that, the score moves along to 85 for 3. We are right now moving along quite swiftly. We are in the 25th over, and this partnership's currently yielded 40 runs.
Amazing, isn't it? And India were looking forward to this kind of partnership after those 3 wickets fell and those 3 big wickets. But Suryakumar Yadav leading the partnership with 22 runs. He's batting left arm round the wicket. Yadav gets a ball just outside the off stump. He tries to drive it past that short extra cover fielder, but the fielder is quite acrobatic and does not allow the single. So also another improvement is the West Indian fielding. They have really given it everything without worrying for the laundry bills. They have jumped around and stopped possible runs, because of which where India is under pressure at 85 for 3. The next ball by Akil Hussain, and it's been driven past the bowler towards a long off for a single, and that will take India to 86 for the loss of 3 wickets. So bowling and batting are the departments where West Indies have done really well today. It's all up to see how they do in the batting department later on. But 1 wicket, that 1 wicket will change the entire the texture of this innings.
Absolutely right, and it's good to see Surya and KL Rahul batting this way, because it shows that they can really switch on and switch off their gears. Because in just over a week's time, you'll probably be seeing them going hammer and tongs at every delivery. But here they can afford to take a bit of time, because there's so much time left in this match. That meanwhile, there's a huge appeal by Akhil Hussain and the wicket keeper, as Surya tries to sweep that one, but no damage done.
Yes, Nicholas Pooran also not very sure whether to take. I guess there was an inside edge of the ball, probably was going down the leg side. It was an arm ball which KL Rahul wanted to sweep and missed it completely. So lucky for India. But India hovering at around 3.5 runs per over as far as the current run rate is concerned. And 86 for 3 is the score. Akhil Hussain bowls the next one, and Rahul goes on the back foot and latches onto it over mid wicket. Has it gone all the way? Has it gone all the way? We'll have to see what the umpire has to say. Oh, it's 4 runs.
Fantastic shot there by Rahul. It comes at the right time for the team, because we've had a few quiet overs. And Akhil Hussain, we've seen, while he's been very tight with his approach with the ball, he can sometimes be a bit wavered as well with his length. And Rahul just pouncing on that short one, goes back and rocks back and nicely pulls that one. And in the previous over, he hit one straight over the deep mid wicket region. This time falls inside the boundary line and gets a boundary for it. A good boundary hit, and the score moves along to 90 for 3. Rahul's moved on to 22, and Surya's on 23.
Amazing shot. Just a tad shot, huh? Chandresh, it was not really a very bad delivery, but Rahul was quick to gauge that. In the meanwhile, quick of delivery on the middle stump to Rahul, who punches that ball towards long off for a single, and that will take India to 91 for the loss of 3 wickets after 25 overs. Who would have believed, or who would have predicted or forecasted India not even reaching the triple figure mark after 25 overs? This is cricket, and that's the beauty of cricket. The second ODI between India and West Indies being played at the stadium here, the Motera, a beautiful stadium. And of course, as Chandresh always says, catch hold of friends, catch hold of everyone, ask them to subscribe. And of course, first of all, you subscribe to this channel, Digital to Sports, because we have a variety of broadcasts coming your way. And of course, we
in a variety of languages.
Yes, in variety of languages, and all the commentators really work hard to entertain you all the time. And this is, of course, for the global audience that we're talking to, wherever you have tuned in across the world. A big hello to all of you. But the news is, of course, after 25 overs, India 91 for the loss of 3 wickets. Can you believe it?
I can't. But the previous over was a particularly expensive over from a West Indies point of view, as India picked up 8 runs in that particular over. So it was a good start, good over for India from that point of view. Akhil Hussain has bowled 3 overs and given away 18 runs. So India has made up its mind to go after the spinners. And the quicker bowlers have really tested them. Alzari Joseph has been bowling at fair clip in the previous over. Most of his deliveries were 140 plus. So it shows that he's bowling at a fair clip.
True, very true. And whether he will continue or not, or what is now the motive of Nicholas Pooran, what sort of strategy or what sort of plan will he back up on? He's got Odion Smith. That's a very interesting move. Odion got a double wicket over, earlier on where he picked up those 2 wickets, and that really disabled the Indians pretty much as he has bowled only 4 overs. He comes to bowl to KL Rahul, first ball on the middle and the off stump, driven back to the bowler. For a shorter run-up and a heavily built Odion Smith, his bowling is quite sharp. I mean, the way he's bowling, pretty compact, good line and length, and he's able to trouble the batsman with his pace and bounce.
Yeah, that's been he's got a bustling approach to the pitch, and he's been very impressive. I mentioned that someone like Otis Gibson. He reminds me of Otis Gibson, the former West Indies player. But this time pulls that one. Does Rahul, goes down to deep fine leg. He'll only get a single. Bustling approach, but as Nisha pointed out, Otis may have been a bit taller than Odion Smith, but he's still got that similar. He's thickly built and he's pretty swift as well. So that's a good sign, a good addition to this West Indies lineup because he can bat as well from what we hear about him. So a good addition, and for the middle overs especially, they needed someone like him.
Yes, and he also gives you, if you look at him just briefly, it gives you a feeling that he looks like Gladstone small, with typical, heavy shoulders and stuff. But Odion Smith has done a fantastic job for the West Indies. 92 for 3 is the score. Suryakumar Yadav gets the ball on the middle and the leg stump. He works it towards short mid-wicket. There is a fielder. Both the batsmen are not opening up. They are not taking the risk because this is just a 26th over. They will like to play another 5, 7, 8 odd overs because they know that if a wicket falls, the fragile lower middle order will be exposed. And I'm surprised that when you have a fragile middle order, instead of keeping Rishabh Pant down and going with your normal setup, India experimented as an X ball has been nicely played off the back foot towards deep backward point. Will they come back for the second? No, they just settle for 1. And there is an addition to the score, 93 for 3. So Rishabh Pant coming at number 6 would actually give a better look to this or balance to this team, or Rishabh Pant opening. So India have experimented, but I couldn't really see any creative aspect of it.
Absolutely right, and right now that's why they are in a bit of bother at 93 for 3. We are in the 26th over. Surya's on 24, and meanwhile, what was that shot?
Let me try and find an adjective for it, because it was a short of length delivery. He wanted to pull it, but then it went like a sword swiveling around his head and got a thick edge past that leg slip for 4 runs. Is that description a bit apt?
I think that's a bit apt, and it showed that he was prepared for that delivery. He was waiting for it. He knew he was going to be tested, and he was prepared to play that shot. And that's the best place to play because there's no fielder there. So he found the gap, so to speak, and made the most of that opportunity. Top edge, if I might say so.
Yeah.
And the ball flew at pace to the boundary line, right behind the wicketkeeper Shai.
And what a shot by KL Rahul. Just a tad shot outside the off stump. He pulls that ball from outside the off stump over the mid-on fielder into the fence for 4 runs. And that is also the end of the over. 100 comes up, Chandresh, in the 26th over. Congratulations.
Yeah, perfect opportunity for us to take a break here and welcome our friend Nishad Bhai Vaidya, who's been a very good bowler over the last 2.5 months. Whenever he's come on, he's taken wickets. So let's hope he bucks the trend here when he comes on. We'll take a break here and be back with Nishad.
So welcome back, and with a flurry of cover drives and square cuts from Suryakumar Yadav, India has gone up to 105 for the loss of 3 wickets. Of course, India completed its century in the last over when they got a boundary of KL Rahul in the long on zone. So India is trying to fight back. This particular partnership has been phenomenal and very important for India as KL Rahul and Suryakumar Yadav have stabilized the Indian innings. And this is the 27th over. Fabian Allen has been introduced. And let us introduce Nishad Paiwadia back into the attack.
Well, thank you, Pankaj. A very good recovery by the Indian batters at the moment, and it is so good to see KL Rahul bat this way. I mean, he started slow, but now has just managed to pick up pace. At the other end, Surya Kumar Yadav started well, but had to slow down because I think the West Indies worked their lines very well towards him. Meanwhile, he's punched this towards the covers where Brandon King does not collect it cleanly, and they will get a run. So 5 runs so far in this over of 4 deliveries. This is the first over being bowled by Fabian Allen. So a change of Akil Hussain, who I thought at times was bowling it a little bit too short, and we saw Rahul capitalize on those couple of opportunities that he got.
No doubt about it. And both these batsmen have accumulated runs the old way, the hard way, because the boundaries were not coming in the meanwhile, going on the back foot, and Rahul drives it square of the wicket very nicely past that backward point fielder. And there is a deep point, but just a single. So Rahul batting on 33, Suryakumar is on 29, Fabian Allen in his very first over. India 107 for 3, and now that current run rate has now just squeezed up to the 4 run per over mark, more or less there, as this wicket is very, very critical for the West Indians. Slow down the leg side, nicely worked towards short fine leg. Quick single has been taken. Suryakumar Yadav has, as you said, both of you mentioned that he's been very creative in accumulating those runs, as at the end of over number 27, India are 108 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And what is interesting to see here, Pankaj, and you would also agree with me, is that in this over bowled by Fabian Allen, India got 7 runs. Risk-free cricket. Absolutely risk-free cricket. And even when it started with those 2 doubles, it was very well placed all along the ground, even those singles. So with that risk-free cricket, yes, they have managed to attack those opportunities when they have come, particularly Rahul. But now, as we see, it was a change of ends for Akil Hussain. He comes on from the other side. Puran wants to bring both his spinners, and this is the battle that I was telling Chandresh about, that I want to see Surya Kumar playing against the spinners. We know how well he uses his wrists on both sides. He can flick it through the mid-wicket region, or sometimes he plays those inside-out lifts and lofts over cover, though that are so classy to watch. Not many batters can do that. When most batters need to make room and lift, but Surya Kumar Yadav, such is the power of his wrist that he can simply use that power and flick it over the covers.
No doubt about it. And Nicholas Puran has also been very proactive. He has seen both these players and they have played together in the shorter format. Of course, that's the IPL. But then Akil Hussain has got a change of ends. He's bowling his 4th over now. Left arm round the wicket to Suryakumar. Oh, that ball just I don't know, took off from that spot where it pitched. Even the wicketkeeper was completely kind of surprised. 108 for 3. And a good move there by Nicholas Puran to get Akil Hussain from this end, as it was a very nice delivery, left arm around the wicket. And if we have a look at the replay, Nishada flighted on the middle and the off stump and just bounced, I don't know, a stingy bounce there coming. Quite amazing. Oh, this can be a very interesting move if Akil Hussain can squeeze past either one of them. Suryakumar batting on 30. He's on strike this time. He drives that ball nicely towards wideish long off for just a single. 109 for 3.
And that look on Surya Kumar Yadav's face when he missed that, it was like, where did that come from? And yeah, exactly. And we are not playing on the same pitch. As I said earlier, we are playing 2 pitches on the side. And it is said to be a better batting surface, but it was from this end that Washington Sundar the other day got all his wickets.
Yes, and Washington Sundar, of course, also relies on his bounce, because he comes, the ball comes, he's a tall boy, and it bounces, and that turn and the bounce creates the uncomfortable zone for the batsman.
And he got
Here, Rahul.
more than usual in the last game.
Yes, absolutely. Here, Rahul now on strike, coming down the track. Hits the ball over the bowler in the air, and half a dozen runs coming over the side screen. for KL Rahul, a delicious stroke, 115 for 3.
Exactly, and the word you used is delicious because this is a classy shot. Didn't seem to hit it too hard, but it still sailed over the side screen. And as we know, the Narendra Modi Stadium is, of course, the biggest stadium in the world in terms of capacity, but even the playing arena is really big. But despite that, that has gone a million miles. It has gone way over the side screen. So you can see the kind of connection that Rahul made with the bat over there.
No doubt about it. And using his feet was the best way. And this partnership, Nishad, has worked as an immunity booster for India because there were a bit of issues and they seem to be vaccinated now, but you never know what may happen. Please stay safe and healthy. That's what we all can say. And that's why we are
Yes.
also trying to bring you a very safe and healthy broadcast. As the next ball outside the off stump, nicely punching it through the covers. KL Rahul will get another single. He moves to 40. Now he has overtaken Surya Kumar Yadav in terms of runs. And India 116 for 3.
Exactly, and when you talk about such things, then I would also like to say India still need to remain healthy because, as you know, a new strain can come anytime, which could be a
In
change
the
in the
form of a
bowling
wicket.
attack. So you may be vaccinated, you may be practicing everything, but a change in the bowling, which could be a new strain, can ask you new questions as well. Well, anyways, to more happier things, which is the cricket match going on at the moment. It's been punched again by Surya Kumar through the covers, and it's interesting, isn't it? The way KL has picked up pace over here. Rahul is on 40 of 42. Meanwhile, when Surya Kumar, he was the one who started quicker, but he is 32 of 54. So he realized somewhere that the way West Indies were bowling to him, he had to take a bit of time, and shows that Surya has got that varied game. And meanwhile, this is the shot of the over, I would say, better than the six because it was really close. And he has nearly late cut it from the wicketkeeper's gloves, I would
Yeah.
say, and played it really fine for four. The third man was inside the circle, and now KL is scoring at faster than a runner ball, 44 for 3. And with that, Pankaj, it's the end of the over.
A delicate stroke, absolutely delicate stroke. He's like a artist in the circus who kind of throws those knives at that beautiful girl tied to the wheel. That was the kind of stroke that KL Rahul played, and literally, I think you really read the mind of the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper would have said, "Oh, it came in my glove, and you you put the bat in my glove." Probably that was how late he
And
played it.
yes, and another Karnataka stalwart and India great GR Vishwanath would have been very proud of that
Yes, yes,
shot
yes.
because that was his trademark. And I think a lot of the times keeper used to feel that he's already collected it, but the next moment he would see that Mr. Vishwanath has played it towards third man or towards point.
Yes, Fabian Allen left arm round the wicket. First ball to Surya Kumar. He pushes it towards long on for a single. India 122 for 3. Must say there's something in the air or in the water around Bengaluru where those kind of shots automatically get ingrained into the players coming from that part of the country. But a beautiful stroke there. 29th over in progress. Nicholas Puran slightly visibly frustrated because he has not got a wicket for long. And he was expecting that if a couple of wickets fall, then he could probably push the Indians down on the mat. Misfield there at short extra cover as KL Rahul drives that and a single. Now, looks like the West Indian fielders are a bit sort of lazy, fatigued, I don't know what, or they are basically not motivated because they're not getting wickets at regular intervals. And these two are further adding to their trouble.
Yes, you don't need to you never it's never welcome these errors, particularly when you started off by putting pressure on the Indian batters, but now that they're scoring quite freely and Surya Kumar has punched that one through the covers and he will get another single. So you've allowed India to come back into the game. The last time what had happened when India were bowling in the last game, they had West Indies again at 44, 45 for 3, and they didn't allow them to come back into the game. Sure that there was a partnership. Surely that Jason Holder and Fabian Allen resurrected the innings and took them past 150, but by then it was too little too late. Now a platform has been set because KL Rahul has again worked that for a single. He looks very settled on 46 of 45. Surya Kumar 34 of 56, and mind you, when he starts getting into the flow, that difference between the number of runs he scored and the balls will get closer and closer. And this is a
Oh,
phenomenal shot. Another late cut by Surya Kumar Yadav. Past point, the diving fielder couldn't get it, and that has gone for 4 because the third man is again inside the circle. As I was saying, that the difference between the number of runs Surya has scored and the balls he's faced, that gap can keep reducing when he begins to bat like that.
Lovely. The ball was exactly on the off stump. And if Surya would have missed, it would have been clean bowled. But what a shot. There was a short backward point kept there, but the fielding seems to be sort of
That should
losing
have been
steam.
stopped.
Yeah. It was very difficult because the shot was played very fiercely. But Fabian Allen now is turning out to be very expensive. Left arm round wicket. Surya drives that ball towards long off for another single. India have gone up to 130 for the loss of 3 wickets after 29 overs. So they have got 30 runs in the last 4 overs. And suddenly this particular partnership is turning out to be very dangerous because both these batsmen have realized that they have done the hard work. Now they need to sort of, the engines are warming up. And even though India suffered 3 heavy punchers before while taxing, probably now they seem to be ready for takeoff.
Yes, and you look at, and it's been because the spinners have not been very effective. So maybe it's telling us a little bit about the pitch. The spinners, that is Akeal Hussain and Fabian Allen, so far have bowled 6 overs in tandem and they have conceded 47 runs. So that's nearly at 8 runs and over. You look at the other pacers who have bowled. Now, Odean Smith went for a few runs, but still 2 for 25 and 5 overs. Kemar Roach has bowled under 5 runs and over. Azari Joseph has been the pick with 2.33. That's his economy rate, 14 runs in 6 overs. Jason Holder has bowled 2 maidens and has kept the scoring rate quiet, 9 runs in his 5 overs. So it's been the pacer show predominantly and start of a new work. Kemar Roach being brought into the attack because the pacers have been more effective, and Surya has played that towards fine leg and moved into the 40s. He's batting on 40 of 59, and KL Rahul is on 46 of 45. And India, as we can see, I think that's the India under-19 team who is right now sitting with the BCCI secretary, Mr. Jay Shah, and of course, there is Mr. Arun Dhumal, who is the treasurer of the BCCI. Rishikesh Kanitkar, the coach, is also around, along with VVS Lakshman, who is currently heading the NCA, but is also was also with the under-19 team. Recently, India under-19 won the World Cup in the West Indies, and this is a good move in the sense that you're motivating them, telling them that tomorrow some of you could be out there wearing that jersey and playing for the senior team.
Boys to men, and you also can see Sairaj Bahutule out there. These boys getting a feel of how the men will have to play, and a strong breeze blowing across Motera right now. But then the breeze probably blowing towards India because these two, the Indian players, Surya and Rahul, have done a fantastic job. Rahul walking down the track, hits Kemar Roach from outside the off stump towards deep mid-wicket. Wanted to go probably towards the gap between mid-wicket and long on, but he will get a couple of runs. And these two have decided that now is the right time to push the pedal because the takeoff time has come. The turbines have to now start running harder as India have gone up to 131 plus 2, 133 for the loss of 3 wickets. A very important phase of the game as the next 10 overs, probably if India are able to reach up to 200 somehow, then they can launch the final attack and go past the 300 because this pitch, as you said, does not have a lot of turn, but it has a lot of bounce, Nishad, and it is useful for the batsmen as well as the bowlers, depending on how you exploit it.
Yes, it depends on the batters and the bowlers, but I'm interested to see what the Indian spinners would be thinking, particularly when you consider the fact that in the previous game they bowled first and they bowled really well. A little bit of dew may come into the picture later on, but yes, at the moment, the India under-19 team watching on. As you know, spectators are not around, but yes, only officials are around. The India under-19 team, surely because of the fact that they've won the World Cup recently, just made a return from the Caribbean. It's a good motivation for them watching their seniors play international cricket, and this has been driven by KL Rahul. Oh my! And that's gone. This
unbelievable.
Is disastrous for India. This is disastrous. KL Rahul drove that through the offside. There was a call for 2, both batters looking at each other in the middle of the wicket, and KL Rahul has to walk back. He was going back for his 50th run, getting into the flow. I can't quite understand what happened there. It was just poor calling at the moment. We'll just have a look at the replay, Pankaj. What do you make of it?
I think there was a bit of an issue where Surya, oh, it was Rahul. Rahul decided to go for the second run, and Surya took off immediately. Rahul, after reaching midway, I don't know, he had a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't think he should be blaming Surya because Surya just put the bat at the other end and started running. Rahul, I don't know what, there was a brain fag or what, I don't know, but he actually stopped momentarily after taking off for that second run, and then he could not reach. He looks to be having some cramps because of that sudden jerk that he took. Oh, this is unbelievable. This is disastrous. When we were talking about India doing so well and getting an immunity booster, this is the strain that we were worried about, Nishad. And India have got lost a wicket. The West Indians would be happy because they always wanted a wicket at this point of time. 134 for 4.
And when we do Hindi commentary, that time our friend Chandresh uses the word called sogat, that is a gift, that means a gift. And he uses that whenever a batter gets a gift in terms of a loose delivery. And this was a gift for the West Indies. I don't know, it was just that split second of indecision by KL Rahul, because Surya actually responded to Rahul's call. I think Surya initially started off with thinking it's only a single, and then for some reason when KL called, he ran. And Rahul just froze for a moment and that made the difference. If he had just gone through, KL would have gotten there. But nevertheless, he's out on 49. And right now, Deepak Hooda will walk out to bat with Surya. And this is interesting to see the way Deepak Hooda gets to bat with 20 overs to spare. And it's going to be a good challenge for him. Someone who has proved himself in domestic cricket, who's been around in the IPL level and shown that he's got the talent, has... For sometimes it felt that possibly he had a little bit of too much more power than brains. But in the last couple of years, Hooda has proved that he's more than just power and can be very sensible with his batting. And I think he has really improved, which is why this is the right time that he's gotten selected. And it's a chance for him to prove that he can be a sensible option in the middle.
Such a funny game called cricket, and just a momentary freezing of your thoughts can lead to it. Rahul was running at the danger end and he has himself to blame. Hopefully that the jerk that he took shouldn't cramp him up so much. But Suryakumar Yadav is here at 40, but Washington Sundar has come in. Very interesting. Probably they are just saving Hooda for the last 5, 10, 12 overs. That might be the case. But Washington Sundar, of course, he can hang around. He is a decent batter, no doubt about it. But then both these will have to rebuild the whole innings, and this is what happens in cricket. You lose a wicket, the batting side loses momentum in terms of runs, and India still at 134 for 4. They were 100 for 3 after 25 overs, and the last 5 overs have got a lot of runs for India. And now, good news for the West Indies, as Kemar Roach will bowl round the wicket with a slip to the left-handed Washington Sundar. First ball driven nicely. What a straight drive by Washington Sundar. Absolutely beautiful. Straight bat, straight elbow, right from the textbook. Kemar Roach must be saying, that was a good shot, man. 138 for 4.
Exactly, and Washington Sundar, we know, a technically correct batter. I have seen him play early in his career when he was in the Tamil Nadu Premier League, and I had the good fortune of working on that tournament. He used to bat up the order and showed proper makings of a proper batter. And we saw that even when he made his test debut last year in 3 test matches, in 4 test matches rather, he's already scored 3 half centuries. And that tells you a lot about someone like him who has got runs in the classical format. When you look at his first class record, his average is 36, and he scored 105 50s, 3 of which have come in Test cricket. So he's got the potential, and I think India will do well to trust him as a batter as well. As a bowler, no doubt he's good for the limited overs cricket, but as a batter, I feel he can really contribute.
No doubt about it. And that shot was the evidence of his timing, his technique, and also his temperament. Unfortunately, he could not travel down to South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, because of the illness that he had. But he's back, and India would be expecting this young pair to take them ahead. 6 bowlers have been used by West Indies. Fabian Allen has bowled only 2 overs, has gone for 16 runs. But Jason Holder, 5 overs, none for 9. He needs to be back at this point of time. so that India can be put under much pressure, because India automatically come under pressure when they're not able to score runs. So even if West Indies are not able to take wickets, let's freeze the runs. But 139 for 4, 30 overs have been bowled. Washington Sundar is on strike. He's batting on 5. And in fact, it's Fabian Allen, who has been drafted into the attack. Left arm over the wicket, first ball outside the off stump, played defensively by Washington Sundar. A very, very interesting phase of the game, Nishad, because this partnership probably will decide how things happen, and going on the back foot nicely, intelligently playing it past that short third man fielder. But the batsman will come back for the second run, just opening the face of the bat and giving it direction. Sundar gets a couple of runs, 141 for 4. So India had 3 punchers while taxiing on the runway. They got their turbines heated. They took a takeoff. I mean, they took a takeoff. They took off. Sorry, and then they have hit turbulence. That's what is happening. In the meanwhile, just as on the off stump, Sundar drives it towards long on for single, 142 for 4.
Yes, and that run out, we are seeing the replay again. Surya responded to that call very well, and I don't know why KL just waited and froze. It happens sometimes, but nevertheless, a big wicket for the West Indies here. And yeah, KL not very happy, but India would hope that his, he was clutching his back, as you said, and India would hope that, it does not cause any issue. And the dugout, surely not happy with that. And this is the shot that I wanted to see. Surya lofts it inside out, this time a little bit over point, and will get 2 runs. And again, this is very inventive, Pankaj, because normally you'd expect back over cover, but Surya goes a little over the top and a little bit more square towards point so that he could get those 2 runs.
Yes, he places that ball very well, tweaks his waist very nicely, and in his own way, he's able to carve out those runs. That's important. He's batting on 42. He has a big role still to play for India in this particular match. 31st over is in progress. 4.5 runs per over roughly is what India is going at. 144 for 4. Left arm round wicket on the middle stump, nicely playing inside out towards a wideish long off for a single, and just about 6 runs coming from this over. So getting Fabian Allen at this point of time, I don't know, was it prudent enough? Because Jason Holder with a couple of overs with a small spell could have been interesting, but Nicholas Pooran has his mathematics now pretty much clear how to use the bowlers in the remaining 19 overs of the match, as this time left arm over the wicket and nicely played by Washington Sundar off his hips towards a backward square leg for a single. So 145 for 4.
145 for 4. A good recovery by India from one stage where they were 43 for 3. A needless wicket of KL Rahul going out on 49 a couple of overs ago. Meanwhile, let me remind our viewers that definitely be a part of our community at Digital 2 Sports. We are creating a cricket-loving and sports-loving community. This channel, which is called Digital 2 Sports, is a joint venture between One Digital Entertainment and Channel 2 Group. You can follow us across all social media platforms, particularly on our YouTube channel. Please do subscribe, press the bell icon for all the updates. And right now you can see here that those are all our social media handles at the moment. So you must join our community and yes, comment and tell us. Right now, my question to you is, what is the score do you think that India will set for the West Indies? Put in the comments, let us know, what do you think, what according to you would be the score that India would set for the West Indies?
Very difficult at this point of time. Even our viewers and listeners would also agree. But Nishad, what a fantastic contest at Motera between India and West Indies. 31 overs have been bowled, 146 for 4, as Odion Smith has been brought back into the attack. Left arm over the wicket, in fact, right arm over the wicket, beg your pardon, to the left-handed Washington Sundar, angled across, and Sundar lets it go into the gloves of the keeper. So a very important moment, or a very important phase of the game where rebuilding is happening, but rebuilding has to happen at a pace. Now, this is like, you have enough time to lay the foundation of a complex, but then the repair work and the finishing work has to be done quickly. That's the kind of situation. As Sundar gets a ball on the off stump, jumps up on his toes, plays it square of the wicket. Good fielding there at point, and the score will remain at 146 for 4.
And the good thing has been the way Washington has started batting. And why I'm saying it's a good thing is because, see, he's not looked very defensive. From the first ball onwards, where he got that straight drive to get off the mark and then working the ball around to get those singles and a 2 as well. So it looks like Sundar has come out with that positive intent, and that is what India need at the moment. You don't need too many of the big hits. You just need the runs to keep coming. Meanwhile, Odean Smith bowls it really wide, and Sundar has let it go. It's been signaled a wide by the umpire Virender Sharma, and 5 extras so far in this innings. 2 wides, 1 no ball, 1 leg by, and 1 by. So pretty disciplined bowling here. And I agree with you, Pankaj, that I think it would have made sense to get in Jason Holder, because he's bowled those 5 overs and bowled 2 maidens and given away only 9 runs.
Exactly. So Puran, of course, doing the job, but this time angled across, teasing the batsman to cut. The ball was very close to the body, and Sundar lets it go past him. And the reason was not only the wicket keeper, but there was also that a wideish slip or the gully area where the fielder is placed. So any further mistake from here will spell doomsday for India, because they already have lost 4 wickets, and Rahul's wicket was very big, because once he would have completed his half century, he would have then gone on the second level. But this time, shot pulled by Washington Sundar. There's a fielder at deep mid wicket. Smith is testing the batsman on every count, and that single will take India to 148 for 4. A lot of variety, shorter deliveries, good length deliveries, slightly wideish deliveries. So Smith knows what he's doing, and he's trying to manufacture a wicket out here.
And Pankaj, just the way that Sundar played that delivery, I mean, we've seen him play short deliveries in the past, and he seems to hook and pull very well. And that hook that he played, especially at the Gabba, will be remembered for a really long time. Meanwhile, Surya Kumar tries to pop at it outside the off stump, misses. Fortunate there, and that is a dot ball. So Odean Smith, decent comeback by him here. 1 wide and a single in this over. The last ball is yet to come. Surya Kumar is batting on 43 of 62. Washington has just come in and has scored 10 runs of 10 balls. And this is the first time that Washington is batting in an ODI.
Very interesting situation here as Odean Smith bowls the last ball of the over on the middle and leg stump. Nicely played off his hips towards deep square leg for a single. So that is the end of over number 32. And India are 149 for the loss of 4 wickets. Even time for us to take a short break. And on the other side, Nishad, you'll have Chandresh for company. Let's see what does he think about that KL Rahul run out. Time for a short break.
Welcome back to the Doosra show. This is Digital 2 Sports, and you're listening to the live commentary of the game between India and the West Indies. The second ODI happening at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. India were in a spot of bother but managed to recover thanks to a partnership between KL Rahul and Surya Kumar Yadav until Rahul was dismissed recently, and India are 150 for 4 in the 33rd over being bowled by Fabian Allen. My friend Chandresh has joined me back, and yes, Chandresh, what do you make of that run out of KL Rahul?
Very strange, very strange what happened there. And I would have thought that both of them were batting so well and had stitched together a very good partnership. They would have had a better understanding of the running between the wickets. But very curious the way Rahul ran and got himself out. For India specifically, the innings was getting back on track, and they had put together a sizable stand worth close to 91 runs. I would have preferred that Rahul would have put in a bit more. a bit more to do with the bat. Unfortunately, Rahul is not right now at the crease, and Surya's got to do all the heavy lifting now in the company of Washington Sundar, who's been promoted up the order ahead of Deepak Hooda. It shows the kind of confidence that the team management has in Sundar's batting ability, and they want to give more responsibility to him and make him bat more in the top six.
Yes, and I think he's got the goods to bat in the top six. He's got the right technique. He's got the attacking intent as well. And we've seen that in Test cricket. We've seen those signs of promise. So why not give him a go? Because his bowling's good, no doubt. And he has made a mark in white ball cricket with his bowling. Meanwhile, he's worked this one through the leg side and will get a single. 153 for 4. This is the 33rd over. And Surya Kumar is batting on 46. He's 4 runs away from a 50. Sundar is on 12. Fabian Allen bowling the last ball of this over. Surya dances down the track and plays it towards long off for a single. That is the end of the over, Chandresh, with 154 for 4 in 33 overs. And yes, me and Pankaj and I were discussing, and both of us felt that possibly it was a good moment for Nicholas Pooran to bring back Jason Holder, because Holder was someone who had got those, put in the pressure. He bowled those 5 overs, bowled 2 maidens out of them, and conceded only 9 runs. Would you seem to agree with the same train of thought?
Absolutely, and I think because he's bowled a bulk of overs of Kemar Roach, who's given away 42 from his 8 overs, I would have thought that they would have wanted to bring in Jason Holder and probably put in a bit more pressure on the Indian middle and lower order. But I think Nicholas Pooran wants to hold him back for the later part. I think if you want to like sort of create an impact on this Indian lineup, you need to be relentless in your approach. And I think Nicholas Pooran will probably learn with time how to create that kind of relentless approach.
Yes, because he was very good as a captain in the first 20 overs, creating that kind of pressure and not letting up one bit. Meanwhile, Odin Smith has started a new over and Surya has glided it down towards third man for a single. He's batting on 48 of 67 and Washington will come back on strike. So you're right, Chandresh, when we talk about that. And there's another aspect that I wanted to discuss with you, because we were talking about it during our last stint together. Meanwhile, I'll just talk about this ball outside the off stump, and Washington gets a thick edge towards that fly slip position, but it goes on the bounce. No damage done. Chandresh, I was reading news reports from yesterday's press conference, which was attended to by Surya Kumar Yadav. And Surya said that, you know what, I can be available for India as a 6th bowling option as well. So he has made his thoughts known. He's bowled at the IPL and Champions League levels, at the first class level as well. I think in the Champions League, he was called for a suspect action for a while and put on the warning list, but I don't think he's bowled a lot after that. So yes, could be an option that India can explore if he's confident enough of pulling it off. And as we kept discussing during the South Africa series on in the commentary, that there was a time when India had Tendulkar, Sehwag, those guys who could chip in as the 6th or 7th bowler in an ODI. It was really crucial and formed the backbone of the Indian team, especially in 2011. And then there were others who could chip in from time to time. Back in the day, Ajay Jadeja used to chip in as well. So Surya, if he's serious, why not?
Absolutely, why not? But also Shreyas Iyer bowled a few overs in South Africa, so he's another one to look at as well. Someone like I don't know if Rohit Sharma is keen to bowl again. He's not bowled for a very long time. Virat Kohli famously bowls off a wrong foot, so he's somebody to look at as well. He bowls a lot in the nets. He's somebody to look at as well. I think instead of looking for that magical all-rounder to arrive with a magic wand to give you the promised land of milk and honey, you need to probably look at these kind of players who can do a bit of this and that, and not specifically tag them as all-rounders, as this over finishes at 155 for 4, over number 34 done, and India's progressing at 4.6 runs per over. So yeah, so look at these players who can do bit of bowling, with batting being their primary concern, But what they need to do is that they need to come in and relieve some of the bowlers if they've had a bad day. You may have 5 regular bowlers like India has in this particular match, but you will always have certain guys who will go for a few more runs than required in a one-day match, and that's only expected in a one-day match or a T20 match. What you need is some kind of a relief for the bowlers and some kind of a backup plan for the captain. They need to be the backup. They can't be your front-running options with the ball. And I think that till we find that magical all-rounder, we just need to let things be and make do with what we have. And if you feel that your best all-rounder is your spin bowling all-rounder, meanwhile Surya Kumar Yadav cuts that one down to the sweeper region and gets a single. If you feel that your best all-rounder is a spin bowling all-rounder, so be it. If you feel that your best all-rounder is your wicket keeper, then so be it. Like we had for a very long time with Dhoni. I think we never thought of him as an all-rounder, but he was also an all-rounder in that sense because he could bat in the top 6 and if required bat in the top 4. He famously batted in the top 4 in the final of the 2011 World Cup. So I think that at some level we need to be clear, as in the Indian think tank needs to be clear and not be impatient about not having that magical all-rounder.
Yes, exactly. And when India won in 2011, they didn't have a magical all-rounder. They just had someone who was willing to bowl all those overs consistently, which Yuvraj Singh did. And then you had Yusuf Pathan as well who could contribute. And then there were support bowlers. Raina could turn his arm over. Sachin Tendulkar did a couple of times. Virat Kohli used to. Virender Sehwag by then I think had those shoulder injuries, so couldn't quite bowl a lot. But for the longest time, even when we also tend to underestimate Sachin Tendulkar, the bowler, with all his batting feats, we tend to forget the fact that he's got over 150 wickets in ODIs. And with that, anyways, this has been worked around by Washington Sundar towards mid-wicket and he will get a single. Surya will come in to face Fabian Allen for the last ball of the 35th over. And I'm talking about this because Surya is right now batting on 49. He's 1 run away from his second one-day international half century. So yes, Chandresh, I know we talk about Sachin Tendulkar being the great batter, but we must not forget the amount of contributions he made with the ball. And Surya has played this towards cover, no run there. 35 overs gone, 157 for 4. So because Tendulkar chipped in whenever it was needed. Later, Sehwag, whenever he was fit and available, could chip in with the ball. And those contributions now, in hindsight, are ever so crucial.
Absolutely. And so I think that India needs to be prepared to have these kind of players for a while before they try and find that magical heir apparent to Kapil Dev. We've been looking for that Kapil Dev reincarnation for a very long time. And I think for some time to come, we just need to put the whole thing to rest. There's no reality show here that we need to find a replacement for him. It's taken 30 years. It may take longer than that. Just need to be patient and be prepared to bide our time.
Exactly. And we've got the next ball. Alzari Joseph has been brought back into the attack. A rising delivery to Washington Sundar outside the off stump, and he's let it go through to the wicket keeper. And I would say that, don't look at a reincarnation. Look at them as individual players and what they can contribute to the team. Let them be themselves, because we never asked a Sachin Tendulkar, like we in the sense, the Indian cricketing community, never asked a Sachin Tendulkar to be the next Sunil Gavaskar. You let Sachin Tendulkar be Sachin Tendulkar. You never asked a Virat Kohli to be the next Sachin Tendulkar. You asked him to be the next Virat Kohli itself. And meanwhile, this is down the leg side. Washington plays it towards fine leg. It was a little bit in the air, but he will get a single. Darren Bravo feels it well over there and only a single. Surya Kumar comes back on strike. He's on 49. So whoever comes in, I think for the 2023 World Cup, you are going to get the all-rounder. That will be either Ravindra Jadeja or Akshar Patel. I think one of them will firmly hold that spot at number 7. But I think the 6th and 7th bowling option as well is something that India should work on. You had Kedar Jadhav in the 2019 World Cup. I think he did quite a good job whenever he was asked to bowl.
Absolutely. And I think that India should also think about the fact, meanwhile, plays that one and fielded on the boundary line there and Surya has completed his 50, his second half century. Is that right? Yes, he has.
Yes, it is the second half century.
And the dugout stands up to applaud his effort with the bat. Second successive innings for Surya is making the most of this opportunity in the absence of COVID. Hit Shreyas Iyer, who's fit again, who's back in the scheme of things, but has not been picked for this match. So I think that India needs to avoid falling into the trap because there's no bar from the ICC in the playing condition that they can pick only one seam bowling all-rounder or a guy who bats and balls a bit of seam up in the squad, in the larger squad.
Well,
India seems to...
ICC, it doesn't matter. You play 11 bowlers, 11 batters, doesn't matter. You
Absolutely.
have to put 11 on the park.
Absolutely. So I think that sometimes they feel that, if it is Hardik Pandya, so it can only be Hardik Pandya. It can't be Hardik Pandya and Vijay Shankar, Hardik Pandya and Venkatesh Iyer. It can't be Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya and Rishi Dhawan, whoever may be the players. The players don't matter. I'm just saying that you can have more than one seam bowling all-rounder. The champion Indian teams of the 80s had more than one seam bowling all-rounder, and they didn't seem to have a quota system in place. But we finished our quota of seam bowling all-rounders, so that's the end of the debate. So I think India needs to go back to that and somehow divorce itself from this thinking that you can have only these many all-round cricketers in your lineup. I think you have as many all-round players as possible, the better it is for you to become a champion. You've seen that with the 2011 team, 2007 T20 World Cup team, the 85 World Championship team, the 83 World Cup team. All these teams had natural balance. They didn't have to manufacture a balance like the 2003 World Cup had to. So I think that if you're able to have a natural balance without having to manufacture it, then it is good for a side. In the meantime, the over's over. The over's completed here. Over number 36. India has moved along to 161 for 4. Sundar's on 15 and Yadav's on 51. These two have put on 27 so far for the 5th wicket.
Yes, and when you're talking about Surya Kumar Yadav, let me tell our viewers that so far he has batted 6 times in one-day internationals, and the interesting thing is he has crossed 30 every single time. Every single time he's crossed 30, and here's a list of his scores ever since his ODI debut in Sri Lanka last year. 31 not out, 53, 40, 39, 34 not out, and today, right now, he's batting on 51 not out. So quite a good start. I mean, every time you have crossed 30, it is impressive.
Absolutely, very impressive, and it shows that he's a busy player. You can't keep him quiet. Today, he's had to take a bit of time because India was in a spot of bother. But it shows a different side to Surya Kumar Yadav. It shows a side where he's prepared to take his time and prepared to build innings because he realizes India was in a spot of bother. And he's played his part with the bat right now, scored 51. But it's important that he carries on and makes a big score here.
Yes, exactly. Fabian Allen, a new over, and Surya has moved across and swept it towards fine leg. But the square leg gets across in the deep and can stop it. So he's moved to 52, 162 for 4. This is the 37th over, 2 balls gone. Fabian Allen is bowling his 6th over, and so far he's conceded 31 runs. Initially a little bit too expensive, but the wicket of KL Rahul has just slowed things down a bit for India. Washington Sundar is batting on 15 of 26, and he's going to face this 3rd ball by Fabian Allen. He's used his speed, moved down the track, and has played it towards long off for a single to move to 16. And Surya will come back to face Fabian Allen.
Yeah, I think this series is also important, not just for Surya, but also for Washington Sundar. Just look at it this way: someone like a Ravichandran Ashwin, who's not playing in this series, who's not been picked for this series. There was speculation that he's injured, but there was no mention of it officially. So you are looking at someone like Washington Sundar to play in the top 6, and clearly his promotion here shows that the team management believes a lot in his batting ability. Then there are 2 guys who are waiting outside. They are Akshar Patel and Ravindra Jadeja. They can bat in the top 7, if not top 6. So you have lots of those spin bowling all-rounders who are coming through, which is good. And I think someone like a Washington Sundar can really find himself in the top 6. I would even go for us to say that he can bat at number 5 as well for India because he's that good a player with the bat.
Exactly, and we are seeing that kind of sense in his batting. We saw that during the Gabba test last year. Meanwhile, the end of the overs, 37 overs gone, 164 for 4. Washington Sundar and Surya Kumar Yadav batting out there in the middle. So Chandresh, we've seen him bat really sensibly, especially on test debut at the Gabba. He was someone back then who wasn't so much a part of the test side but had to play due to circumstances. And in a sense, India unearthed a true talent who could serve them in test cricket as well. And now we've seen him in T20 cricket in the IPL, where his skills are majorly being used as a bowler. His batting has sort of taken a backseat in limited overs cricket. So it is good to see. And it also comes from a place where it is Rahul Dravid, because Rahul Dravid was his coach in the under 19 level. And he was a part of the same under 19 team that played the World Cup in 2016, which featured Ishan Kishan, Rishabh Pant, Avesh Khan, to name a few. And there were others like Mahipal Lomror and Amanpreet Khare, to name a few. But when you talk about Washington Sundar, he used to bat back then in the in the top 7 easily. I think the top 6. So I think somewhere where Rahul Dravid has seen that kind of ability, and he's given that a chance to him. Meanwhile, Holder's back in the attack, but is it too late?
I think it is a bit late because if you see, they have missed an opportunity here to go in for the kill. I think that they should have been a bit more forthcoming in their approach. I think they missed a trick here. The captain Nicholas Pooran, I think his inexperience as captain has really come in handy over here for India. In the meanwhile, plays that one upishly and he's gone. Oh, that was a replay. I'm really sorry. That was the Rishabh Pant dismissal. I got really confused with the replay. So I'm really sorry.
No, don't worry. Anyways, it is 165 for 4. And at the moment, we've got Surya Kumar Yadav batting beautifully, I would say. The only blemish was that run out, but I don't think it was his fault. It was KL Rahul who froze for a moment, and Holder coming round the wicket to Washington Sundar, a shortish delivery, and Sundar has worked it off his hips towards fine leg, will get a single, and he will move to 17. Surya Kumar now meanwhile has moved to 54, which beats his previous best score of 53, which he got in his second ODI against Sri Lanka at Colombo in 2021, which was last year. And it has been a very good start for Surya. Remember back in 2021 when he made his international debut against England, he hit his first ball for a 6. That showed that he was ready to go at the highest level.
Absolutely, and it had been a long time coming. A lot of people have been talking about Surya Kumar Yadav for a very long time. And in fact, he made his mark in the longer format, in the longest format for Mumbai in the Ranji Trophy, and showed his skills. And for a very long time, everybody felt that he should have been playing for India at least about 5-6 years ago. And in his case, it is better late than never. And since he's come in, he's brought in a breath of fresh air in the middle order for India, especially in the T20 format. He's a complete T20 specialist, and in the one day format, he's just about finding his feet because India plays very little one-day cricket. That's a wonderful shot by Surya. Punches that one down the ground and gets a boundary there. Much needed boundary for India.
Much needed. If you look at this shot, Jason Holder has come in, and he's bowled it a little bit on the pads. It's angling into Surya Kumar Yadav, and he merely punches it. We know he's got a power game, but there's this deft touch as well. It was a mere push. It was between the non-striker and the stumps, and the man at mid-on was inside the circle, where it was timed so beautifully. He had no chance of getting it once it was past the inner circle. And the next ball is a short one, and Surya Kumar has pulled it between square leg and fine leg, and that is another boundary. Surya Kumar capitalizing on these opportunities. He's got his eye in, and when he gets his eye in, he makes batting look so easy, doesn't he? And with that, he's moved to 62 not out, and this has taken him 78 deliveries. Remember, as I said earlier, as he continues to bat, the difference between the balls he's faced and the runs he scored will keep decreasing to a point where it may even happen that it far outstrips the number of runs he scores, outstrips the number of balls that he's faced.
Absolutely right. And Surya, once again, the stance pinches a quick single there. And with that, the score quickly moves along for India. It goes on to 175 for 4. So this has been like a moving over for India. We've had a few runs being made in this over, and this is the kind of over that India needed to make the most, and that brings the close to 38th over. 38 overs done. India's 175 for 4. Surya is on 63 of 79 deliveries, 5 boundaries, and Washington Sundar is on 17 of 30 with 1 boundary.
Yes, and Surya Kumar getting those runs in the previous over. What has been impressive is the seemingly risk-free cricket that he has played today. Even if there have been shots that have been played in the air, they have been away from the fielders. And whenever he's gotten boundaries, there has been a lot of assurance. What I like about Surya Kumar's batting is the fact that there is a lot of assurance even in the aggression. There doesn't seem to be he may be a busy player, but there doesn't seem to be the nervous energy which some busy players tend to have. Meanwhile, Akil Hussain starts a new over, and Surya Kumar has cut that towards the sweeper cover, and he will get a single. This partnership has now moved to 42 after the loss of KL Rahul and has come at good pace as well, consuming only 52 deliveries. And Sundar will now face Akil Hussain. In fact, it's Fabian Allen, I beg your pardon. 17 of 30 for Sundar, and he's driven this down the ground towards long on for a single.
If you look at the bowling figures, Nishad, Kimar Roach has bowled 8 overs, given away 42 and picked up 1. Alzari Joseph has bowled 7 and given away just 18. Odin Smith has bowled 7 and given away 29 and picked 2 wickets. So major bowlers have still got few overs left, but a major chunk is still left with Jason Holder, who's bowled 6 overs, 20 runs. And this time, Surya cuts that one to point and gets no run there. So major chunk is still left for Jason Holder and the spinners. So in a way, the back end of this innings could see a lot of spin being delivered by West Indies.
Yes, a lot of spin, and let's see whether it is counterproductive in that sense. Meanwhile, 2 consecutive dot deliveries for Fabian Allen there as Surya Kumar Yadav plays that towards a cover. And what an innings it has been. He's batting on 64 at the moment of 82 deliveries. They've got the sweeper cover out, long on, long off out, and square leg. And meanwhile, Surya Kumar is out. He tries to move across the line, sweeps it, but gets a top edge, and it has been taken by the short fine leg. A comfortable catch there. Is it Alzari Joseph? Yes, it is Alzari Joseph who's taken that catch. So India at 177 for 5. The linchpin who was expected to go on to get a big score and take India past a very good total has been dismissed. And now the responsibility falls upon 2 inexperienced players at this level, with Deepak Hooda walking in at number 7 to partner Washington Sundar.
It's a huge blow for India, especially considering the fact that Surya was a set batter and he had played a major part of the innings, rebuilt the innings, had done all the hard work. And it required him to carry on till the end. And he could have probably gone on and scored a big 100 as well over here. But he has missed out on it. And he goes back to the pavilion very disappointed. His face tells a story of its own, as he was foxed there by Fabian Allen and tried to sweep and got a top edge and was picked up at the short fine leg. Quite an easy catch for Alzari Joseph. A massive blow for India. A massive blow delivered to India's chances by Fabian Allen. The score is now 177 for 5. We are in the 39th over, and Washington Sundar still batting on 18 of 31. So this partnership was worth 43 runs for India for the 5th wicket. Came at a good clip. And just when it looked like they were going to build on it and ram home the advantage for India, against the run of play, Surya Kumar Yadav falls. And now India has got to rebuild once again. And as Nishad said, 2 inexperienced batters will be at the crease, and 2 batters who are not familiar with this kind of situation for India or at the international level will be tested here.
Deepak Hooda has walked in and played his first ball towards long on for a single. And that's the end of the over. A successful one for Fabian Allen, getting the big wicket of Surya Kumar Yadav, which is why India find themselves in this spot of bother with 177 for 5, 178 in fact. And at the other end, let us see the kind of change, if there is any, by West Indies. So far, it's been a good performance by the West Indies bowlers. Yes, there were times when they could have put India under a lot more pressure, but that's fine. Now they've managed to hit back again. And as I said earlier, anything, I think now obviously 300 looks unlikely, but if India, even if they get around 270, 280, which also is a lot from here, they've got Shardul Thakur as the only recognized batter to come. Meanwhile, Holder starts a new over. Huda has driven it on the rise towards the offside, and he will get a single. So yes, a big opportunity here for West Indies to apply that pressure, restrict India to a smaller total, maybe around 240, 250. And then when they are batting, keep applying that kind of pressure and play normal cricket to get there with Shea Hope, someone like a Shea Hope playing the sheet anchor's job.
Yeah, India's got 3 certified number 11s in today's 11 in Siraj, Prasidh Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal. We saw what Yuzvendra Chahal did in that final one day when India needed only 4 or 5 runs in the final over, and he just needed to bat sensibly, and he just couldn't hold the bat against the South African attack. And Siraj also, we've seen him in the test matches in South Africa, ready to back away at any given opportunity. And Prasidh Krishna is also a rabbit with the bat. So India's really looking at 3 walking wickets over there. So it's really down to this pair and Shardul Thakur after this to make it count for India in this particular match. And it needed a Surya Kumar Yadav to bat till the end. Meanwhile, plays that one uppishly on the leg side. The ball goes through the deep mid-wicket region. There's a fielder there, stops it, and the batters run through for 2, and the score moves along. And the score is now 181 for 5.
181 for 5. And in that shot played by Washington Sundar, there was shades of that fantastic hook that he had played at the Gabba, where 1 foot was off the ground. He had hooked it over fine leg for 6, and that brought life back into the Indian run chase, where they were getting close to the total. But this was played a lot more squarer, and they could get only 2 runs over there. The next ball has been flicked by Washington again through the leg side, and he will get a single. He's now moved into the 20s. He's batting on 21, and Deepak Huda is batting on 2 of 2 balls that he's faced so far. 2 balls remaining in this over. We are talking about a lot of 2s, and remember, this is the Doosra show, which you're watching on Digital 2 Sports. And so remember to subscribe to us on YouTube and press the bell icon for all the updates. Follow us across all social media platforms. You can see them right here on your screen. And Jason Holder running in to bowl the 5th ball of the 40th over. Huda has driven this down the ground towards mid-on, where Odean Smith is waiting for the ball, and there will be no run. So by the 40th over, India haven't crossed 200. Normally, in an ODI where teams tend to score big, we easily see scores around 230, 240 by the time the 40th over is bowled, whereby then teams realistically look at a score like 320, 340. But that's not going to happen here, of course, with India losing all those wickets. Who has played this again towards mid-on, a little bit more square, which is why he will get a single. And that finishes the 40th over, 183 for 5. And we will now take a quick break because the slog overs are coming up, and we've got Pankaj joining Chandresh, possibly the 2 of our flashiest batters coming in for the slog overs.
Welcome back after the break. You're watching Digital 2 Sports, a joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. My name is Chandresh Narayanan, and we're bringing to you live broadcast of the second one-day international between India and West Indies from the world's biggest cricket stadium, the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. And I've got with me Pankaj Atavale back, and I welcomed him back with a checked shot by Deepak Huda, which goes down to the long-off region, just a single. India is in a bit of trouble. The score moves along to 184 for 5. The back 10 overs have started, and the lesser bowlers are going to be bowling now, and India don't have the main batters to make the most of it.
And that's the basic problem because you have the opportunity to score, but Chandresh, you don't have the big guns that are going to be blazing. You have to sort of remain content with the small ammunition and the machine guns. That's what is happening. 184 for five, left arm over the wicket. Fabian Allen comes and Sundar wanted to dance down the wicket, but good anticipation shown there by the bowler because it was bowled flat into the legs, and Sundar could play it towards square leg. You mentioned about that Deepak Huda stroke. He wanted to play inside out, but couldn't really connect well. And this pitch is slightly dicey in the sense that the bounce is true, but then you have to select your bowlers and you have to select your deliveries as the next ball has been played straight towards long on for a single. So, Chandresh, singles and doubles, the big shots are missing.
Yeah, it's taking a bit of time for these two batters. Remember, these two batters are also looking to consolidate their place in the playing 11 in the one-day format. Deepak Huda is playing his second match, and Washington Sundar has been used majorly only in the T20 format. So you are looking at these two guys who are in the early stages of their one-day career. So they have a lot to prove themselves. In the meanwhile, the over gets over, and the score moves along to 185 for 5 after 41 overs. Huda's on 22, Huda's on 4, by 5, I beg your pardon, and Sundar's on 22. Scores 186 for 5 after 41. 9 overs to go, and India is in a bit of trouble in the sense that they need at least 270, 280 to feel secure in the chase that West Indies will undertake under lights, because the dew is going to be a big factor, and they need cushion of at least 20 to 30 runs to overcome this West Indies lineup. Remember, the regular West Indies white ball captain Kieron Pollard is not playing this match, and he's been in his place. Nicholas Puran is leading this West Indies lineup. Meanwhile, Deepak Huda is ready to face the next over. This time it's going to be Akhil Hossain. So, like I said, the lesser bowlers will be in operation, as in the spinners. The faster bowlers will take a bit of time to come back.
Yes, let's see how Deepak Huda approaches this, because he has an opportunity against Akhil Hossain. Let's see, left arm around the wicket. Huda goes for that spanking cover drive, but ends up playing it towards long off, just a single. And Huda is trying hard. Now, this can work both ways, because sometimes you can get that connect, but sometimes if you try too hard, the ball actually doesn't connect well. But Deepak Huda has been phenomenal. He can hit that ball really very hard. Washington Sundar will have to see. He'll have to time those deliveries, because he's not really a muscular character who can really spank that ball around. But the fall of Surya Kumar Yadav came at a very irritating time for India, when both Surya Kumar Yadav and Washington Sundar were actually playing well.
Absolutely, and just looking at the bowling figures for Akhil Hossain, this match has been particularly expensive. It's given away nearly 8 runs and over, and it shows that the Indian batters were prepared to take chances against him, because the faster bowlers had really tied the batters down. And so they decided that he's going to be the release bowler. He's going to be the bowler that they will go after. So I think that at some level, he's paid the price for being the release bowler for India. And in the previous game, he bowled very well. But this time he's gone for nearly 8 runs and over, and that can happen when the four seamers have really tied the batters down. So the batters are really looking for a release point, and in this match it so happened that it came from Akhil Hossain. But look at the bowling figures for Fabian Allen. He's given away 39 runs in his 8 overs and picked up a wicket, which means that he's bowled well and he's really kept things tight.
In the meanwhile, middle stump delivery played towards short mid wicket. Washington Sundar and Deepak Huda know that they are known for taking risks. They can take risks, but this is not the moment, because playing out of 50 overs is very important. 187 for 5, left arm round the wicket this time, and this time through square leg, Washington Sundar will be able to pick up a single. Again, the situation here demands something which is very difficult to balance, Chandresh. You got to get the beast out of you, but at the same time, you got to also be absolutely as cool as a monk. These are the overs when you have to kind of exploit these situations, and very, very difficult to do that.
Absolutely, India misses the experience and the ability of someone like a Mahendra Singh Dhoni, who was perfectly made for these final few overs. In the meanwhile, Deepak Huda again punches that one straight to long off. gets a single, and the score moves along swimmingly to 189 for 5. We're in the 42nd over. Deepak Hooda is on 7. He's playing his second ODI. Washington Sundar is giving him company on 23 of 39 deliveries.
Interesting scenario here for the West Indies, because they will be more than happy, because they will look at about 260, 270 from here from India. You never know what may happen, but from the trains that are there. Oh, it's a no ball. Unbelievable. You're right, Chandresh. Akil Hussain has been having a torrid time out there. And now with that no ball, I guess the third umpire informed the on-field umpire about it. And Washington Sundar has an opportunity there for the free hit. And yes, it's quite a decent no ball that has been bowled by Akil Hussain, who's in his fifth over. Getting Akil Hussain at this point of time, was it a good move by Nicholas Puran? That's also interesting, because I guess the batsmen have changed, crossed over. They can change the field for the free hit, as the fielder has been sent from short mid wicket to deep mid wicket. There is a short short fine leg in the 30-yard circle. No one else in the 30-yard circle on the onside. Left arm round the wicket comes Akil Hussain, and Washington Sundar tries to go for that big sweep, but he will find the fielder at deep mid wicket. Couldn't get under that ball for the elevation, and just a single. Akil Hussain will say, thank God, just a single of that free hit.
Yeah, Akil Hussain will be thanking his stars, and Washington Sundar will be cursing his stars for not being able to make the most of it. So, two contrasting emotions on display at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad, and Akil Hussain once again will be demanded of him, because the major bowlers, the quicker bowlers, have bowled a major chunk of the overs, and now he has to show that he's also the same kind of bowler, and he can create pressure on the batters here.
And Hooda punches that ball towards mid on. Akil Hussain ran himself all the way and stopped that ball, just restricting the batsman for a single. Interestingly, Deepak Hooda is trying. He's moving around. He's trying to sort of unsettle the bowler, but he's not able to get that length from where he can hit that shot. As Sundar batting on 24, 192 for 5. Next one coming down the track. He hits that ball in the air. Washington Sundar, and it's a catch. And look who's there. I thought it was Jason Holder. No, it's Fabian Allen, if I'm not mistaken. But whosoever it is, Akil Hussain gets a wicket. And this was around the corner, Chandresh, because Sundar had to go for that stroke. How far could he have stopped himself? 42 overs have been bowled, 192 for 6. And I guess now Lord Shardul will come. Once again, a flatter, quicker delivery. Couldn't get under it for the elevation. And a good catch right a few inches inside the long on boundary. Alzari Joseph was it, and India lose their 6th wicket.
Huge blow for India over there in this over, and just the kind of wicket India didn't want to lose, because this was the last recognized pair for India with the batting, because after Shardul Thakur, we've got 3 certified number 11s, and I've seen their certificate, in Mohammad Siraj, Yuzvendra Chahal, and Prasidh Krishna, all 3 really rabbits with the bat. So India really didn't want Washington Sundar to fall at this stage. Remember, we are just finished with the 42nd over, so you're looking at 8 overs, 48 deliveries, and you wanted at least these 2 batters to play together at least in the 45th or the 46th over. But unfortunately for India, Washington Sundar, in trying to clear the fielder, gets caught right on the boundary line, a few inches here and there, and Sundar could have fetched a 6. But unfortunately for Sundar, he goes for 24 of 41 deliveries with just 1 boundary, and India is now on 192 for 6 after 42 overs. Deepak Hooda is on 8, and this is the over number 43 that Fabian Allen is coming on to ball to Deepak Hooda.
Yes, they say that inventions are a result of reckless experiments, Chandresh. India did a reckless experiment today. In the meanwhile, first ball, Fabian Allen left around the wicket. Hooda tries to cut that ball, finds the fielder King at backward point, who dives and stops it. The idea was right from Hooda. There was the backward point and the short third man. He wanted to get that gap, pierce that gap in between, but couldn't get it. Dot ball, 192 for 6. Left arm round the wicket. This time, very slow through the air on the middle stump. Pushed towards long on for a single. Hooda not able to open up, and he's trying very hard. But as I said, India made a very reckless experiment today by sending Rishabh Pant up. Rishabh Pant at this particular point gives a lot of cushion to the lower middle order, but that was not the case. And Chandresh, it may happen that India may not last 50 overs.
And that's going to be a criminal act by India in this format. They say that if you can't bat 50 overs, you're doing a big disservice to your team. And India is at that stage right now in this particular match, and a lot depends on Deepak Hooda. Imagine the kind of pressure he's facing in his second
Yes,
ODI, has to shepherd the lower order and has to get India to a decent score. Else, India will be staring down the barrel in this particular match.
but no, playing with the lower order, as you said, shepherding the lower middle order is an art by itself. We have seen Michael Bevan, Michael Hussey, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, all of them do that. In the meanwhile, Shardul gets a delivery on the middle stump. He goes on the back foot, tries to push it through the long on area, but doesn't get it past short mid wicket. So dot deliveries, three in this over, only one run coming, and 193 for six. Fabian Allen bowls a very good line once again, and forcing Shardul Thakur to play that ball towards a short mid wicket straight to the fielder. This is pressure. And West Indies should be given the benefit for bowling a very tight line, even in these scenarios. Chandresh, as the next ball outside the off stump goes on the back foot, lovely cover drive by Shardul, but there is a fielder. So fielding placements, bowling changes, and a very tight line. These have been the guerrilla tactics for West Indies.
Absolutely, and it's worked well for them.
Yeah.
As In this particular over, just 2 runs came of that over. Just 2 runs. Imagine the kind of pressure that Fabian Allen has exerted. He's given away just 41 runs from his 9 overs and picked up a crucial wicket of Surya Kumar Yadav. So he's done the job that the captain Nicholas Puran had been looking for. As 43 overs are done, 194 for six. India is going to fall way short of the projected target of about 270, 280. And if they do reach that particular target, it's very important that Deepak Hooda is there right till the end of the innings.
In the end, yes. And he will need some lusty blows, which he's trying to create, but he's not getting an opportunity. As Allen has completed 9 overs, 1 for 41. Very good bowling by him. I guess, in fact, Pooran needs to get Jason Holder, but he continues with Akil Hussain. And I don't know, Jason Holder is sort of an outcast in the West Indian side. He's not given enough batting opportunities, neither bowling opportunities. But 194 for six. Deepak Hooda is there, in fact, at the non-strikers end, and it is going to be Shardul Thakur to take strike as left arm round the wicket. Akil Hussain starts. Beating the batsman in pace, quicker one, wanted to work it on the onside, thick outside edge. Ball goes towards the short third man region. I guess it went off the pad also, but both these batsmen have no idea whatsoever how the pitch is behaving and how the West Indians are bowling.
Absolutely, and full marks to Akil Hussain for exploiting the pitch after the initial phase when he struggled to get going. But this time he concedes a single, and the score moves along swimmingly to 195 for six. We are in the 44th over. Deepak Huda's on 9, and Shardul Thakur's on 2 of 6 deliveries.
Amazing point here on the journey of this particular match. Chandresh, India completed 100 runs in the 25th over. And now they are struggling here to reach the 200-run mark, as there's a short third man, there's a backward point, there's a deep point, short cover, and long off. Deepak Hooda once again playing sensibly along the carpet towards long off for a single. He's just waiting for that opportunity to break, but then he's not able to kind of break the shackles that Akil Hussain and Fabian Allen have introduced. Probably Allen may bowl the next over also, considering the fact that these bowlers are not able to pick up things.
Absolutely. And these are the kind of overs that India needed to cash in on. But because they lost so many wickets up front, they've not been able to cash in on these easy overs that have come their way. And at some level, India would be cursing their luck at not being able to make the most of these overs from the spinners, who are supposedly the weaker links of this West Indies lineup. And the spell that Fabian Allen has bowled confirms the kind of pressure that the Indian batters have felt in this innings.
Once again, a dot ball as Shardul tries to drive it through the covers. Nicholas Puran is there, and it's all the blame on the experimentation, unnecessary. Neither it gave you, in fact, any sort of a dash or any spike in your scoring. At least if Rishabh Pant would have scored a quick fire 30-40, still that would have been okay. But that was not to be the case. Played defensively. by Shardul Thakur to end the over. And this is turning out to be quite interesting. What are the Indians thinking? Suddenly, a strong side under these kind of conditions is looking like a fragile mindset because under circumstances, India, even the lower order batsmen would have gone for the big shots because India needs those spikes in the scores. But India 44 overs, 196 for 6.
Absolutely right. In all sorts of trouble here at the end of 44 overs, 6 overs to go. I think one of these batters now had to take charge. They can't afford to let the overs stick by without anyone taking charge here. And I think that the time has come for, say, a Shardul Thakur to tell Deepak Hooda, right, he's taking off and he's going to make the most of this final over of Fabian Allen. The faster bowlers, I think that it's going to be difficult for them to take hold of. So I think Fabian Allen and Akhil Hossain, these two bowlers, they need to make the most of it. And I think the time has come for one of these guys to take charge. I back Shardul Thakur, and I think he started off the first delivery on the 45th over. They've heard me. And Hooda's taken off and played uppishly on the offside, gets a boundary, a much needed boundary for India to bring up the 200 for India in the 45th over. The first delivery of the 45th over dispatched to the boundary.
Lovely shot, making room for himself and going over the covers. This is like a breath of fresh air after you have been choked down by your opponent on the mat. And Deepak Hooda, will he be the hero? 200 comes up for India, 200 for 6. Deepak Hooda comes down the track and works it towards the deep mid-wicket zone. It's the gap between mid-wicket and long on. They'll come back for the second run. Now suddenly the engine has started running, but will these two be able to break the shackles? Because still 225 is the first target, 250 the next target, and probably 270 or 275 also. 45th over is in progress.
Yeah, like I said, this is the over to start the aggressive approach because time's running out, the number of overs are running out. So I think Hooda has decided that he's going to be taking charge. This time plays it again on the offside to widest long off region, gets a single there. And with that single, he moves along nicely. The score moves along to 203 and Hooda's moved along to 17 of 16 deliveries.
So Allen is in his last over, has given away 48 runs, and the West Indies do sense an opportunity here because India will try to go hammer on tongs, as you said, but that also creates opportunities for wickets. Now, this is going to be an interesting time as Shardul is on strike. Will he also try to replicate his partner? Because Hooda is getting the connections at the other end. In fact, Shardul drives that ball nicely towards wideish long on for a single and decides that he will let Deepak Hooda do the needful, do the damage. But 204 for 6. And I guess, Chandresh, the mindset will change in the last 5 overs. So they're just waiting for the 45th over to get over. And then these two will then decide that now it's time to go after the bowling. Allen bowls coming down the track. Good ball. He saw Deepak Hooda dancing down the track and he bowled it slightly wide, slightly slow. Hooda had to improvise and drive it towards deep extra cover just for a single. So Allen is also thinking and he's waiting. He's trying to read the batsman's mind. But 205 for 6.
I think Allen's bowled a terrific spell here for Captain Nicholas Pooran. To support the faster bowlers with this kind of a spell speaks volumes about his temperament, and hats off to him for the way he has handled the whole thing and he's delivered the goods. This time cuts that one and the ball goes to the short third man region. No damage done and no run take. Did they run through for a single? Yes, they did. So that's the end of over number 45. India's 205 for 6. Hooda's moved on to 18 of 17 deliveries and Shardul's on 3 of 11 deliveries.
Antithesis of the first match. India were looking so confident and comfortable in the first match. Here the West Indies did their homework, came back with a plan A as well as the contingency plans, and it has worked for them. Now it all depends, or it has to be seen whether their batting also works as per plans or not. But a smaller target will always create a lot of pressures on the Indian bowlers. Even though you have the Yajuvendra Chahal and the Washington Sundars and everyone, still it becomes a difficult time for the bowlers. But how far can India go? Tell us in the chat box, comment. What do you think about it? After 50 overs, can India reach 260? Tell us about it. Tell us how do you like the
I
broadcast.
don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, Acha, you already
I'm
wrote in the chat box.
I'm already written in the chat box. So if you agree with me, please write yes. If you don't agree with me, write no. Can India reach 260? Here's your chance right now. I'm saying no. Pankaj, what's your reply?
Pankaj is asking the question. So I'll be the quiz master. Okay, I'll say yes, chalo,
You can't
250.
sit on the fence. You can't sit on the fence. This is the
Oh,
Doosra show.
okay.
We are on Digital 2 Sports, a joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. You can't afford to sit on the show.
I
Our
say yes,
viewers
chalo.
don't believe in us sitting on the fence. They want us
Okay.
to be taking more of a charge here. So I think you need to be a bit more bold in your approach.
Okay, so here
Are you convinced now to take a chance?
yes, yes, sir. We are the bold and the beautiful, so we have to take the chance. Alzari Joseph outside the off stump, and it's been played uppishly by Shardul Thakur over point for a single. I say yes, India will reach to 50. Chandresh says no. You tell us whether you agree or not. Just type yes or no, or whatever you feel like in the chat box. Quickly, quickly, because Alzari Joseph is bowling at a very brisk pace, and in the 46th over, 207 is the score for the loss of 6 wickets. Just about 4.5 runs score over Chandresh. Some big lusty blows the need of the hour.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that I think if India needs a lot more from this pair. And like I said, one of them has to decide to take charge. The previous over, we saw Deepak Huda showing some flashes of aggressive behavior, but I think we need more from him. We need more from him if India are even attempting to reach 250.
Yes, MS Dhoni has already given us the various templates of how to play deep, and because Deepak Chahar has used that template very well, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has used that template very well, and Deepak Huda probably is also trying to do that. Shardul Thakur is on strike right now. Alzari Joseph in his 8th over has given away 3 runs till now, and he bowls to Shardul. Shardul tries to go for that cut stroke, but what a beautiful delivery. Chandresh on that off stump, bouncing very close to the body of Shardul Thakur. No room whatsoever to hit that stroke, and the ball beats the top edge of the bat while its way to the wicket keeper. Unbelievable. Even at this moment, Alzari Joseph is able to bowl so accurately.
He's been very impressive, not just in this match, even in the previous match, he's been very impressive. And you've got to hand it to him the way he's maintained pressure on the Indian batters right through. And he's giving a good account of himself just in time for the IPL auction, which happens this time. He gets a boundary there and plays over the wicketkeeper's head. Lucky boundary there for India. So far in this match, India has not had luck going their way, but that's a much needed boundary there for India. And as long as they come, they should come, and India would be hoping that more of the same from the two batters.
Yes, came from the top edge of the bat. He tried to just pull it instinctively, looking at the ball, which was dug out short by Alzari.
But I still don't think India will reach 250.
I think India will just squeeze past it, or at least the target will be 240. So India will make 249. That's what I may say. Outside the off stump, it's been high up in the air by Shardul Thakur. Miscued stroke, and it's a catch at backward point. So Alzari Joseph, troubling Shardul Thakur with those short of length deliveries, gets another wicket for the West Indies. And Shardul Thakur, this time it was, he thought he can live with danger, play with fire. India 212 for 7 in the 46th over. Chandresh, your forecast may just be correct.
I'm always correct. I've always been proved correct. The captains are listening to me, the bowlers are listening to me, and the batters are listening to me. I don't need anything else in life right now. Whatever I touch is turning into gold. So if you have anything in mind, if you want to ask for something, here's the time.
Here's the time.
Here's the time. So our question still remains: can India reach 250? I feel no. Pankaj feels yes. Reply with yes or no now, and let us know what you think right now.
Tell us, do you agree with Paras Mani Chandresh, or you agree with the bold and the beautiful Pankaj? That's the situation right now. But India, whatever may be the case, Chandresh, India has really made a mess of things in this innings. See, you never know what may happen in cricket. India may just win this match. But then there's no need for tampering, and tampering has led to adulteration of the batting lineup. And look what has happened. We have Yaju, in fact, Siraj is there in the middle, along with Deepak Huda, who may just run out of partners. India 212 for 7.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that. And 46 overs done, 24 legal deliveries left in this Indian innings. And it's going to be interesting to see. Like I said, India's got 3 certified number 11s, and I've seen their certificates. Don't ask me how, when, but I've seen their certificates.
No. I think we were the ones who certified them number 11. So that's
You are not supposed to let trade secrets out.
Oh, doesn't matter. But these are our audience. This is our family. As the next ball outside the off stump, pushed by Deepak Huda towards a cover and mid-off for a single, as Jason Holder has been brought back into the attack, has been absolutely miserly, very, very economical, has given away only 25 runs. What can Mohammad Siraj do? Can he be that man wielding the sword who can come randomly in the battle and get some runs? Shami has done this earlier, but we have not seen Siraj doing this quite often.
Siraj, I've seen him right through the test series in South Africa. He would just back away. Every time the fast bowlers would bowl, he would just back away. And he was a walking wicket during the test matches. India needs to avoid that. And for that, he just needs to trust himself.
Yes, he trusts himself. So the ball on the middle stump, he works it towards deep backward square leg for a single. And this is the 47th over. So India have gone up to 214 now for the loss of 7 wickets. Just again 4.5 runs per over. But what a wicket there, because Shardul Thakur didn't realize that the ball was too short. He tried to drive through it and got a top thick edge, and the ball went really up high. So Chandresh says India will not reach 250. I am of the opinion that they might just squeeze and they will reach. Do you agree? Put it in the chat box. Holder bowls to Deepak Huda. Huda, goes for that upper scoop, uppercut, whatever you may call it. But in fact, Smith fields it. They're coming for the desperate second run. Dive put in by Deepak Huda. And the stumps have been dislodged by the wicketkeeper. It was Odean Smith who stopped, in fact, got that ball back. Hope got the stumps out. And in fact, Huda made a daring attempt to reach into the safety of the crease. It's all happening at Motera.
It's all happening right here at the Narendra Modi Stadium, the world's biggest cricket stadium. And it's a tough call now for India. They need to make most of the final few overs, and all depends on Deepak Huda, who's batting on 21. He made a desperate dash. And good to see that kind of commitment from the young man. Playing only second one-day international, he's giving it his all and makes it in time. I think there was no need for the umpire to go to the third umpire. He was well in.
Chandresh, you know the pressures of cricket nowadays. Even though the on-field umpire is very sure it's for the fans to get that entertainment and a lot of other reasons because of which the third umpire comes into picture. Probably also we are paying him, so might as well make him work. 216 for 7. Huda on strike comes down the track, but good ball by Holder. He's an experienced campaigner. Yorker, which can be dug out towards mid-off only for a single. Huda is on 24. India 217 for 7. Gasping for air in the last few meters of the race. And this is not what the doctor had ordered for India.
Yeah, the doctor ordered something else, but Pankaj had already clarified that what the doctor has ordered, and the Indian team forgot to have their apple today. In the meanwhile, Siraj clumsily plays that one, gets a single, and the score moves along to 218 for 7. We are in the 47th over. Deepak Huda is on 24 of 22 deliveries, and Mohammad Siraj has just come to the crease. He's batting on 1.
Some lusty blows. Miss hits, big shots, whatever you call it, but that is the need of the hour, because otherwise India will not even be able to make up to 250, and that will be a psychological boost for the West Indians. But Jason Holder, now in his 8th over, Huda is on strike. He gets a ball down the leg side. He flicks it nicely towards the short fine leg zone. He beats the fielder, and there is a boundary after a long time for India. And at the end of 47 overs, a double Nelson, 2-2-2 for the loss of 7 wickets. Huda keeping his cool and trying to play deep, even though for the risk of being called as non-aggressive, but he is trying to play the whole set of 50 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole set of 50 overs, you're right. And we are at the end of over number 47, 2-2-2 for 7. We'll take a quick break here.
Welcome back, and this is a very, very funny situation for India as India trying to kind of get some runs on the board. It's a drought that they are facing. The harvest hasn't been good, the bowling has been sensational, and the batting has not been good at all. But there is a wicket in the form of Mohammad Siraj that has just fallen in the form of the bowling of Alzari Joseph, slightly short of lane, trying to go lean back and play it over the wicketkeeper. Thick edge, wicketkeeper survives, he takes the catch, and Nishad welcome. But then this welcome is at the cost of the wicket of Mohammad Siraj. India lose their 8th wicket.
Yes, and Siraj trying to do what Virender Sehwag, Sachin Tendulkar, Shardul Thakur. I'm adding Shardul Thakur because he's been playing those kind of shots. But Siraj, as we know, used to try to be a moving target, but not quite worked over there for him. And Yuzvendra Chahal now is the number 10 who's walked out to bat. 224 for 8. This is the 48th over. 3 balls have gone. At the other end is Deepak Hooda, who's not yet faced a ball in this over. As much as possible, he has to face those deliveries. And let's see, because there is a slip, a point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket in the circle. So men being packed in because they don't want India to get the easy single.
Yes, as Yajuvendra Chahal gets Alzari Joseph bowl it outside the off stump, pushes it quickly towards wideish mid-off, and the quick single has been taken. So Chahal decides to steal a quick single so that Hooda can be brought back on strike. And the fun here is that India are struggling, no doubt about that. I'm sure Siraj, in fact, Nishad, sorry, this is not the match that the under 19 team should have been shown. They are here for the felicitation and they're watching the men disintegrate like this. But 225 for 8.
Yes, and possibly, I mean, maybe we felt the wicket was a lot better for batting than it actually is, to be really honest. And in the first game, we saw the way West Indies were bowled out. Now, Deepak Hooda has cut this past point, but the third man gets across pretty quickly and he will only get a single. Now, of course, the last ball of this over coming up from Alzari Joseph, he's bowled a very good spell. 2 for 29, and this will be the last ball of his 9th over. And this is also the last ball of the 48th over. Chahal will face it, and of course, he will not want to take a single. This is only the 12th time that Chahal is batting in ODIs, and he has scored a great total of 56 runs so far. So not much experience there. Although I must remind the viewers that there was this one ODI early in New Zealand in 2019 where India were bowled for 80 or 90 all, and Chahal was the top scorer in that innings.
Oh no, here comes Chahal is there, gets a ball on the off stump, wanted to just push it in the gap and take a single, but this was the last ball of the over. There was a vacant area where the ball went, and Huda said, "No, I'm not taking the run because the strike will remain with me in the next over." And Alzari Joseph is asking Yajuvendra Chahal, "Why didn't you run, man? I gave you a very simple delivery." And Chahal would say something else. But anyway, this is the situation. West Indies have been all over the Indians right from the first over, and the Indians probably caught up in their mind games, in their insane experimentation, leaving the lower middle order exposed. And Nishant, this pitch is a 260 to 80 kind of a pitch. Not that it has demons in it, but the Indian batsmen have not been able to apply themselves, and they have sort of fallen at very uncomfortable occasions, leading to which the partnerships couldn't bloom. And the score couldn't really get a momentum anytime throughout the innings.
Yes, the momentum hasn't been quite there. And, although there was a partnership building which was getting the momentum, and then it sort of went off because of the way KL Rahul got run out. And again, there was another partnership building between Washington and Surya. And again, Surya got out, was dismissed against the run of play. Meanwhile, 2 overs left. Deepak Huda has to do the bulk of the work here, has to face the bulk of the deliveries here. And just getting a replay of the last game. Was it pad first? Yes, I think just a little bit the pad first, and they actually reviewed it. And I think it may have just flicked the pad before going on to the bat, and West Indies have actually reviewed. And the original decision was, of course, not out. You just have a look.
Yes, Nishant. It's a very good review that they have taken. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but I think the impact could be umpire's call, maybe marginally outside the off stump. We will just have to wait for ball tracking, but there's no doubt that it struck the pad before it went on to hit the bat.
Very interesting, very interesting. The ball might just go over the stumps, but the impact looks in front.
I told you
umpire's call.
Yeah,
I told you the wickets are unbelievable.
You could just see the top part of the pad going a little bit outside the off stump. So I felt the impact would be umpire's call, and umpire Virender Sharma they've gone with it, and he now moves towards square leg because there will be a change in end since it's the end of the over, and Jason Holder will not complete his quota of 9 overs today, but he will now bowl to Deepak Huda with 2 overs to go. And Holder comes in to bowl the first ball of the 49th over. Huda has flat batted it over cover, but the fielder's there. A simple catch, and with that, it's the end of the innings for Deepak Huda. 226 for 9.
Unbelievable. Parasmani Chandresh Narayanan his forecast will come true. His predictions will come true. Looks like it, because India 226 for 9. Slow delivery outside the off stump. Jason Holder knew that Deepak Huda would be going for that big stroke, and Huda went for that shot, and he could not clear the fielder at deep extra cover, and a very good catch in the end by Akil Hussain. Jason Holder strikes, and India slipped further down the hole. Nishad. 29 is what Deepak Huda made. He played a pretty good knock, but under the circumstances, it is not enough. Unbelievable. India, in fact, getting India out under 230, 235 is a great achievement for the West Indies.
Yes, absolutely. It is the relentless pressure that they've kept applying. And even when the couple of partnerships took off, they could come back from there. And yes, a couple of times, I mean, the Rahul run out shouldn't have happened. Meanwhile, the senior partner in Yuzvendra Chahal will take strike. And 226 for 9. Chahal is now, Prasidh Krishna has walked in as the last man. Chahal will be facing this delivery by Jason Holder. 226 for 9. And this ball is full. Chahal drives it back towards the bowler. There will be no run.
What can these last two players add? India really under very, very difficult situations, and this shouldn't have been the case as far as India is concerned. And they were completely trapped. They were sort of guided into this particular situation by the guerrilla tactics. that the West Indians operated. But here comes Jason Holder to Yajuvendra Chahal. Shot pulled, it's gone in that fine leg zone. Will they come back for the second run? Yes, they do. And with those 2 runs, India go up to 228 for 9. Never thought that these kind of desperate situations or desperate measures will have to be taken care by India, but they have themselves to blame. But how far can they go? How far can they make it as comfortable as possible for their bowlers? Because now the entire Indian future in this particular match, Nishad, depends on their bowlers.
Yes, and for India to win this game, they have to get through the top order really quickly and apply the same pressure they did in the last game. Because as we know, the West Indies middle order doesn't have that much firepower in terms of having the experience, particularly with Kieron Pollard also getting out due to injury. There's no Shimron Hetmeyer, there's no Kieron Pollard. Nicholas Pooran will have to do the bulk of the work there. The top order isn't quite settled with Brandon King is still trying to establish himself. Darren Bravo was out of the side for a while. He's coming back into the team. So all these things said and done, India also have the opportunity to put serious pressure on that top order.
Yes,
Because
but this match has come alive as the last man, Prasidha Krishna, gets a bouncer from Jason Holder. He has to lean back and let it go to the keeper. Has a smile on his face, and he will say, "Of course, you're going to target me. You didn't target the top order batsman, but Jason Holder will say, we target everybody, and here you are, a kid. So play 229 for 9. Only 7 more deliveries left after this. So West Indies have done the job, and one good thing, Nishad, is that the West Indies didn't give up midway. Anyway, where India could get an opportunity or a window of opportunity as the last ball of the over tries to drive it, Prasidha Krishna, but missing it completely, and that is a dot ball. What an over this has been! What a spell! 9 overs, 1 for 37, only 3 runs coming from this over. Jason Holder, fantastic player.
229 for 9, and now the last over coming up. West Indies, there were moments when there were a few misfields. It looked like the intensity was coming off, but they regrouped really well. And that is what the key is. You will have to regroup at various points, and you get those opportunities in the 50 over game.
True, very true. And now the question remains, how can India sort of bounce back from these kind of situations? Because these are very tricky places. And if India sort of comes back, and will there be some innovativeness in their strategy? Because we have seen Dhoni using the slower bowler spinners very initially, as Alzari Joseph starts a new over in the legs. And what a shot there by Chahal. He was cramped for space, but very nicely chipped it over the bowler. There was a fielder at mid-off. He was able to beat him, and a boundary, a welcome boundary after quite some time for India. And that too from the bat of Yajuvendra Chahal, 233 for 9.
Yes, and of course, this is only the 8th 4 that Chahal has hit in international cricket.
you really get your numbers, and these are so interesting numbers that we're really surprised how this can happen. In the meanwhile, slightly short, wanted to cut. The ball beats the top edge of the bat, and no foot movement whatsoever because the ball was very compact, and it ends up into the gloves of the keeper. Still, the score is 233 for 9. 4 more deliveries to go. Can India make it up to 250? Otherwise, I'll lose my bet to Chandresh Narayanan.
Yes, and as I was telling you, his highest score, Chahal's highest score of 18 not out. That was the highest score for India as well when they were bowled out for 92. 18 not out, he outscored everybody else because Hardik Pandya was the second highest scorer at 16. And then Kuldeep Yadav had scored 15.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can imagine.
Oh, there's an overthrow. In fact, Yajuvendra Chahal pulled that ball. It went to short mid-wicket. Nicholas Pooran was there, picked up, threw at the stumps. The direct hit would have sent Yajuvendra Chahal back in the pavilion, but there was an overthrow, and Yajuvendra Chahal was very, very agile and alert to steal that second run, and that too to hurt the West Indies a bit more. And 2 runs have been taken. Very good running there, Nishad, as a 235 for 9. 3 more deliveries left. What a match. Desperate times for India. How far can they scrape through? How far can they kind of gather runs? And this time, driven a slow delivery towards mid-off for a single, 236 for 9. Baby steps for India in the dying moments of the game.
Yes, and exactly. We've got We've got only 235 on the board. Like India have got 235 on the board. And so far, 3 balls to go. Chahal has got 11 of 9 deliveries. And Prasidh Krishna has paced 2 balls, but not yet opened his account. 236 for 9, 2 deliveries to go. And yes, this is the second ODI. You are watching Digital 2 Sports. This is the Doosra show, and Prasidh Krishna to face Alzari Joseph makes room, tries to pull it, and the batters get across for a bye. And with that, Chahal will come on strike to face the last delivery. 236 for 9. If he can get a 4, then India get past that 240 run, that stage. But let's see if Chahal has got it in him to hit this one for a 4.
Unbelievable, desperate situations for India, because 240 may not be enough. You never know. But on this surface, 240 is not a par score that you would look at after you bat first. But the last ball of the innings, Joseph bowling to Chahal. Chahal goes for that uppercut, but missing it completely. Beats the top edge in the hands of the keeper, in the gloves of the keeper. Chahal has a wry look at the square leg umpire just to squeeze a wide delivery, but then it is not to be. And that is the end of the 50th over. 50 overs, India have been able to only gather 237 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. That means, Nishad, West Indies will come out to face a target of 238 runs.
Yes, 238 runs. And when we have a look at the scorecard, then we will see that Surya Kumar Yadav was India's best batter on the day, and he was the top scorer because he had to resurrect the innings after the early loss of wickets. And just to give you a summary of what's happened so far in this innings, India finished on 237 for 9. So Surya Kumar Yadav 64, followed by KL Rahul on 49. That was the main partnership for India. This after India had lost Rohit Sharma early. Rishabh Pant opened today, and he and Virat Kohli had fallen in the same over by Dean Smith. As a unit, the West Indies fast bowlers were exceptional. Alzari Joseph with 2 for 36. Dean Smith, who's come in for the injured captain Kieron Pollard, 2 for 29. And rest of the bowlers also chipping in. Kemar Roach with 1 for 42 in 8 overs. So all in all, a fantastic effort by the West Indies. Not to forget Jason Holder with 1 for 37. The spinners didn't have the best of days, but also contributed with the wickets. So what we will do right now is we will take a short break from this live commentary, and we will be back soon. But stay tuned to Digital 2 Sports, because there is a lot more in store for you, our viewers. Welcome
Welcome
back to
back
the
to
Doosra
this
show. Yes.
show. Yes, and both of us started. Oh yes, Nishad, come on.
And that's the kind of tal mail, to
Yes.
use the Hindi word, that openers should have. And we've started off on a very good note. And we use the exact same words. Anyways, Pankaj, now I'll let you do the honors and then follow suit.
Okay, so here we go. India have given a target of 238. Hope and King are the openers. Welcome to this digital broadcast from us here, and Pankaj and Nishad are there with you. So, Nishad, Shardul Thakur starting the proceedings as Hope is there on strike this time on the off stump, trying to play away from the body. Ball getting the inside of the bat on the pad and then trickling towards the covers. India will have to be super excited, super aggressive because in the first over, Siraj was not that effective. He gave away 5 runs, though he was a bit spicy. But then the West Indians have also come with a very, very proactive plan.
They have to, and they want to put pressure right away. They know that the middle order will be under pressure. Meanwhile, Shea Hope is the key for West Indies here. He's someone who can play that sheet anchor role that Pankaj you were talking about. He's so far faced 8 deliveries and scored 4. Shardul Thakur comes into bowl. The fourth ball of the second over, that's been defended solidly by Shea Hope. 5 for no loss, 1.4 overs gone, and early wickets being the key for India. And West Indies just have to build their innings around Shea Hope. At the other end, you've got a Brandon King, who's known for his explosive and attacking batting. So you've got two openers with contrasting styles, and they've got to contribute in their own way.
Yeah, very interesting to see, Nishad. If India had scored 37 runs in their 10 overs, how many will the West Indians score? Because they have a very interesting flavored opening pair. Shea Hope right now is on strike. 4 balls have been dot balls by Shardul, and once again a dot ball as the ball right on the money, on the off stump, on the good length spot, and Hope getting no chance whatsoever. Apart from playing that ball defensively. In fact, Ronston Chase is also a decent batter, but then now he's been drafted more in the 2020 squad. Probably he could have been also been useful in these kind of conditions.
Absolutely, and I feel so because Roston Chase is someone who takes his time in the middle. Now, recently, he's shown the power game. Earlier, he wasn't considered a fit for T20 cricket. Even for ODI, sometimes it was felt he may have been a bit too slow. But last year, during the Caribbean Premier League, he showed that he can truly deliver as a big hitter. Meanwhile, end of the over, 2 overs gone, 5 for no loss. So Chase has made that transition. Now, if we look at his test record, we see that he is a more than a capable batter. So now we can see that he's become an all-round player. He may not have the best of averages, but he's someone who can bring that stability to the middle. But there's
Definitely,
one
and
player
a
who I
maiden over
think
to
West
begin
Indies
with
will miss
by
is
yes.
Shimron Hetmeyer, who is out due to fitness reasons. And it's very crucial, not just for Hetmeyer's international career, but for West Indies middle order, that they get Hetmeyer fit and back into the scheme of things.
Yes, with the different hairstyles and the hair colors that Siraj has won right now. Straight drive, but good fielding of his own bowling on the very first delivery. Today, he's looking blonde, but will that change his fortunes? Fuller length delivery to King, and King drives it very nicely, but good fielding of his own bowling. Fashion and trends and influences are so much that we had Kemar Roach with a handful of gold around his neck, and we have Siraj now with some similar accessories. But 5 without any wicket, West Indies, a decent start.
5 without any wicket. It's a very, very decent start so far. Not trying to take too many expansive chances because they know the target isn't a lot. Someone like a Shea Hope being there, and they've got a very good chance because he's someone who can hold the innings together. Meanwhile, Brandon King will try to get set and into his more attacking rhythm. So far, decent bowling by the Indian bowlers, and Mohammad Siraj trying to build up on the good work that he showed in the first ODI.
Yes, and Shardul bowling a maiden from the other end also has made a lot of difference for Siraj. He can build up the pressure, comes in steaming hard, this time on the middle and the off stump, pushed back to the bowler. So the aggression is being shown by the Indians because they want to create panic in the West Indian camp, but the West Indian openers look calm as a monk. Very interesting. We had that Dwayne Bravo coming next, Brooks, Nicholas Puran,
Darren
decent
Bravo,
bowler.
Darren Bravo, that's his brother.
Oh, sorry, Apna. So many bravos. Darren Bravo, I just got into the DJ mode. This maroon jersey is making all the difference today, Nishad.
Yes, absolutely. And look at that. You've got Shamar Brooks, who's a recent addition to the West Indies lineup. He's been around the test side, can also play the stabilizing role. It's just about getting set into the middle order. Darren Bravo has been out of the side for a while. In fact, Darren Bravo played the same under 19 World Cup as Virat Kohli, was thought of to be the next big thing. Hasn't quite been there. There are a few players who haven't quite delivered in that sense. I think one of them is him. The other is Pakistan's Umar Akmal, who I feel could have surely had a long and successful international career. But Darren Bravo also, he's got the flair of Brian Lara. He's got a similar batting style, looks also similar. In fact, he's also related to Brian Lara. So, which is why that there is a bit of that similarity. But yeah, if he's not delivered as much as people thought he would, and nevertheless, a good chance for him here to build up a second coming in an international career.
Yes, you mentioned about Umar Akmal. So if you want to enjoy his whatever skills he may have, you can still connect with us at Digital Sports, because we are also covering the Pakistan Super League and so many other wonderful things for all of you. And here comes Siraj, slightly short, going on the back foot, keeping it down. King is playing a very, very different innings today. And again, a maiden over. So back-to-back
Yes.
maiden overs. West Indies are in for the fight. They know they need to keep their cool, and they are very, very nicely going ahead. So 5 without any wicket after 3 overs. And you mentioned about the under 19 thing, and a lot of players don't take off. You remember there was a time when West Indies started off with two youngsters called Chris Gale and Wavell Hines. Wavell Hines sort of kind of went into the shadows, and Chris Gale went on to really play a long, long innings in international cricket in all formats and entertaining
Okay,
us.
I will.
So,
Pankaj, I have a question for you.
hmm,
Chris Gale played the 1998 Under 19 World Cup, and I think he scored. I think he was the leading run scorer. But who was the leading wicket taker of that tournament?
of that tournament, that will be interesting.
Make a wild guess.
Yes, let's see. Shardul Thakur starts a new over. Hope is there with a slip in place just on the off stump, nicely pushed in that gap between mid-off and cover. And the batsman will cross over for a single six without any wicket. Give me some clues, bro.
Okay, he's not a regular bowler, but from the West Indies.
From the West Indies. That's very interesting. Yes, probably you can give the answer.
Ramnaresh Sarwan.
That was too much.
Ramnaresh Sarwan bowling leg breaks was the leading wicket taker of that tournament, and he bowled very little in international cricket, but one of his more memorable wickets was, meanwhile, I'll just come back to that, Shardul Thakur bowls outside the off stump. Brandon King has played it towards third man, and he will get a single. So this was in 2006 in a test match at St. Lucia, and India had piled on the runs. I mean, Sehwag had scored a quick fire century. Wasim Jafar, I think, got a half century.
Yes.
Rahul Dravid was past 100. Mohammad Kaif also got 100 in that innings. But Rahul Dravid batting way past 100 in his 140s, and he gets a long off from Ramnaresh Sarwan outside the off stump, and he tries to scoop cut it and hits it straight to the fielder at point. So sometimes those things happen. Meanwhile, Shea Hope has played this rising delivery from Shardul Thakur towards mid-wicket, was on his 2 feet and in the air, managed to keep it down, but there will be no run there.
And Shardul is maintaining a very good line throughout his overs. He has kept that off-stump line. This was slightly back of length, which bounced a bit, and Hope just jumping up on his front foot, just worked it towards the onside, where at a short mid-wicket there was Yuzvendra Chahal, and Shardul thought that if the ball would have looped up a bit in the air, would have been interesting. Once again on the off-stump, moving away a bit, nicely opening the face of the bat, and Hope plays it towards a point, and no run on that occasion. So the West Indians don't seem to be in any hurry whatsoever, and they are playing sensibly. There's no doubt about it. But India will have to really do something different or something extraordinary in order to create panic or set the cat amongst the pigeons. But good to see that the West Indians are sort of playing. Maybe they're not known for it, but this is a one-day game. You got to make 238. So let's go about it as Shardul bowls. The next one, slightly outside the off stump and moving away. Good judgment there as Shea Hope lets it go past him.
Yes, and so far a good line being maintained by Shardul, just a little bit outside the off stump. And these Indian opening quicks know that they've got to maintain the pressure. Later, Prasidh Krishna will come in, bringing in a little bit of that pace element, and that will surely help the Indian lineup because these three are very different bowlers. So that's a very good thing to see. Meanwhile, Shardul coming in to bowl the last ball of the fourth over. West Indies are 7 for no loss. Shea Hope batting on 5, facing this last ball. Short ball tries to pull it, and an acrobatic take by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. End of the over, 7 for no loss after 4.
So if Shardul Thakur can get this much of bounce, the pitch is looking very, very good. It has something for both the batter and the bowlers, but it's up to them how to extract and exploit. It's not going to come your way very easy. That's the situation. So 7 without the loss of any wicket after 4 overs. Brandon King and Shea Hope are there. All these pronunciations are so interesting. I thought it's a Shy Hope, a Shea Hope, and then you have a Kyron Pollard and the Kieron Pollard. So many things are there. We commentators try to kind of get the pronunciations as authentic as possible. As Siraj just starts a new over, West Indies 7 without any wicket. Brandon King is on strike right now. Right arm over the wicket, first ball outside the off stump, played defensively to short extra cover by King. King is playing slightly in an unnatural manner, but he's quite comfortable and calm about it.
Yes, it's all about that. I mean, there were a lot of times that you may remember, Pankaj, that Chris Gale used to take a bit of time in the middle, but that was because of the confidence, stemming from confidence that even if I face a few dot deliveries, I've got enough power, I've got enough ability to more than make up for it at the end.
That's true, but that was missing from Rishabh Pant's batting. Anyways, here comes Shiraj slightly on the middle stump, cutting in and pushed towards mid-on straight to the fielder. So West Indies in the first few overs didn't have a problem with this. But then, Nishad, whenever batsmen play dot deliveries for a long time, they knowingly or unknowingly get into that groove where they are not able to build a momentum. So singles and doubles are very essential here. Even if you get them every alternate deliveries, that will just keep you fresh. Otherwise, unknowingly you get into a shell and you never know when something can go wrong.
Yes, exactly. And we saw that there was a little bit of turn and bounce in the last game. Now let's see if Washington can generate something similar. You've got Chehel as well. So those guys, especially that spell by the spinners, will be extremely crucial. Fabian Allen started tough, but then he had more than made up for it very well. Meanwhile, beautiful drive by Shea Hope through point and cover, and the two fielders diving beats both of them. But Prasidh Krishna in the deep keeps running from third man and manages to stop it before the boundary. And Hope will get to. In fact, it is Brandon King who's got to. In while playing that shot, Brandon King looked very similar to Shea Hope because even when Shea Hope plays those drives, a lot of the times those feet are in the air. So which is why I got a little confused.
No, but very rightly said. But what an accurate stroke, geometrically, beautifully bisecting that backward point and point. Very acute angle that was. And in the next delivery, shot outside the off stump, inviting King to go for that cut or that scoop or the uppercut. But King has nothing to do with it. And it's 9 without the loss of any wicket. So Siraj is bowling with a lot of heart. There's no doubt about it. But it remains to be seen whether this particular aggression is neutralized by the opening batters or not, because they look pretty calm and composed. And the way they're going about it, they very well know that every 10 overs, what is the standard target that they are supposed to achieve in order to walk the distance of 238 steps, which is the target. This time on the middle and the off stump, bouncing a bit after pitching, which forces King to go up on his toes and keep that ball down. So this pitch, I'm really very impressed. It's a wonderful track. It's all about what you can extract from it.
Yes, what you can extract from it, and there's some good bounce on offer, and very good to see both Shardul and Siraj trying to exploit it. And this was a good shot delivery, made Brandon King hop, but you must give credit to King as well. He played it very well and kept it down. Now we've got the last ball of the fifth over coming up, because Mohammad Siraj bowling his third over, a first slip in place. This one has been lofted high by Brandon King, and I think this is going all the way for 6. I thought for a moment that he's only got the elevation, but that has gone many a mile.
Oh, what a way to connect. It was full in length in the slot. The King said, I'm going to sing. And he hit it really very nicely. In fact, dispatched past the side screen for half a dozen runs. And This was a mammoth stroke. So that will take the West Indies into double figures. And all this while, Siraj was bowling a very good length, and suddenly he bowled one full, and the batsman took advantage of it. So
Yes,
King is, yeah,
and this is the power that I was talking about on
yes.
Brandon King. That he's got those shots, he's got the game. His T20 strike rate is 130, and which shows that even at the top of the order, if you're striking at 130, that's very good. Your players who come down the order, they have to be 140, 150. But as an opener, if you're going at 130, that's extremely good. So he's got that power game. Meanwhile, a new over by Shardul Thakur.
15 without any wicket on the legs. It's been clipped off the legs. Is it gone off the bat or the legs? It doesn't matter. It ends up into the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and it's gone. Oh, it's gone off the bat because the runs have been added to the score of individual score, or it just went off the top, the face where the sticker is there. It was very close to Rishabh Pant's diving left hand, but what a beautifully played, executed stroke, and 4 runs there. So Shardul and Rishabh Pant can just look at each other and curse their luck. But West Indies have got 10 runs in the last two deliveries, 19 without any wicket.
Yes, 19 without any wicket after a slow start, I would say, beg your pardon. But they have managed to get those two boundaries and break the shackles. So 19 for no loss. The next ball was outside the off stump, and Shea Hope wanted to drive it through the offside, but misses. And yes, that will be a dot ball. But that six, truly middle of the bat, I felt for a moment, as I said, that I just thought he got the height, but not the distance. But there was the distance that was there for all to see. And it was really, really big. As I remind my viewers that this is the world's largest cricket stadium in terms of capacity, but the playing area is also huge. Meanwhile, Shea Hope has worked this around towards fine leg, and he will get a single. West Indies move to 20 for no loss in 5.3 overs, and Brandon King will now come over to face Shardul.
Very interesting time because I'm really impressed the way the West Indies have started this particular innings. And King actually played that stroke on the rise, which was really very difficult, and he got the elevation right. Let's see. Beg your pardon.
You
As Shardul Thakur gets ready for the next one, just a blemish. Outside the off stump, it's been the cut, top edge, over the slip, into the third man boundary for 4 runs. King will say it doesn't matter, my man, how the runs come, but he went for it. He slashed hard, because of which the ball went to the boundary. 24 without any wicket. Nishad, the runs have started to come.
Yes, and you can just sense the momentum now just going into the West Indies innings. For some time, it was the Indian bowlers who had managed to keep a hold of their own. But right now, you get the sense that momentum has gone towards the West Indies. These things do happen when momentum is on your side. The fifth ball of the over, Brandon King has punched it convincingly through the covers and will get another boundary. Just reiterating the point that I was making, West Indies have built up after that six of that last ball of the previous over, 28 for no loss, 5.5 overs, and leaving India with no opportunity so far of breaking into the top order and putting pressure on the middle. And these two have done a good job so far.
Lovely cover drive of the back foot. The idea was, come, let's just check and judge the wicket for the first 2-3 overs, and then take an opportunity. But lovely flowing cover drive of the back foot. King is on 18. Shardul Thakur, what will be his answer? 28 without any wicket. Here he comes on the middle stump. Oh, good ball. Just slightly back of length, and also slightly slower in pace, which forced Brandon King to play that ball defensively, bat back together. Oh, what an over this has been. In fact, it started from the last ball of Siraj's over, and Nishad, things have gone the West Indian way. 6 overs, 28 without any wicket. India were 37 for 1 after 10 overs.
Yes, and now possibly it's time to bring in Prasidh Krishna, don't you think?
Yes, why not? And then the whole point here is that the way things have gone, the whole way in which the guerrilla tactics have been executed by the West Indies, that has been very impressive. Be their bowling, be their fielding placements, and now Hope and King, because they know that they have a batting side which probably is a bit maverick, but this is a golden opportunity. Siraj starts a new over. First ball outside the off stump to Hope. Lovely cover drive, but there is a fielder there on the 30-yard circle. No run on that occasion.
No run on that occasion, and Siraj continues. He's so far conceded 13 runs, and this is his fourth over. One ball has been bowled. Hope has faced 20 balls and has scored 10 runs. Brandon King is batting on 18 of 17. The target, let us remind our viewers, is 238. 7 overs have gone, and Rohit has placed himself now at short mid wicket. What has happened is that the pressure has now come off a bit, which is why the slip has been taken off. So you can sense that right now, India a little bit on the back foot, not completely, which is why that slip has been taken off, short mid wicket in place. So now they'll have to be a little creative to see where they can get that wicket. And the second ball has been solidly defended again by Shea Hope.
So Shea Hope is batting on 10. Bulk of the scoring is done by Brandon King, who's batting on 18. Siraj has run in hard. His body language is very positive, very aggressive as he bowls the next one on the off stump. Oh, what a ball! Cut him into half after pitching just around that off stump. Shea Hope was also surprised. It just went whizzing past his bat and the body. What a delivery!
What a delivery. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that Siraj's game has evolved over the last 2 years. For the longest time, one felt that he was tried in white ball formats for India, but was really expensive because one felt that at the time his bowling had not matured enough. Even for RCB, he used to be really expensive in the IPL, but later on we saw that he had really worked on it. Particularly, we saw that during the 2020 IPL. Now this has been punched down the ground by Shea Hope, and he will get a single until mid-off comes across and fields it. So one of the things is that Siraj could add the outswing as well. His in-swing is quite natural. So once he added the outswing, his bowling changed. And that also allowed him to get into the test side. And in test cricket, he has been a fixture in the bowling lineup because of the element that he adds with his bowling. He's like an energizer bunny, can run in with a lot of energy right through the day, bowls with the same amount of pace and energy. And now the fact that he's back into the limited over side, it is because he has shown the maturity to even translate those performances into white ball cricket. And it also shows the fact that, and there's a big appeal for leg before. Brandon King was completely squared up. It hits the pad, goes towards the offside, and they are going across for a leg by. But right now, Virender Sharma, the umpire, is unmoved, and Rohit is not too sure about the review. And Pant also nods his head, and he says that it may be going down the leg. So India will not take the review here. But yes, Pankaj, as I was saying, that Siraj, the fact that, he used to be an expensive bowler at one point, and then he transformed himself to the point that RCB have retained him. That also shows the growth of his as a white ball bowler. We've seen the red ball, but in white ball, that growth may not have gotten as much fame or credit as his red ball growth.
That's true, but he's a master at using his wrists, just like Javagal Srinath. In the meanwhile, short of length, short delivery, trying to pull that ball. Hope he gets it on his helmet as the ball trickles towards third man for a single. It is a leg. It is a leg by, and the umpire has immediately called for the physio as per the protocol, and that is also the end of the over. 7 overs, 30 without any wicket. The West Indies have started off really very well, with Hope batting on 11 and Brandon King batting on 18. So Siraj completes 3 overs, in fact 4 overs. Shardul has bowled 3, and both these batsmen have approached this particular phase of the game very nicely. And now, even when the runs are not coming, they are again going back in the shell and keeping quiet. It's like, once again, hunting in a pack, guerrilla tactics, in the shadows. And the West Indies have realized what they need to do if they have to get this huge Indian bull down, or tame or domesticate this Indian side. But India have given a target of 238 to the West Indian youngsters, and the last over resulted in 3 runs. But as of now, 7 overs, things are pretty much comfortable for the West Indies.
Yes, very much comfortable for the West Indies. 31 for no loss in 7 overs. Hope batting on 11 of 24 and Brandon King on 18 of 18. Just the last ball had hit his helmet, which is why the umpires had called for the concussion test, which the team physio has to come. And meanwhile, a change in the attack. Prasidh Krishna is in. The first ball is on the pads, and Hope has flicked it towards fine leg, and he will get a single. There is a slip in place as well as Prasidh Krishna begins a new over.
Prasad Krishna has been very impressive and a young pacer, but with a scrambled seam, Siraj hit the helmet of the batsman. It was a slightly slow delivery. The bat went first, and then the ball came to hit the brush, the helmet, and the visor, and then the look, the devastating, piercing eyes of Siraj at the end of that over. But I mean, I miss those days, because of the IPL and other things. Everyone has become so friendly. It doesn't look good, Nishad. Come on, there needs to be some tenacity, the eyeballs to eyeball contact as Prasiddha Krishna bowls the next one, jumping up on his toes. King keeps it down as the ball was into his legs on the middle and the leg stump.
But when
West
it
Indies
comes to
32 without any wicket.
Yes, but when it comes to India, West Indies particularly, we rarely have seen that even before the IPL. The relationships between these two cricketing nations has always been strong. And I had narrated a couple of incidents, and a couple of incidents I mentioned even in my book, Twice Upon a Time. Just the amount of togetherness in terms of cricket and the love for cricket brings these two people together. And that has been seen even on the cricket field. Now we've got this one. Hope tries to, and that's a wicket for
Right.
India. Brandon King tries to play an expansive drive, gets the edge, a little bit of bounce outside the off stump, and Rishabh Pant takes the catch. First wicket for India, first breakthrough, 32 for 1. Prasidh Krishna strikes with the third delivery of his spell.
Lovely seam position, that excessive bounce from that track, the same way probably how Rohit Sharma was out with that excessive bounce, got behind, and Prasiddha Krishna strikes, and Brendan King has to walk back. So India have got the breakthrough that they were looking for in that power play, and now the situation is more or less the same. India scored 37 for 1. There was 37 for 1 in 10 overs, and West Indies in the 8th over are 32 for 1. In fact, Brandon King didn't do anything wrong as such. He got a similar stroke executed positively of Shardul Thakur, but Prasiddha has a bit of pace and bounce as compared, and that's what beat him.
And that's what made the difference here, because you see with Prasidh coming in, there's that extra bit of pace, and we've seen the bounce. Siraj has generated it, that bouncer hit Shea Hope on the head, and we've also seen Shardul get a couple near the rib cage, in spite of the fact that he's not as quick as say someone like a Prasidh. But yes, I would say an action replay of the way Rohit Sharma got out, just trying to work it through the offside, but done it by the extra bounce. Maybe that late adjustment also not coming into play.
Very well. So West Indies have lost their first wicket in the chase of 238 runs. It's Bravo, Darren Bravo, who makes his way in the middle. So a left and a right combination now. This would be interesting as India were looking for that breakthrough. They have got it, and the only way India can win this match is by taking wickets and possibly taking all the 10 wickets. But Darren Bravo was a regular feature some years back, but of late he hasn't really been in the squad for whatever reason. But very interesting, very elegant player. And here comes the Prasiddha Krishna for his fourth delivery with a slip in place outside the off stump. And Bravo pulls that ball from outside the off stump towards the gap between mid wicket and mid on for a single, opens his account as West Indies go up to 33 for the loss of a wicket.
Yes, and Darren Bravo, so far, this is his 121st ODI. He averages around 30, has got 4 ODI hundreds. Surely a better cricketer than that, because we expect a lot from him. And right now, he has got a chance again to finish this game and to play a long, long innings and cement himself as the West Indies number 3, because we know he's got the capability to do it.
But the fun about West Indian cricket, we'll come to that, is the ball cuts in sharply. Shea Hope has to jump up, cramped up completely. Possibly went off his thigh pad, and yes, the umpire signals the leg by as the ball trickled towards short third man, and they get a single, 34 for 1. But the problem with the West Indies cricket is that even if Darren Bravo does well and cements his place, it's not necessary that they'll take him for the next match or the next tour also.
Yeah, you never know, and he's also been in and out of the side. That's also been a factor, because when I look at his ODI record, he was a regular until
Yes.
2016. Played a couple in 2018, came back in 2019. Didn't quite cement a spot there. Didn't play the World Cup. In fact, no, he was a part of the World Cup squad, but didn't play too many games in that. And later on, we've seen that he hasn't. The opportunities so far haven't been grasped with both hands, where he can't be denied a spot. For example, his last 100 came way back in 2016. He's not, in fact, no, there was one in 2022 as 2021 last year against Sri Lanka, I beg your pardon. But the gap between the 200s, 5 years. So I think for a top order batter, he's got to be a lot more consistent.
That's true. In fact, the last ball of the over was angled across very close to the body, and Bravo actually dropped his wrists at the last moment, and the ball hit his left shoulder on the way to the gully area. But Prasiddha is getting that bounce. So Siraj now is going to continue. He will be bowling his fifth over. A lovely, lovely, beautiful ground, the Narendra Modi Stadium at Motera. It's the Motera 2.0 as the new over by Siraj, first ball on the middle and leg, and Hope wanted to kind of push it, flick it towards the fine leg zone, but got a thick edge of, in fact, it went off the pad, thigh pad, and Rishabh Pant was there. The ball trickled towards him, so there was no problem. So West Indies now will once again look at the hit and run policy, where they will kind of go in the shell for some time, sort of consume some overs, and then look at a couple of overs where they can get some quick runs and then move from there, because 238 doesn't look really very big, but anything is possible in cricket. As Siraj bowls outside the off-stump, lovely drive. Oh, what a flowing cover drive. Delicious stroke there by Hope. Ends up in the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
Beautiful, beautiful drive, and this is the class of Shai Hope that we are talking about. It was there on the rise. He's played a beautiful drive and has punched it with a lot of timing past the short cover fielder, who was unmoved. It was that well timed, and mid-off could only go across and collect it from the boundary. Remember, there are no ball boys anymore, so the fielders have got to do all that work. But Siraj comes in for the third ball of this over, and Shai Hope has defended this towards point. There will be no run.
Very interesting situation. Siraj now was targeted. Remember that those 7 or 8 deliveries where West Indies got a lot of runs. It started from Siraj with a 6 of his last ball, and the West Indies probably are looking to target him because he's a bustling fast bowler. Has been very tight, but then can go wrong once in a while. So let's take advantage of it. 38 for 1. Siraj bowls outside the off-stump. Lovely drive. Couldn't get the gap this time. The ball goes straight to the fielder at mid-off. So Hope is batting on 16. Darren Bravo has opened his account. And West Indies have hit 4 boundaries and that one huge 6 from the bat of Brendan King, who is now resting back in the dressing room.
Yes, Brandon King was the wicket to fall so far for India, and India have got to continue to keep up the pressure, ensure that they keep making inroads into the middle, because West Indies have got Shamar Brooks, Nicholas Pooran, Jason Holder to come in. And yes, Jason Holder comes in a little bit. Now, Siraj bowls a slower bouncer. Hope thought for a moment he would pull it, but then aborted his attempt and let that go through to the wicket keeper. So that's another dot ball. 38 for 1 in 8.5 overs. West Indies going along nicely, I would say, because they don't really have to force the issue. They've got a lot of time. They've got now Shai Hope is getting set, and Hope has also in the past done very well against India. So he's got hundreds in India as well. Twice he scored 100 in India. So in ODIs, that is. Another short ball. Hope tries to pull, this time misses. Half takes an evasive action, I would say. And that's the end of the over. 38 for 1 at the end of 9 overs. And Shai Hope is batting on 16. Darren Bravo has just come in, faced only 2 deliveries, and has scored the solitary run so far.
Very interesting over, and the last 2 deliveries were so contrasting. Both of them were short. One was a slower short delivery, and the other was a very quick one. And Hope was completely cramped up while trying to pull half jab play. Luckily, he didn't get any connect with the bat. But right now, Shai Hope and Darren Bravo are taking this West Indian innings ahead, where they need another 200 steps from here to go past the checkered flag. And will they be able to do it? Will they be able to cross the finish line? It's very teasing. It's tempting as Prasiddha Krishna starts a new over. And is it a wicket? As the ball beats the outside edge of the bat, angled across to Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo kind of made a half attempt. Rishabh Pant is very, very confident. Prasiddha Krishna kind of formality. He appealed, and Pant has convinced Rohit to take that. Rohit says it seemed to go off the pads.
The bat I think hit the pad and the ball angled across the bat. So I think the noise could have been the bat hitting the pad, and they didn't look very convinced. But anyways, Rishabh Pant has pushed him. Prasidh also. And last game we saw a review being taken where Virat had his thoughts in. This time Virat also didn't seem as convinced. But here we have a replay. In fact, ooh, yes, the bat has definitely hit the pad. But we've got to see if when the ball goes past the bat, if there is any contact. I don't think there is any contact.
Yeah, it doesn't look, there's no deviation as such. And Darren Bravo bats in typical Lara style where there's a big backlift and the bat comes not necessarily very straight, it comes at an angle, So probably that may have saved him. But Rishabh Pant was very, very convinced. Now, what happens, earlier Siraj used to do this to Virat Kohli, and now Rishabh Pant is doing this to Rohit Sharma as the ultra edge is now trying to.
Oh, there is a spike.
Yes. It
it's gone. Oh my God!
Edge.
That's a brilliant review in hindsight, Pankaj.
Unbelievable.
In fact, let us tell our viewers, so when the bat came across and the ball went by, there is a spike, and after that the bat hit the pad, and Darren Bravo can't believe it. He's got to walk back. 38 for 2. Prasidh Krishna has given India the inroads into the West Indies middle order. What they very much they needed. Now Shamar Brooks will have to walk in at number 4 unless Puran, being the captain, believes that he has to come in there. But great review there. The Indian expressions just changed the moment they saw that. But Pankaj, what I wanted to make a point that earlier India don't have DRS since 2019 because it was the Dhoni review system. Right now, I think Mr. Gavaskar also had said on air that now it's possibly the definitely Rohit system because so far they've got it all right. And on that note, we will take a very quick break and we'll be back with Chandresh Narayanan. And let's see if he's able to keep this wicket-taking momentum that Prasidh Krishna has given India.
Welcome back after the break. I'm back and I'm pleased to announce that Deshat Bhai Vaidya has lived up to his reputation of being a wicket taker and a deadly strike bowler. So far it's gone against India, but this time it's gone in favor of India as India struck 2 quick blows and Prasidh Krishna is the man in charge of destroying the West Indies lineup. And the new man in for West Indies is Shamara Brooks. He's coming at number 4 with West Indies in a spot of bother at 38 for 2. And we are in the 10th over. Pankaj Athavle, in the mid-inning show, you felt West Indies are going to run away with it. What's your take now? And I was on the fence.
You're on the fence, you lucky boy. But I will still go with my prediction month. Don't forget, this is the Caribbean music. So probably we'll have someone down the order coming up and doing something special.
Let's hope for India's sake that isn't the case. But Prasidh Krishna's really made an impression here with his bowling, and he gets extra bounce. And we spoke about it as well in the Indian innings as well. That Prasidh Krishna's extra bounce could trouble the batters here because the ball's just going through the surface here, and it's fairly good surface and a very good call for DRS by Captain Rohit Sharma. You must give it to him. He's very firm with his DRS calls. You must hand it to him for that because he's not. He does not get easily influenced by the bowlers or by Rishabh Pant, and hence you see Rishabh Pant has to be really coaxed by Rohit Sharma on calls for DRS. Prasidh Krishna continues to tie the batsman down, and he's been a very good addition to this Indian one-day setup. Prasidh Krishna, when you don't have the likes of Bumrah in the lineup, or when you give them a break, or even Mohammad Shami, you need newer blood to come in and take over from them, because you can't expect Bumrah and Shami to be available for every match, and especially the bilateral white ball games. I think it's fair enough that they take regular breaks, because they ball their heart out in test matches, especially away from home. In the meantime, once again, oh, again, extra bounce there for Prasidh Krishna. That ends the over, an eventful over. Over number 10 done, and India's 30, West Indies is 38 for 2. No, there's still
One more delivery. One more delivery left.
one more delivery left in that over. So there's a bit of action left, and let's see what happens in that one more delivery.
A very valid point that you have made, that rotation policy is extremely important, but it should not come at the cost of accommodating anyone, because Indians have so many wonderful players now. Two slips in place on the middle stump, squared up completely, and Brooks gets that outside edge, and the ball trickles towards the point. West Indies in a spot of bother, 38 for 2, and that is the end of a very good over. So India were 37 for 1 after 10 overs, and West Indies are 38 for 2 after this power play. So Shea Hope will have to now take things in his hands and lead from there, because he'll have to play the sheet anchor's role. But the fact remains that there has to be a need, and there has to be a proper replacement also in order to execute that rotation policy. Because Chandresh, at the end of the day, it becomes in India, wherein you got to play once Shreyas Iyer, and the next match you got to play Surya Kumar Yadav for the third and the fourth and the fifth spot. And that is not really the idea. Horses for courses is probably the need of the hour, but then that's Indian cricket. But West Indies, coming back to this match, will be under definite pressure. They still have to complete 200 steps. And here we come. Here we see Yajuvendra Chahal now being introduced into the attack.
Yeah, and just looking at the speeds in the match so far, Joseph's the fastest in the match. The second fastest is Krishna at 140.7. Joseph was at 143.8 kilometers per hour, and third comes Siraj. So Krishna really adds that something extra to the bowling attack, which the team needs. There's also Avesh Khan on the bench, who can provide that X factor with his pace. And it's very unfortunate that Avesh Khan's opportunities are very limited. So I think in a way, India can use these bilateral matches to try out a few bilateral white ball matches. I'm very specific about that, to try out a few new players. But Test cricket, I am not in favor of mixing and matching. But white ball cricket, I'm all for experimentation and trying out new things, like the Indians did today with the bat, and got Rishabh Pant to open the batting. So it's interesting, and I was just thinking about this, Pankaj. This particular chase by West Indies is also a test for Captain Rohit Sharma, because this is his first full series as India's white ball captain. By his own right, he's not a stand-in for Virat anymore. He's a captain by right. Oh, this time plays that one back to the bowler, does Shamara Brooks. And I think that he will also be tested, because he has to mix and match his bowling options here, because he doesn't have a big score to play around with.
Exactly. And that is going to be a test. But as far as the calling of DRS, he seems to have learned a lot of lessons from MS Dhoni, because MS was also very, very particular about his review decisions, whether to take it or not. But Brooks on strike, flighted delivery, and nicely whipped through the square leg zone by Brooks to open his account, as he comes to the pitch of the ball, front foot, and picks up a run. So Yajuvendra Chahal was devastating in the last match. Let us see whether he is able to continue that, because India now need to build up the pressure after picking up 2 wickets, as this time it's Hope who will be taking the strike. But 40 for the loss of 2 wickets is the score. Going on the back foot, Hope drives it, but straight to Virat Kohli at short extra cover. End of 11 overs, and West Indies still need 198 runs in order to win this match. The issue with this match is, the target is very slippery, because it looks, you get a couple of wickets and you're like, okay, you're back in control. But then another 30-40 runs you see, the target comes down very significantly. And that is what West Indies will have to hope and work towards. And hope is still there. But Shamara Brooks, how will he react? He has come at a very important position, Chandresh, and he has to build a partnership with Prasiddha Krishna breathing fire down him.
Absolutely. I think this is a big test for Shamara Brooks, also for Nicholas Puran, because he has to shepherd the middle order in the absence of Kieron Pollard. So it's going to be a big test. Prasidh Krishna runs in, and this time the batter just Brooks just plays it on the offside defensively. So I think that it's a test for Brooks, for Puran, and the other batters in this lineup in the absence of Kieron Pollard. So I think it's going to be an interesting chase. The score may not be a big one, like we said, but I think the big factor now is going to be the overs by Yuzvendra Chahal and Washington Sundar. These overs are going to dictate the course of this match, because we saw in the previous game as well that those two bowlers really created havoc on the West Indies batsmen.
Yes, in the meanwhile, outside the off stump, and Brooks plays that ball defensively. Two slips in place, so Rohit Sharma giving an attacking field to Prasiddha, because Prasiddha is maintaining that off stump line, the ball just moving away, cutting away with his pace and with his bounce, so that the way King tried to go up on his toes and drive through point and cover, the batsman may make a mistake, and the two slips and the wicket keeper would be in action. But Prasiddha, 2 overs, in fact, 2 runs and 2 wickets. This is his third over as he runs in hard to bowl to Brooks on the middle stump, cutting away towards the off, going back on the foot, and almost squared up. But Brooks came behind the line of the ball and played it defensively. So apart from that phase where the batsman King and Hope got a couple of boundaries and a sixer, the West Indies have tried to be cautious about this approach.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. They can afford to take a bit of time. There's no pressure of run rate. Plus, there's no pressure of a knockout, in the sense that they are not in a knockout situation. It's a bilateral ODI, so they can afford to take a bit of time. Even if they win of the last delivery of this match, it will be counted and the series will be leveled. So they can afford to take a bit of time. The only thing they need to guard against is how they tackle Yuzvendra Chahal and Washington Sundar, because these two bowlers can really create trouble for these West Indies batters. So on the previous game, they had no clue whatsoever. Yuzvendra Chahal was really Greek and Latin for them in the previous match, and that's the big thing that they need to guard against.
And that's what they will have to work on. But Prasidha Krishna is bowling a steady line. The West Indians are taking care of him, and they are saying, okay, let's sort of consolidate for a few overs and then see what happens. And they must have also come up with a plan to counter Yuzvendra, because in the last match, as you said, they were completely clueless. So Phil Simmons must have given them some inputs. Okay, let's do this. There is a standard method by the English, which is kind of used, and sweep everything if you don't understand. Probably the West Indies will come up with something else. 40 for 2. Prasidha Krishna bowls outside the off stump, teasing line, but Brooks lets it go past him, and that is the end of over number 12. So still 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. Prasidha Krishna bowling really very well, good rhythm, good pace, and probably this is the difference between Prasidha Krishna and Siraj. Both of them, of course, are completely different bowlers, but they are hit the deck kind of bowlers. Prasidha Krishna's actions look a bit more smoother, while Siraj comes with a lot of aggression and bustle and then hits the deck.
Yeah, and also you mentioned about the West Indies batting. I think one thing to look out for is that West Indies have got an Indian as a batting coach. That's Monty Desai. He would have spent a lot of time with the West Indies batters, trying to get them accustomed to playing spin and the best way to play spin. Chahal brings up a new over, and the very first delivery played it to the point region, no run. So yeah, so Monty Desai is an accomplished batting coach, and he spends a lot of time with the international players. He spent a lot of time with Afghanistan. He spent a lot of time with Nepal, and now with West Indies. So he really knows how to take on this particular job, and he would have spent a lot of time with the batters and explain to them what they need to do against quality spin bowling that will be challenged to them by Yuzvendra Chahal and Washington Sundar.
Definitely. Now, how does Hope take this from here? A slip in place, trying to go for the inside-out stroke, a single hand. The hand came off the bat, but the ball goes towards a deep extra cover, and they will get 2 runs. So Yajuvendra Chahal more or less got the better of Hope, but Hope in the end was able to reach out and very slow through the air this time. That's what beat him. And coming, from the side of his shoulder, Yajuvendra Chahal also is able to get that arm up and down, a bit slinging action. Typical leg spinner. Next ball, trying to go on the back foot and punch it towards long on. Rohit Sharma comes in between, and West Indies 42 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, scores 42 for 2 right now. Shai Hope and Shamara Brooks have got a lot of work on their hand. West Indies still need 195 runs, 43 for 2. The asking rate is not too much. It's 5.22. So they have enough time to build on this innings and make a fist of this chase. So that's not the pressure. The pressure is about making the most of these overs from Chahal and Sundar. And so far, they've looked a bit cagey at times, but Chahal's really opened up his bag of tricks and kept up the pressure on the West Indies batters as yet another over ends. Over number 13 done, 44 for 2. Brooks on 2 of 16 and Shai Hopes on 20 of 39 deliveries.
So let's see where this partnership will take West Indies, because West Indies have the task cut out because they have got a golden opportunity in this series to come back, level the series, because in the first match, as you said, Yuzvendra Chahal got them using and buzzing everywhere, and they did not help their cause. But Prasidh Krishna 3 overs, looks like Rohit will continue with this pair for a couple of more overs and then probably look at Washington Sundar. Washington Sundar, I'm interested to see, because he may just get a bit of extra bounce with his tall frame and the way he delivers the ball. And let us see how the West Indians tackle him. But a very good combination right now for India. They have got those 2 wickets as Prasidh continues outside the off stump. Lovely square cut. Good fielding there by... is it Surya Kumar Yadav? The ball was buzzing past him. It was a fantastic square cut by Hope, but a hopeless situation for Hope because Surya Kumar Yadav was there. Fantastic fielding.
Surya Kumar Yadav is riding high on his batting effort, and that confidence has sort of transferred to his fielding as well. He looks a much more committed fielder on the field, and looks good, and the team's buzzing with his approach. He's brought a freshness to this lineup that was missing earlier, and you've got to hand it to him, the way he has made the most of the opportunities that have come his way belatedly, and he deserves all the credit for having come this far in his career. And it's been a late start for him in international cricket, but he's hoping to make the most of this opportunity that is being presented to him.
Certainly, but the opportunity was presented to West Indies too when they got India under 250, and here comes Prasidh outside the off stump trying to cut that ball once again away from his body. The ball bouncing and moving away, Hope not able to reach it, and suddenly after the wickets have fallen, the West Indies have lost track of the bounce of the wicket. It happens, Chandresh, because a couple of wickets here and there, batsmen who were looking extremely comfortable suddenly are searching for the ball.
Absolutely, and it's a interesting little period now for West Indies. They have to rebuild this innings. If they don't lose wickets in this phase, they can really tide through the wave and wait for the ship to sail to calmer
waters,
ports. And I think that right now they are picking up runs in singles, which is okay. They can afford to take a bit of time and build the innings. But the Indians have really kept things tight. The fielding's been tight, and the captaincy by Rohit has also been very impressive. He's not relenting with the pressure. The field is up, and we are past the first power play, yet the field is up. So you must give credit to him that he's looking to take wickets, because that's the only way you can stop this West Indies lineup, because if they bat the 50 overs, they are pretty certain to reach this target.
Definitely. Well said, and short delivery from Prasidh Krishna. He has given just 1 run in this over, And overall, the pressure has to be continued. That is the idea. But Shai Hope also is looking a bit tentative now because he was batting on 21. And when King was with him, he was looking quite confident. But with a couple of wickets, things have changed. And Prasiddha Krishna, in particular, has done a phenomenal job picking up those 2 wickets. And here he comes with 2 slips to Brooks. This time outside the off stump, once again trying to drive off the back foot away from the body, beaten for pace and a bounce, beating the outside edge of the bat into the gloves of Rishabh Pant, and that is the end of over number 14. 44 for 2, 194 runs is what West Indies need to win this match and level the series, but it looks like it's not going to be an easy day out, and that's what happens when you have these medium range the targets, Chandresh. Many times you start well, but the execution is a bit sticky. But nevertheless, Indians not giving up at all. And here at the Narendra Modi Stadium at Motera, West Indies, I wouldn't say struggling, but definitely under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, they are under a bit of pressure. I think they need this partnership to carry on for a bit longer so that they can continue to put the Indians under a bit of period of doubt. Captain Rohit Sharma is facing his first big test as captain of India's white ball team. So I think that it's very, very important that they continue to bide their time, let the whole matter settle, and carry on till at least the 20th to the 25th over in this way, and pick up runs if possible, and make Captain Rohit Sharma really think hard, because remember, India is playing 5 regular bowlers, plus you're looking at Deepak Hooda as the 6th bowling option. India don't have as many bowling options as West Indies. So the West Indies need to remember that there is bound to be one bowler that they can go after. And they need to be prepared for that one bowler. It could be Thakur, it could be Sundar. They need to be prepared to take on that particular bowler and force Rohit Sharma to look for the 6th bowler or the 7th bowler. And there it is, the first boundary in a long time. I told you this opportunity would come their way, and they just need to be patient.
And they got the ball from Yuzvendra Chahal on the middle and the leg stump. Shai Hope just putting that full stride and going through with that stroke on the onside over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely stroke, good connectivity. And this is what they need to do, because 238 steps is what they have to complete if they have to win this match. 48 for 2. Mind you, India completed their 100 runs in 25 overs. So West Indies need not worry about it. This time a good ball on the middle stump, but turning towards the off, and Hope goes on the back foot and punches it with a cross back towards the long on for a single, and that will take West Indies to 49 for the loss of 2 wickets. Nicholas Pooran will expect that at least another 20, 30, 40 odd runs if this pair puts up. Then it becomes a more comfortable situation for someone like him and the others to follow, as Yajwendra bowls a good ball on the middle stump, turning, beating the outside edge of the bat for a front foot defensive attempt by Brooks. Typical leg spinner's delivery.
Yeah, it's a leg spinner's delight, this particular delivery. And look at the turn that he got. Look at the turn that he got. And is very, very unlucky not to have got the outside edge there. And this time cuts that one ferociously and goes to the sweeper cover region. Just a single for the 2 batters. And the score moves along to 50 for 2. West Indies brings up its 15 overs done.
Yes, and that's the beauty of wrist spinners, isn't it, Chandresh? They are so elegant to watch.
You always make something happen.
Yes, exactly. I mean, be it the leg spinner or the flipper or the googly from the back of the hand, they are a delight to watch. And then, because of that, they can actually get a turn from a surface which is actually not assisting that much to the spinners. Other spinners may be dependent on cracks for the turn, but wrist spinners are self-sustainable commodities.
Yeah, and that's why it's a surprise that, these wrist spinners we don't find a lot of wrist spinners in Test cricket these days. And that's a bit of a surprise, because most of them seem to be working more in the shorter formats, especially T20 cricket.
Correct.
Say Rashid Khan, Imran Tahir, Shadab Khan, and Yuzvendra Chahal, Kuldeep Zampa. they're more used in the shorter formats rather than the test match format. The finger spinners seem to be the one to look out for in the longer format. So there again, it's a clear demarcation of duties when it comes to spinners as well. So uh, I know my head spins just thinking about these many things that are happening now in cricket, where there's so many different formats, so many different players, just to keep a track of which player is suited for which format. Hats off to the coaching staff across the globe and the selectors across the globe, trying to make sense of who fits where.
Definitely, and the players must be telling their subconscious mind every time they enter a T20, 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 or Test, ODI, ODI, ODI. So, it just reverberates in their head. Shardul has come, first ball on the middle stump. Brooks nicely flicks it towards deep mid wicket for a single, and 51 for the loss of 2 wickets. Rohit Sharma is also making interesting changes, but he hasn't yet got a Washington Sundar, so he's not rushing around with all his options, but he's also trying to do the same thing what probably Nicholas Puran went ahead with. Go with your standard formations, and then we'll see, because this is a target where the West Indies will try to go about their journey in a very conventional manner, because 238 is the target, 187 is what they need from here. Outside the off stump, the ball cutting away, and Hope lets it go to the keeper. Hope is playing a very interesting innings, 26 of 47, and he is very clear that I am the sheet anchor. I'll be careful, save one end, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think his role is cut out here. And I think the team has obviously spoken to him. Interestingly, Shai Hope was the vice captain of this one-day team, and he's not taken the role. It is Nicholas Puran. So Nicholas Puran is the vice captain in the T20 side, and Shai Hope's the vice captain in the one-day side. So I'm very surprised that Shai Hope's not been given the leadership here, and he's preferred to be understudy to Nicholas Puran. So I think that's the big thing for me, because I think they have gone with a very different lineup, and they've gone with regular bowlers. So I think that tells you that they are prepared to look at what changes they can make in their lineup.
Yes, probably corporate style hierarchy, I would say. In the meanwhile, driven by Hope to mid off for a delivery which was just outside the off stump, and the score remains at 51 for 2. It's very interesting, in fact, it doesn't make sense to then have Shai Hope as your vice captain if you're going to get someone. So might as well keep no vice captain and then just appoint when you need one.
Yeah, I think that's what has happened. No, I think they just changed that, and they just decided that it's going to be an open-ended thing. So that's a good one. I think we in India make a big deal out of vice captain, while the rest of the world is a bit more flexible about it.
So probably the vice captain is like a nominee in a bank where they may not get the money, but then they're there for the contact point.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So we need to have a nominee in under the captain in a cricket side. So if that's the case, incoming delivery for Shai Hope had to go on the back foot, jump up and push it towards covers straight to the fielder. So after that shot from Hope, once again there is a dry spell, there is a quiet spell, and the West Indies, as I said, have their task cut out. It would be very interesting to see how they take it from here, because Shardul Thakur bowls the next one on the middle stump. It's been worked towards the fine leg zone for a single by Shai Hope. He moves on to 27, and West Indies move on to 52 for the loss of 2 wickets after 16 overs.
Bit of slow going right now for West Indies, and I think, like I said, this is going to be the case in this particular innings, because there's going to be a bit of a slow period and a phase where the West Indies batters take a bit of time to build this innings, reconstruct the innings. But they've got plenty of batting still to come. They've got captain Nicholas Puran, then former captain Jason Holder, and then you've got Fabian Allen. And Akil Hussain can bat, Odin Smith can bat. So they've got plenty of options here. So I think that we should be in for a very interesting chase.
Absolutely, and let's see how Yuzvendra Chahal bowls this time on the leg and the middle stump, turning towards the off, full stride put in by Hope, negating that spin, pat together. Classic cricket stuff happening out here. So there's a slip, there is a backward point, and there is a short fine leg. So no one behind the wicketkeeper beyond the 30-yard circle. And if the ball trickles there, it's a sure shot boundary. Flighted, it's been hit in the mid-wicket zone, and it's a wicket. Very good catch by Surya Kumar Yadav because he has anticipated that at wideish long on, and he kept on moving towards mid-wicket. And Yajuvendra Chahal teasing with that flighted delivery. And here goes Shea Hope and the hopes of the Caribbean team. 52 for 3.
All the pressure that was built up by Prasidh Krishna and Chahal himself has finally borne fruit. And Shai Hope really lost hope and felt that he is not getting a move on. And he was feeling the pressure of the dot balls. Just have to be patient here. Just be patient in the middle, not outside, and try and bide your time, and you will make the most of it. Look at the joy on Yuzvendra Chahal's face. He's pumped, and the West Indies dugout is a bit desolate right now. Disappointed faces as Shai Hope makes his way back to the dressing room. The scores now: West Indies 52 for 3. They are in the 17th over, and the Chahal magic has started working. He's picked up the first wicket. It is in the 4th over. So West Indies beware, because this is the point where they lost their way in the first game as well, when they lost the first 3 wickets quite cheaply, and then they lost vice captain Nicholas Puran, or should we say
Nominee
Nicholas Puran, and captain Kieron Pollard of successive deliveries in the first match, and they lost their way.
Let's see.
Now they are in a similar position right now. I think it's the perfect time for us to welcome back Nishant Vaidya, because I think Chahal and Hope have set it up nicely for our premier fast bowler Nishant to come back and start taking wickets again. We can't ask for a better thing for Nishant to come in. Let's take a break. Welcome back to Digital 2 Sports, beg your pardon, joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. West Indies have just lost their 3rd wicket. Shai Hope lost his hope and gifted a wicket to India. And back in the commentary box with us is Nishant Vaidya. Nishant, your return has coincided with yet another wicket. You seem to be on a match-winning spell here.
Well, let's have a look at the score so far. It's been... when Pankaj and I were together, we had 2 wickets falling, and now that you are here, you were there with Pankaj, 1 wicket. So Pankaj has actually accounted for all 3 if you actually have a look at it.
Absolutely. He's been a prolific wicket taker.
Yes, exactly. And now the captain, Nicholas Puran, has walked out to the middle. Big responsibility on him. Can he play that grafting role with the bit of responsibility? We know how explosive and aggressive he can be. A first slip in place, Chahal coming around the wicket, and Puran plays this towards the offside, no run there. West Indies 52 for 3 in the 17th over, chasing a score of 238. Impressive numbers for Puran in his ODI career, 850s and 100 so far, an average over 41 and over 1,000 runs. So he is surely a good young batter that West Indies can look to. And the fact that he's leading them today shows that they trust in his maturity. Meanwhile, I think Chahal will continue to, now in fact he's going to come over the wicket, is he?
No, he's coming round the wicket to Puran, and the very first delivery, Puran plays it quietly on the offside.
Yeah, we saw that. That was but I think the next ball he's trying to change. In fact,
it's a no
ball. Yes.
You can't afford to make this error as a spin bowler, and Chahal needs to be very careful, because this can prove to be very costly in a critical match. This may not be a knockout scenario, but in a critical match, it can be very costly.
And Puran has smashed that over mid wicket, and that goes all the way for a massive 6. And with that, he has opened his account And Rohit Sharma is nodding his head and asking, what were you thinking? But now Chahal, knowing that he came
So
down the wicket the first ball and delivered the no ball, I think the problem there was his putting. He got it wrong when he changed the side. So he's now come back over the wicket. There is a first slip in place. This was short of a length, and Puran needed no invitation to cart that over mid wicket, and that's gone way into the stands.
absolutely, I think that was a very bad delivery by Yuzvendra Chahal, and it was really a free hit. It was a hit me ball, and Puran said, "Thank you very much," and dispatched it way over the deep mid wicket region. Chahal's not happy. Rohit Sharma's not happy. Vice captain KL Rahul's not happy. A lot of long faces in the Indian camp, and Nicholas Puran gets off the mark in style. So the score moves on to 59 for 3. We need new balls here because the ball went into the empty stand, and that's not the best start for Chahal against a new batter like Nicholas Puran.
Yes, exactly. And as we are seeing the replay of the no ball, he was just over the line. And in fact, the back heel was only on the line. Meanwhile, umpire KN Ananta Padmanabhan, the fourth umpire, has walked out with the box of balls, the library balls, as we like to say. Each match has got a set called the library balls, which has got different balls depending on the age and depending on how much of wear and tear has happened. They use their judgment, and accordingly, a ball is picked at depending on the phase of the game, and the umpires use their judgment, and yes, that is how the ball is picked. So every game has got to have a set called library balls to ensure that there is an enough supply. And in some matches like this year, there is no crowd, so there is no one to retrieve it from the stand. The next ball is full, and Puran tries to drive it through to long on. Chahal gets a hand on it, but he can take the pace of it. The mid-wicket fielder goes and fields it, that is Virat Kohli, and Puran will get a single there.
Yeah, so Puran's got to really keep his wits about it over here because, like I was telling Pankaj as well, Nishad, there may be a few quiet overs. The asking rate's not very stiff for West Indies. They still need runs at about 5.3 per over. So that's really not really something that modern day batters are going to be worried about. So they just need to bide their time and be patient. I don't think they need to get panicky about a few dot balls or a few quiet overs here. Remember, India plays with 5 bowlers compared to West Indies, who've got plenty of more options with the bowling. So they need to be aware of that situation, and they need to climb and make sure that they are attacking the 5th and 6th bowling option, that is Shardul Thakur and Washington Sundar, and really going after them, making the most and pushing captain Rohit Sharma to bring in Deepak Hooda into the bowling equation.
Meanwhile, the end of the over, the last ball, Puran had pushed it towards the cover region. The fielder dived across, maintained the pressure, did not allow a quick single. This is what India need to do, continue to maintain the pressure, not just with the bowling, but the fielders too have to contribute the way they have done there. So a successful over for Chahal in terms of the wicket, but then the blemish was that free hit and the 6 runs that were conceded of it. And at the end of 17, chasing 238, West Indies are 61 for 3.
So 61 for 3 after 17 overs. West Indies have lost their key top order as always, as in the previous game. Now it remains to be seen how they tide over this particular phase, because in the previous game as well we saw it was this particular phase where they lost their way. And Shardul Thakur, the partnership breaker, is back again. He's bowling once again, and this particular phase only they lost their way in the previous game as well, where they lost Nicholas Puran and captain Kiran Pollard of successive deliveries, and they never could make a comeback in the game despite a partnership between Jason Holder and Fabian Allen. So they need to guard against that particular phase. And they've got plenty of batting still. They've got Holder, they've got Fabian Allen, they've got Odin Smith, Akhil Hossain can bat. So they've got plenty of options now in the batting order.
Yes, and as we see on the boundary, a good chat between Chahal and his former partner in crime, Kuldeep Yadav. And Kuldeep Yadav possibly telling him to invite the batsman, entice him to play a certain shot. But now this one has been punched by Brooks from Shardul towards point. It went on the bounce to Surya Kumar Yadav, a little bit uppish, but yes, it went on the bounce to Surya Kumar.
On the bounce to Surya Kumar, the score is still 61 for 3. And Shardul's bowling is 5th over. runs on 7 and Brooks on 4 of 23 deliveries. So Brooks is taking a lot of time to get going here, and I'm pretty certain that he's going to start feeling the pinch of the dot balls, because the West Indies batters don't like to be kept quiet for too long, except Craig Brathwaite, who prefers to bat as long as he can. The others don't seem to have the kind of patience that is needed at this level.
Yes, Shea Hope is also someone who has a lot more patience, and I think Brooks is also one of those batters who's got that patience. And we've seen him playing Test cricket as well. He's got the game. He seems to have quite a good technique as well. Meanwhile, there is a fly slip in place. This time, Shardul, he bowls a good short ball, and Brooks tries to pull it, misses, and a good acrobatic take behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. A few words from Shardul Thakur. He's definitely fired up. And so far in this over, there is no run. And Rishabh Pant is getting the pats on the back from his team members, because that surely was a very good take. We talk a lot about his batting, but his wicket keeping has gone up a notch over the last year.
Absolutely, he's made a big jump up in terms of his batting and keeping. I think his confidence from the batting has rubbed off on his keeping as well. So you have to feel that he's made a lot of improvements as a bowler, as a wicket keeper. I beg your pardon, and he deserves all the credit for making the big improvement in his keeping. And it's all the hard work that is put in that's bearing fruit now.
Yes, and Shamar Brooks has now played this to the offside. He's going to get a single, and the last ball of the over is coming up. Nicholas Pooran is going to face, and yes, of course, there's going to be a change in the field with Shardul Thakur bowling to a left-hander for the first time today. Let's have a look at the kind of field that Shardul will ask his captain. Prasidh Krishna obviously provided the main breakthroughs for India, getting those two wickets, the wickets that India needed, and maintaining the pressure on them. Now Shardul continuing to bowl to Nicholas Pooran, who's batting on 7 of 4 balls, last ball of the 18th over. Pooran has pulled this towards the leg side, but there is a fielder in the deep in the form of Washington Sundar, and that is the end of the over. It's going to be 63 for 3 at the end of 18. That's the end of the over for you, and Pooran is batting on 8, Shamar Brooks on 5.
Shardul's bowled 5 overs. He's given away 19 runs, 1 maiden. Yuzvendra Chahal has bowled 4 overs, 20 runs, given away 1 wicket he has taken. 2 wickets have been taken by Prasidh Krishna. He's been miserly, he's been rapid, and he's really hustled the batsman at the crease. He's given away just 3 runs from his 4 overs and picked up 2. And Mohammad Siraj has picked up no wicket, but he's bowled 5 overs for 18 runs. So thus far, Captain Rohit Sharma has used just 4 bowlers, and here comes the 5th. Washington Sundar being pressed into the attack. That's an interesting move, considering that Nicholas Pooran is at the crease. This is going to be an interesting battle here.
Yes, Washington Sundar, as you may recall, had done really well in the previous game, getting those 3 wickets. That's his best spell so far. It was only second ODI. He's returning to the ODI side in the playing 11 after more than 4 years. Now he's got a first slip in place, a short third man, a short fine leg, point is inside the circle, a cover, and a mid wicket is in. You've got the long on, long off outside, and you've got a sweeper on the leg side and on the offside. So that's the field that has been set for Washington Sundar. This ball is full and outside the off stump. It has been driven handsomely by Nicholas Pooran, but Surya Kumar is really quick at long off, and he stops it. Only a single is possible, and Brooks will come across to face Washington.
So Washington Sundar, this is his big test, Nishad, because he's being preferred over the more experienced Ravichandran Ashwin. There's also other options like Jayant Yadav, who was tried in South Africa. I think Washington Sundar has been earmarked as the guy, because they believe that he can bat in the top 6. And he can do the job as an all-rounder or like a batter as well. So I think that particular thing means that he can play with a lot of confidence. He's making a return to this Indian lineup after about a year. So that's going to be the big thing of how he adapts to the responsibility that's been given to him in this particular series.
Yes, and the next ball is full, and it has been worked away by Shamar Brooks towards long on, and it will be a single. Yes, with Jayant Yadav playing in South Africa, I think it was more situational, because Yadav himself had replaced replaced Washington Sundar, who was down due to COVID and could not make the flight to South Africa. Hence, Jayant Yadav was asked to stay back. He was a part of the test side. And for the last game, India felt, why not give him an opportunity? And the next ball is short. Puran wants to pull, but they doesn't get it. In fact, it gets an under edge and just goes back towards Washington Sundar along the ground. So it is, I would say that was more situational with Jayant Yadav getting the game. But India's focus right through, I think, has been more about Washington Sundar and getting him into the one-day side, because he's been very regular in the T20s.
Yeah, and he's playing, and it should surprise everybody that Washington Sundar hasn't played as many one-dayers as people hoped he would, and that is also resulted because of the fact that India has not played enough one-dayers. And whenever they have played one,
Chandrashi made his debut in late 2017, but 2018, 2019, he was nowhere in the one-day scheme of things. He was in the squad a few times, but didn't get those opportunities as well. So, of course, then with the pandemic, it sort of nullified it completely. But yes, I would say that, he could have played a lot more ODIs, maybe in 2018-19.
Yeah, it just proves to you that there are so many options that India has that they can build on. In the meanwhile, the first over by Washington Sundar is done. The score's 65 for 3 after 19 overs. Nicholas Puran's on 9 of 10 deliveries, and Shamara Brooks is on 6 of 28 deliveries. It's been a uphill task so far for the West Indies batters, but the target in front of them is not too stiff. They need 173 more runs from the remaining 31 overs. The asking rate is just slowly climbing up to 6.
Yes, the asking rate has climbed up, but nevertheless, they've got a Jason Holder to come. Odin Smith can bat a bit, but with no Pollard, the pressure will be more on these two. Nicholas Puran, especially being the stand-in captain, he's got to deliver here for the West Indies. And the start of a new over by Prasidh Krishna, and this has been worked away by Shamar Brooks towards third man for a single. And now Prasidh will get to bowl to Puran. Let's see whether he maintains his angle from over the wicket or chooses to go around.
Yeah, that's going to be the big interesting one, and I'm quite impressed with the way Prasidh Krishna's approached this bowling effort. He's rattled the West Indies batters with his bounce, and that's been the big difference in the way he's...
Oh, and right there, Chandresh, again, it was a good ball in that corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump and taking off the surface a little bit. Puran tries to bend at it, tries to play it defensively, but misses. I think the bounce that you were just mentioning, and we saw that right there.
Yeah, I think this particular effort so far by Prasidh Krishna has been really impressive. I think if and when Bumrah returns to the wide ball setup from a break, a well-deserved break, Bumrah and Prasidh Krishna could be a handy new ball combination in my view. Bumrah's awkward bowling action and Prasidh Krishna's ability to generate bounce could be an interesting combo for India to work on especially in the one-day format. Maybe not in the T20 format, but in the one-day format, especially. I think those two can be a deadly combination for India.
And you've got a Mohammad Shami as well, who's a class ODI bowler. And his T20 record is not that impressive, but his ODI record is fantastic. So if Prasidh Krishna blends himself into this attack, it's going to be a fantastic. And meanwhile, he's got a third wicket. It was again the bounce that has done the trick. Nicholas Puran, it's a huge wicket for India. He edges it to Rohit Sharma at first slip, who takes a comfortable catch. West Indies have slipped to 66 for 4. Prasidh Krishna has accounted for 3 out of those wickets. 3 for 4 is his spell right now. Again, look at that delivery, Chandra, just outside the off stump in that corridor of uncertainty and rising a little bit, and it took the top edge of the bat and went towards Rohit Sharma, who pouched it quite comfortably.
Full credit to Captain Rohit Sharma for keeping this attacking field in play even after the power play is done, and he's getting full just rewards for that. Accurate bowling once again by Prasidh Krishna, again forcing the batter to fend at it at some level, forcing him to play at it, and Nicholas Puran was halfway up off the crease when he was forced to play at it, and Captain Rohit Sharma takes easy catch in the first slip, and Prasidh Krishna is pleased as a punch as India picks up the 4th wicket. This is the 3rd wicket for Prasidh Krishna. West Indies are tottering at 66 for 4. Captain Nicholas Puran's gone for 9. And now we are into the all-rounder phase of the West Indies lineup. This is trouble time for West Indies as they chase a not too stiff for target. Still need another 172 runs. And India is feeling that they are doing very well right now with the ball. Knocked off the top order. India needs to guard against letting things slip here, because in the previous game as well, it was right from here that they allowed Jason Holder to get away and put up a partnership with Fabian Allen. But now is the time for India to tighten the screws.
Yes, and Jason Holder has walked in this. He's batted at the number 6 position 29 times so far. 760 runs he scored. His highest score of 99 not out has come at number 6. Average is 28. But 5 of his 11 ODI 50s have come at this spot. So he's no stranger to batting at number 6. But today, it's a huge responsibility that he walks into. A different situation when compared to the first ODI, where there was a lot more that he had to do in terms of batting first. But now you've got a set target. Rohit has in fact brought in 2 slips. Prasidh Krishna running in towards Jason Holder. Holder lets this delivery from outside the off stump. Lets it go through to the wicket keeper. What a spell it's been. It's his 5th over. This is the last ball coming up, and he's conceded only 4 runs and taken 3 wickets.
Yeah, full credit to Prasidh Krishna, but I think full credit to Captain Rohit Sharma, like I said, to keep up the pressure with the field. He knows that if West Indies bat the 50 overs, the game is done and dusted. But for the West Indies, it is important that they keep up and bide through this phase. But they are not proving equal to the challenge. The pressure that's been created by Captain Rohit Sharma, I think they are just capitulating in front of that. And this match, I was telling Pankaj as well, as we look at the score 66 for 4 after 20 overs. Nishad, is also a challenge for Captain Rohit Sharma in the sense that this is his first full series as a regular India white ball captain. He's no longer a stand-in. For him to have this kind of a challenge where he has to play with a limited score will also test his ability as a captain.
Exactly, it will, and it will test his ability. It will test the way he conducts his bowling changes, places the field, and we saw right away there is a very positive intent. There is an attacking mindset that is that you can see in the way he has led his troops so far. 20 overs gone. West Indies are 66 for 4. And now for Chahal coming into bowl, he's still standing at first slip, Rohit Sharma. Shamar Brooks has smashed that over mid-wicket. Is there a fielder there? No, it wouldn't have made a difference because it just crosses the boundary. And that is a huge 6. There is a smile on the face of Chahal and Rohit Sharma because I think they feel now that Brooks may want to possibly break the shackles a little bit. He may be in with a chance.
Yeah, that's the thing about leg spinners. They love batters going after them. And they don't mind being hit for 4s and 6s. And I think full mark once again to Chahal. He's prepared to get hit. And that's the only way he can make a mark here against Shamara Brooks. He's hoping to entice Brooks once again. Scores moved on to 72 for 4. This time once again Shamara Brooks, like you said Nishad, he's looking a bit edgy at the crease now to me. He wants to make things happen.
And with that, he has worked it away towards short fine leg and quickly takes a single. Jason Holder will now come on strike to face Chahal for the first time in this game. In the last game, Chahal had broken through the West Indies middle order, but Jason Holder had dealt with him quite well. He's a tall man, Jason Holder, can use his long reach thanks to his long arms and great footwork as well because he can really reach the pitch of the ball. And as we saw there, gets forward, gets his back behind the line of the ball and defends it cleanly here. So 73 for 4, 20.3 overs gone, 3 balls remaining in this 21st over, which is being bowled by Yuzvendra Chahal. The next ball has also been defended by Holder.
Yeah, that's right. 73 for 4. And Holder holds the key for West Indies. I think he, along with Fabian Allen and Brooks, need to shepherd the innings now and take it to the logical conclusion. And India needs to guard against this particular phase, because India is known to let things slip. This West Indies lineup has got plenty of depth, so they need to try and make sure that they make something happen here with the ball.
And Holder has gotten off the mark. He played that through the offside and gets a comfortable single. So yes, West Indies have got the options. Fabian Allen is also more than a capable batter. And Shamar Brooks has played the last ball towards point. There is no run. 74 for 4 at the end of 21 overs. It's good going by India so far. A task in front of the West Indies, but all credit to Prasidh Krishna. Now, looking at the bowling card, we see that Prasidh has bowled 5, Shardul has bowled 5, and Siraj has bowled 5. So all your main bowlers, in the sense of your fast bowlers, have bowled 5 each. Chahal also has bowled 5, and Washington has bowled 1. So now with around 29 overs to go, as Chandresh said earlier, West Indies bat through, they win. So India have to take those wickets. Are you going to possibly bring in a 6th bowler, just try a Deepak Hooda or not? That also remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's going to be the big call for the Indian setup here. Especially Captain Rohit Sharma has to put on the thinking cap and speak to KL Rahul and to senior pro Virat Kohli and see what they need to do. It's a test for the Indians because they haven't been in this kind of a situation in a long time. Again, another bowling change. It's a surprise that the wicket taker has been taken off and Shardul Thakur has been brought back into the bowling attack. So Captain Rohit Sharma is bringing the changes here, and he realizes that this particular phase, this match can be only won by India picking up the wicket. So he's going in for the kill here.
Yes, and this ball by Shardul Thakur, it's a little bit outside the off stump, and Holder has let that go through to the wicket keeper. So yes, with Prasidh Krishna being taken off the attack, I think Rohit is also of the opinion maybe to save up a few overs for later, not too late as well, but he would need a bit of punch for later as well. And I think at the other end also, Washington bowled 1 over, then you took him off, and then you've got Yuzvendra Chahal. The constant shuffling may also unsettle the West Indies batters, who may not entirely settle down against a particular bowler. Meanwhile, this has been played by Jason Holder over point, and is that going to go for 4? No, the fielder runs in from sweeper, and that is Washington Sundar throws it back, and they will definitely get a single only. They could have, I think, run faster and gotten 2 there. Don't you think, Chandresh?
Absolutely. I think with the long levers that Jason Holder has, he just has to walk down 3 or 4 steps and he would be done. But I think Brooks was not ready for it. So they are down to 74 for 4. We are right now in the 75 for 4, beg your pardon. We are in the 22nd over, and Brooks now facing up to Shardul Thakur. And it's going to be an interesting little battle now from here on.
Yes, and Brooks has played that through the offside. He's going to get a single. And we've got to see the way the spinners combine as well now, because Washington has only bowled 1 over. Chahal has already gotten 5. And how Rohit tosses them in between. I think there might be 1 or 2 overs that the 6th bowler may have to bowl if you've got to spread out your resources very well. Meanwhile, Shardul comes in for the 4th ball right outside the off stump, and Holder lets it go through. But umpire Nitin Menon feels it is just inside the tram line and has not given that a wide. Mr. Menon is one of the premier umpires in the world, since he's a part of the elite panel. Only the 3rd Indian umpire to make it through to the elite panel.
Yeah, he holds that position, and he's quite a firm umpire. He's prepared to stand his ground, and still very young. He has a long way to go, and he could be there for a pretty long time. And it's good that Indians are finally finding their feet in the umpiring scene as well. We have a match referee in former India fast bowler Javagal Srinath. So there are 2 Indian reps in the ICC's match official teams. So that's a good thing for Indian cricket as well. I think it's time for more people and maybe some female umpires as well.
And we saw that, Chandresh, during the recent Under-19 World Cup, that there were the women umpires particularly the one from the West Indies, Jacqueline Williams, was one of the umpires. And that really is a breakthrough. And I think we will see more and more of it. Meanwhile, Shardul has been pulled by Jason Holder over mid-wicket, but there is a fielder there and he's gone. Shardul Thakur gets the big wicket of Jason Holder, a short ball, and Jason Holder shaped across to pull it towards mid-wicket, but got it a little bit square towards square leg, and that has been taken by the fielder there. 76 for 5 in 22 overs. West Indies tottering, in tatters, and in trouble.
Shardul Thakur's been the partnership breaker in Test match cricket over the last 12 months and is now transferring that same skill into the shorter format, this time in the 50-over format. And he has produced yet another wicket against the run of play, broken a potential threatening partnership. It had still not developed into a big one, but Shardul Thakur struck again. And he has really made a big dent in the West Indies lineup. West Indies are still tottering at 76 for 5, 22nd over done. Shardul Thakur struck, and Jason Holder is walking off disappointed and desolate, and the West Indies camp is now in deep, deep trouble.
Deep trouble, Chandresh, deep trouble. And when I look at the batters that are left to come, you've got Akil Hussain, Fabian Allen, Alzari Joseph, Odin Smith. Lot of responsibility on them.
Absolutely. Nishant, let's do one thing. Let's take a break here because before the start of the next over, so that you and Pankaj can reunite and pick up more wickets and try and finish this innings off quickly.
Certainly. Welcome back to Digital 2 Sports. This is the Doosra show, and right now India is making West Indies work extremely hard to get to the total of 238. West Indies are 76 for 5. This is the 23rd over. Yuzvendra Chahal has bowled 2 good deliveries. You are watching Digital 2 Sports. Follow us across all social media platforms. You can see them on our screen at the moment. Right now, you can see. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel. Press the bell icon for all the updates. Meanwhile, Shamar Brooks has driven the third ball from Chahal through to cover, and he will get a single. So, Pankaj, welcome back. And I'm just doing the tally. So, while I've been on air, 4 wickets have fallen. While you've been on air, 3 wickets have fallen. And I think when Chandresh also has been on air, 3 wickets have fallen. So, I think so far, I have the lead.
Yes, all the prizes to you, the congratulations to everyone. Because, see, Indians have come back really very well. And I think West Indians have actually made a mess of the whole thing. They were so good with their tactics in the first innings when they were bowling and fielding. But with the batting, they seem to be sort of creating harakiri as a 77 for 5. A slip and a leg slip for Akil Hussain. First ball on the middle stump, worked towards the deep square leg zone. Will they come back for the second? No. They won't. And India just need a couple of wickets to get supercharged. And Jason Holder's wicket was perfect because a short ball aimed at his face, the ball just rising, not too much of space. And he pulled it to deep mid wicket for a catch. And 77 for 5 now.
Yes, and talking about Akil Hussain, we all know him majorly as a bowler, but he's more than a capable batter. Recently, during a T20 international against England, he scored 44 not out in a very hopeless situation. West Indies lost the game only by a run, but the amount of hitting that he did towards the end nearly gave them a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Yuzvendra Chahal bowling to Brooks, the last ball of the over, it was really wide outside the off stump. Brooks wanted to reach out and play a drive, but that brings to an end the 23rd over, 78 for 5 for the West Indies. And just as I remind my viewers what happened in that T20 international that was played on the 23rd of January, what had happened was West Indies were chasing 172 to win, and they were reduced to 98 for 8 in 15.1 overs, and they finished on 170 for 8.
So this
15
means
points.
that you can't say anything till the last wicket is gone
Exactly.
whenever West Indies is batting.
Yeah, and in that, Akil Hussain scored 44 of 16 balls, which included 3 fours and 4 sixes. The challenge
Amazing.
here is different. So he can play the long ball, he can hit those long, big hits, but he's got to be a lot more patient here, build the innings, along with someone like a Shamar Brooks, who's got the ability to build the innings.
Yes, and what West Indies probably have got stuck in, they thought that we have 50 overs, we can play it out, but they are naturally not players who can kind of set up their tent and then slowly, suck in the victory. So they should have played their natural game, which would have given them some momentum once in a while. But then, nevertheless, Indians have come back. They just Indians needed an opportunity, and they have grabbed it with both hands, and not only grabbed one, but two, three, four, 5 wickets as half the West Indian side is back in the pavilion. Shardul 6 overs, 1 for 21. That includes a maiden. And Prasiddha Krishna has been absolutely impressive with his 3 wickets. But right now, as you said, it's Akil Hussain on strike and Shardul Thakur with a slip. There's a backward point, there's a deep point, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the fielding. Outside the off-stump, angled across. Beautiful delivery. And that beats the outside edge of the bat of Akil Hussain as the ball ends up into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. So it's about the Indian team now wiping off this lower middle order and finishing off with the match until and unless there is a miracle innings by someone like an Akil Hussain.
Exactly, and for that, one end has to be held up. Now, this partnership in particular, they have to now break it down into phases. Required rate also has gone up, but what's important at the moment is also survival, but also keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Akil Hussain faces this ball from Shardul that has been defended towards cover, no run there.
Amazing situation. And what has actually worked for India is in the absence of the Shamis and the Bumrahs, the trio of Prasiddha Krishna, Shardul Thakur, and Siraj have actually forged a very good combination. See, when you want to rotate combinations. You don't want to rotate one by one just because you got to take the attendance. And you need to keep all your players in the best of shape so that they can be rotated nicely, even for the spinners. So, with this whole additional problem of so many players, it's important that the rotation policy has to be good. In the meanwhile, nicely pushed on the front foot by Akil Hussain towards mid-off, and by the time Deepak Huda is able to tumble and pick it up, a single has been taken. The wickets have fallen at regular intervals, and Prasiddha Krishna being the major demolition man from Indian perspective. So, as far as the rotation is concerned, Nishad, the same in the batting department. I mean, you can't have randomly someone open and someone in the middle order. You need to have, because Surya Kumar Yadav was one such player who was groomed for that number 4, number 5. But suddenly he's also going up and down. Shreyas Iyer is an option. So instead of getting confused with the options, they need to be there should be some prudence when you're using them.
Yes, and we've got Shardul Thakur bowling the fourth ball of this over outside the off stump, and Brooks has guided that towards third man, where Chahal will run across and pick it up. And here there is a single for Shamar Brooks. But I think amazing bowling by Prasidh Krishna. The fact that he's controlled the runs and bowled, created those wicket-taking opportunities. It's one thing to contain, but also creating those wicket-taking opportunities by bowling that line and length that really questions the batters. I think that has been simply phenomenal. And Akil Hussain so far has faced 4 deliveries for 2 runs, and he's going to now face. And as we see the fall of wickets, Pankaj, the opening partnership was doing a good job, and they should have just continued. Yes. And even that in that same vein, it should have continued. But unfortunately, that didn't happen for the West Indies. Next ball, rising delivery by Shardul, and it's been played defensively towards point by Akil Hussain.
Yes, and as you said, that the opening partnership was such that they were going as per the required run rate, but now the required run rate has gone up to 6 runs per over, and there is no Brathwaite, there is no Pollard, there are no big names in the middle who can do the damage and the big hitting. And somewhere West Indies would be sort of slightly worried with that combination and the squad that they have come up with. As I said, they did really very well in their bowling, but what about the batting? Here comes Shardul, and this time outside the off stump, angled across, the ball bouncing, and hoping that Akil Hussain will fall for the trap, go for that uppercut or something of that sort. But he lets it go to the keeper. End of the over. 24 overs have been bowled, 80 for the loss of 5 wickets. Mind you, India reached the triple figure mark in the 25th over, and West Indies are sort of breaking down. The tires are punctured. They're repairing the things, but they don't seem to have enough firepower in the engine because they just need to go 238 steps.
Yes, and which is why I say that for them to get Shimron Hetmeyer fit is extremely important. He's someone who can bat extremely well in the middle order, keep the pace, is an exceptional player in my opinion. And the moment he gets fit, it will be really, really good for West Indies cricket, and not just for his international career, but for West Indies cricket in the long run. Meanwhile, 24 overs gone, 80 for 5, and we have a glimpse of Shreyas Iyer in the dugout, which is good to see because he had obviously tested positive for COVID-19. So now that he's fit and ready, he's out. And we earlier saw today that Shikhar Dhawan was out and about practicing. So it's good to see. And there is a change in the bowling. Washington Sundar has been brought into the attack. And the first ball has been guided very well by Shamar Brooks very late towards third man, and Prasidh Krishna fields it, but they will get a couple of runs.
Nice stroke, waiting for that ball to come, and he just opened the face of the bat. So Shamara Brooks looks like a very decent player, but his body language or expression on the face does not really give you that kind of confidence that he'll be able to kind of take it. Is it a no ball, or what? Umpire has just raised his hand to keep it.
Yeah, I think Rohit is not happy. Is that a no ball, or he was just asking the bowler not to bowl? No, yes, it's a thing. Not entirely sure.
Keeping us guessing.
Yes, they're keeping us guessing, and yes,
it's a no ball. Yes,
it's a free hit, and that has been hit by Brooks over mid wicket for a huge six. This is his second six that he's hit. 25 of 41 balls, 2 sixes have been hit by Shamar Brooks, both in the same area. One of Yuzvendra Chahal and one by Washington Sundar. This one coming into the right-hander, going with the angle and getting the opportunity to play his arms. I'm not sure if the no ball was for the number of fielders in the ring, or
yes. It was not for the line.
Yeah,
and that's why Rohit Sharma is quite upset, probably with himself.
Yes, because I didn't think India had the requisite fielders inside the inner circle, which is why that no ball was given. It was not because Washington Sundar had overstepped the mark. So that's something that you've got to note here. Meanwhile, just allowing Shamar Brooks those extra bit of runs with that 24.1 now, but Rohit can afford a smile right now. He knows his team is on top, but they've got to continue to maintain the pressure. And Washington is a bowler who can definitely maintain that kind of pressure.
Yes, but it's a long haul for the West Indies as Washington gets ready to bowl to Brooks, who's batting on 25. There's no slip in place, and now the umpire once again checking the number of fielders. Kudos to the umpires. It's a thankless job, but they really have hawk-eyes. They have to keep track of everything as Sundar bowls, and this time going on the back foot, whipping it in the square leg zone. But there is a fielder in the form of Deepak Hooda, no run whatsoever. So Hussain is batting on 2. Brooks is batting on 25. About 6 runs per over is what the West Indians require. This time, ball on the off stump. Wanted to get some space, but Brooks couldn't make it, and he pushed it back to the bowler. Still, the score remains at 89 for 5.
Yes, pushed it back to the bowler, and we've got 89 for 5 on the board for the West Indies. Shamar Brooks facing again a short of a leg delivery. He's punched it down towards long on for a single. 90 for 5. This is the 25th over. West Indies are in trouble in pursuit of 238. Washington Sundar so far hasn't bowled a lot of overs. In fact, if you have a look at it, this is only his second over because the others have done the bulk of the bowling. So now interesting to see how Rohit Sharma changes the bowling around. Meanwhile, Akil Hussain marks his guard in that typical Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul way by taking the bail off and hammering them into the pitch. And Akil Hussain has now played this towards long off for a single.
Yes, but Disha, there's something else kept out there apart from the bail, because he couldn't take that LED bail and do that. There is something else which is also kept there, I'm sure, because the LED bail, if you just use it, it will damage it. But yes, Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul era, what an era it was, a style personified. But in the meanwhile, typical off spinner's delivery turning in sharply as It's been played off the back foot towards cover straight the fielder. So after 25 overs, now West Indies lagging behind India as far as the par score or the comparison is concerned. But 91 for 5 is not what they had expected after 25 overs. But the fact remains that Shamara Brooks and Akil Hussain, how far can they stretch it? That's the big question. But India not letting the pressure down, Nishad, because they're keeping they're going on with the bowling changes in such a way that they are hunting out for a wicket.
Yes, that is true because they've got to get these wickets. And as Chandresh said earlier, West Indies bat 50 overs, they get through. No doubts about it. Which is why all those wickets have come and Rohit has kept that attacking instinct. And now you see Mohammad Siraj coming back into the attack. You get a bowler, a wicket-taking bowler in. He has maintained a good hold over the batters. So why not get Siraj in, who's bowled 5 overs so far and conceded only 18 runs. And one of those 5 overs was also a maiden.
Which is very interesting now. And the bowling changes made are quite innovative, I would say, by Rohit. And Sundar, of course, costing India 13 runs in the 2 overs that he has bowled. But Hussain is on strike. There's a slip in place. Here comes Mohammad Siraj, hustling and bustling on the off stump. Good delivery, going on the back foot and pushing that ball towards point. So Akil Hussain is taking his time. Both of them have a lot of time. And another 138 plus 9, 147 steps still remaining for the West Indians. But these can be very difficult, getting that if you're down 5 wickets and you still require under 100 runs, still you can be sort of a bit progressive and say, okay, let's get it. But 147 seems to be a far call for this particular pair, which is just trying to consolidate now on the middle stump and push back to the bowler. Very compact delivery from Mohammad Siraj.
Yes, Akil Hussain got a lot to do, batting a little bit higher at number 7. We've got to see that it's because Kieron Pollard getting injured has definitely caused that hole in that West Indies batting lineup, which is why Odean Smith came in, and Odean Smith is batting a little bit down the order. But you can't really replace a Kieron Pollard unless you've got someone like an Andre Russell in the park.
Yes, and see, that's the whole point. In the meanwhile, I thought it just kissed the outside edge of the bat as it went across Akil Hussain after Siraj bowled it on the off and the middle stump. But exactly, you're right on the money. They're missing a character like Andre Russell down the order because his power hitting was unimaginable, and it could really take the steam out of any bowling attack in the world. But he's not there, and the West Indies are ruining the fact that they don't have that additional artillery in the middle order to bust up the opposition.
Yes, and the next ball outside it's just on the stumps and has been defended very well by Akil Hussain. It is the 26th over that is being bowled by Mohammad Siraj. This is his 6th over, and Rohit has been shuffling the bowlers around quite well. So far, Shamar Brooks is batting on 26 of 45. West Indies have kept losing wickets at regular intervals, which is why they find themselves in this predicament. They've got 2 more deliveries to face in this 26th over. Akil Hussain is batting on 3 of 11 balls. Siraj hasn't conceded a run in this over so far. He's already bowled a maiden earlier, and this one is a shortish delivery, rose just outside the off stump, and this has been defended solidly by Hussain through the offside, and there will be no run again.
Yes, and with 5 dot deliveries, I'm still surprised that that's the difference between a Bumrah and the others, or a Malinga and the others. You get those slower Yorkers bang, and you just wipe off the tail. Just cleaning the tail in itself is an art which probably is a lost art now. We don't see a lot of bowlers coming and finishing off the tail very quickly. Short pulled, it's in the air, but will fall short of the fielder at deep mid wicket. That's a Shardul Thakur. So it's not a maiden over. Hussain will get a run, and after 26 overs, 92 for the loss of 5 wickets is the score. But Nishad, you'll also agree, this lost art. Jason Gillespie, Glenn McGrath, all the great bowlers, you just give them 3-4 wickets, and there you are, bang. Javagal Srinath used to do it, but off late we don't see those kind of antiques.
Also, in some cases, in some teams, also the tailenders have become better batters. So that also works a little bit against. But yes, I think there are times, and a lot of the times, the bowling sides can be guilty of trying a little bit too hard against the tailenders. You think you've gotten rid of the better batters, now let's get rid of them. Let's do this, let's do that. They try everything, and then they are just doing a lot, and nothing happens. So sometimes that too is counterproductive, I feel.
And then that's the reason why, whenever you're selecting a team, you need to see virtues in the players, not just from the batting or the hard hitting or the biggest spinner, but also the fact that how efficient is someone cleaning the tail. In the meanwhile, Washington Sundar starts a new over. First ball round the wicket. It's been driven to the covers by Hussain for a single, and West Indies go up to 93 for 5.
93 for 5. This is the 27th over. Shamar Brooks is batting on 26 of 45, and he will be facing. We will be facing Washington Sundar at the moment. There is a change in the field. I think yes, there is a deep mid wicket, long on, and fine leg in the deep, and there is a sweeper on the offside. This has been played by Brooks towards mid wicket, who's in the circle, and they will get no run there. So there's a mid wicket in the circle, plus there is a mid wicket deep as well.
Very interesting. Yes, and that's the reason probably to tease the batsman so that the cross-batted shot can come and these fielders in the deep on the onside may just come into picture. Here comes Washington Sundar, the ball on the middle and the leg stump has been swept nicely towards fine leg and they will get another single. So Hussain and Brooks have now started forging a decent partnership. They have survived there for some time. 94 for 5 is the score, but the required run rate is 6 runs per over. And who will be the next Andre Russell? Because you need to fit in the shoes. As time progresses, there will be players who will come and go, but the newer ones will be given newer challenges. And you said Akil Hussain can be the one, but he doesn't look like an Andre Russell. But never know. It's been driven towards long off by Akil Hussain and 95 for 5.
95 for 5. This is the 27th over. 2 balls remaining. West Indies, the equation is 143 needed of 140 deliveries. Only 5 wickets in hand. Shamar Brooks now works this around towards square leg, who's in the circle, so no run there. Brooks has got to take the major responsibility because he is very much the senior batter here in this partnership, has spent time in the middle, has looked quite good and solid. Whenever the opportunity is presented, he's gotten those 2 sixes as well. So seems to have a good calm head on his shoulders. This one has been worked around, and this time the fine leg was inside the circle, but a run is quickly stolen by the West Indies batters. And yes, that is the end of Washington Sundar's over.
And 27 overs, 96 for 5 is the score for West Indies. They're still 142 steps away from victory. And every team goes through the transitions, Nishad, we saw Sangakkara, Jayawardene, Dilshan moving out from Sri Lanka, and after retirement, not many have been able to fill their shoes. So we have the Brathwaite, Andre Russell and DJ Bravo moving out from the West Indian squad, and not many have been able to fill their shoes. So it does take some time in order to kind of replicate or replace those positions. And that's what the West Indians probably are going through this transition.
Yeah, I mean, when you actually look at the transition phase, never easy. And Brathwaite now hasn't been in the West Indies side for more than 2 years. So you've got to look at the next gen that will come and that will get settled here. You've got to see who can take the West Indies team forward in the 50-over format, because that's where they've been chasing the 50-over World Cup for a while, and we haven't seen a good performance from the West Indies in the 50-over format for a really long time. In terms of the World Cup or big, and Siraj has bowled a good ball and Brooks gets an edge, but there is no first slip and it goes for 4. With that, the 100 is up for the West Indies, 100 for 5 in 27.1 overs. Siraj has got a smile on his face there.
Just a tinge of luck for West Indies as the ball has been played in an area where there was no fielder. The ball came from the collar of the bat, probably. For a moment, I thought it could be in the reach of Rishabh Pant, but it was too far off. The first slip would have been comfortable there, but that boundary will definitely help the West Indies. They have moved into the triple figure mark as the boundary has come after about 10 odd deliveries. Now the slip is there as the next ball outside the off stump. It's played defensively by Brooks. He's batting on 32 as West Indies 100 for the loss of 5 wickets.
27.2 overs and 100 for 5. West Indies at the moment is chasing 138 runs to win this game. Brooks is batting on 32, Hussain on 6, and these two have so far put on 24 in just over 5 overs together. And yes, Siraj coming into bowl to Brooks. The first slip is in place. down the leg side. He didn't get enough bat on it. I think it came off the pad and just lobs towards the leg side, and they will get a single. Signaled a leg by
Yes.
umpire Nitin Menon.
And then he wanted to whip that ball, Brooks, but probably didn't connect it. The ball was a bit quicker than he anticipated. But 101 for 5, very slow development for the West Indies. They had a golden opportunity today, and they may still have, but then they've lost out 5 wickets, half their side back in the pavilion, and making a comeback is always very difficult as the trophy will be given to the winner. India would like to, in fact, book that trophy as the next ball angled across. Is it? Oh, the ball beating the outside edge of the bat. So lovely delivery once again by Siraj. And for a moment, Rishabh Pant also thought that, oh, but then he went into a camouflaging celebration where he tries to trick the audience on camera and us too, to a certain extent.
Yes, and especially when there are crowd in the stadium, that time this really works because the crowd begins to cheer,
Yeah,
especially
yeah, yeah.
on the crowd catch, because you make it look as if there is a catch. Nevertheless, a slip in place, and Akil Hussain has driven this full delivery towards mid-off. There will be no run. So one ball remaining in this over by Mohammad Siraj, which is the 28th of this innings.
The next ODI, of course, will be played on the 11th, and that's day after tomorrow. A very, very short break between the second and the third ODI, and of course, then the caravan moves to Kolkata for the three T20s. Amazing, isn't it? So much of cricket being played. In the meanwhile, jumping up on the toes for a delivery which bounced after pitching on the off stump. Nicely played towards third man by Hussain for a single, and that is the end of over number 28.
And it's
102 for
really
the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, and it's really great that we'll be getting to see cricket at the Eden Gardens after a while. And just before the pandemic, you may remember that an ODI between India and South Africa was scheduled to be played at the Eden Gardens, and that didn't take place. So that definitely is something that we are really looking forward to. I think, in fact, didn't Eden Gardens host one of the T20s against New Zealand? Wait, let me just check it out. And in fact, yes, they did against New Zealand. But it's an iconic venue. I'll beg your pardon. Yes, recently against New Zealand, India hosted a T20 international at the Eden Gardens. But talking of Eden Gardens, Carlos Brathwaite, the West Indies all-rounder, became a father today. And he's named his daughter Eden because
Wow.
obviously Eden Rose. And Eden is from the fact that he accomplished the greatest feat of his life at that venue at the 2016 T20 World Cup final.
Amazing, isn't it? The game of cricket is so loved by everybody across the world, and of course, the great Sunil Gavaskar naming his son on Rohan, and then now we have Carlos Brathwaite naming his daughter Eden.
It's amazing. And now a new over by Sundar. This has been driven by Hussain down the ground for a single. Gavaskar named him Rohan after Rohan Kanhai, the West Indian batter. And we've got Washington Sundar coming in for the second ball. This has been cut by Brooks towards cover, and he will get, in fact, they will get 2 runs because the fielder was really square. Yes, 2 runs taken quite comfortably. You've got Bishan Singh Bedi also naming his first son as Gavasindar Singh after Sunil Gavaskar because they were on the tour in 71 to West Indies. And Gavaskar had really scored all those 774 runs, and it was a tribute from Bishan Singh Bedi to him. Then you've got Brian Lara. He named his daughter Sydney because he got his first test century at Sydney. He got 277 against Australia there. So a lot of these stories, where you've got people being named like that. Now Brooks has pulled Washington Sundar past square leg, and that will be 4. Mayank Agarwal, the substitute fielder, is on for his childhood friend KL Rahul, but that was played very well by Brooks. He moves to 38 with that, 109 for 5. Brooks is looking better and better as the innings has moved ahead.
It was played very nicely, hit very hard, and Mayank Agarwal was there at square leg. Probably the ball bounced just, it's quite away from him, so you really can't blame him. But the fact is, the West Indians are now trying to sort of change the gear. 109 for a loss of 5 wickets. Brooks is batting on 38. Here comes Washington Sundar trying to paddle sweep it, missing it completely. Oh, lucky escape. Otherwise, the ball could have got entangled somewhere and could have sort of trickled over the stumps. But talking about names, Jonty Rhodes naming his daughter India. So so many occasions that the players have actually used their cricketing homelands or places where they have done well and sort of passing that legacy to their kids. And that is also the end of the over number 29, 110 for the loss of 5 wickets. Shamara Brooks on 39. Akil Hussain is batting on 8. So Washington hasn't been really effective, but it doesn't matter for India because the target is not really that great. But Mohammad Siraj has completed 7 overs. Will there be a change of bowling? Because we've seen Rohit Sharma using his two bowlers in spells of 4 and 5 overs and then probably giving it to someone else. So Prasiddha Krishna has 5 overs left. Chahal has 4. And since he has used 5 overs, he will have to go through Sundar also.
Yes, and you've got to see how he'll rotate the bowlers now. You've got Prasid's 5, maybe bring him back for a short burst again of 1 or 2 overs and see if he can get that wicket. It is imperative now that India break through and get Shamar Brooks pretty quickly because he seems really set. The target is not allowed, 129 away. I know there are only 126 runs left and 128, runs to get. But yes, and Chahal has been brought into the attack. The first slip is still in place. Brooks is going to face Yuzvendra Chahal. He got a 6 off him earlier in the innings, as you would remember. And the first ball is a false start, and he does not bowl that delivery. So you've got for Shamar Brooks, long on, long off, a sweeper on the leg side and the offside. Mid-wicket is inside the circle, so is cover and fine leg and third man. The first ball is beautifully turning away from Brooks and that goes into the gloves of Rishabh Pant past Brooks's bat.
Lovely. Just pitching around the leg stump and turning sharply. Brooks must have had his heart in his mouth for a moment, but lovely turn there. He's batting on 39. Here comes Chahal, slip in place and pushing the batsman on the back foot. The batsman Brooks wanted to whip it off his legs, got it on the pads. The ball trickled towards square leg and a single has been taken. Was it called as a leg by? I'm not sure. No, there was some bat in it. So Nelson 1-1-1 for 5.
And Brooks moves into the 40s. It's been a very good matured innings by him. A fantastic effort. Now with the left-hander coming on, Chahal has pushed men in the deep on the leg side, and they've got a fine leg, square leg, and a long on in. And I think they are also going to place a leg slip in case he tickles it down the leg side. We just have a look right now. And with Akil Hussain, no, there's no leg slip. There's only a first slip. This one has been worked by Akil Hussain, turning into him towards fine leg, and he will get a single. West Indies are off Nelson with that.
Yes, very important here, 112 for 5. It's like a situation where you're so close and yet so far for the West Indies. If they could have actually used their brains earlier on, they could have been in a much better position considering the partnerships that they could have constructed. But Chahal bowls flighted. Oh, good ball. Pushing the batsman on the back foot. Brooks sort of took a risk by going back and cutting it, but he gets the ball in the deep point region for a couple of runs, and that will take him to 42 and West Indies to 114 for the loss of 5 wickets.
114 for the loss of 5 wickets. 2 balls remaining in this 30th over, which is being bowled by Yuzvendra Chahal, and it was a good ball, and I would say equally well played by Shamar Brooks. He's seen the ball very well out there now. Next ball, he's tried to defend it. There is a half-hearted appeal for a leg before, but yes, going down the leg side. And Rohit Sharma is asking Chahal the question, but Chahal says, "Nah, I don't think that's really convincing." But yes, we'll now see the 5th ball, the last ball of this over, being bowled by Yuzvendra Chahal, which has been a decent over so far. But India really need a wicket soon, that of Shamar Brooks, and that has been worked by Brooks towards square leg, and that is a single. That's the end of the over. 115 for 5, 30 overs gone, and now we will take a quick break.
Very poor. Welcome back after the break. You're on Digital 2 Sports, a joint venture of Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. And the moment has arrived. We were talking about this, Pankaj, earlier, that you build the pressure, build the pressure, and you force Captain Rohit Sharma to bring in his sixth bowler. And the sixth bowler is here, Deepak Huda. And it clearly shows that the Indians are feeling the pinch now of this partnership, which has already fetched 40 runs for the sixth wicket.
Yes, and we were also discussing about Washington Sundar. He has 6 overs to go, and if his quota of the fifth over has to be completed, Huda was a good option. Rohit comes to that, and Akil Hussain goes on the back foot and punches that ball towards a deep extra cover for a single. So 117 for 5, and this is what happens. We were talking about the lost art of finishing the tail. There aren't many bowlers who can actually do that. Take 2, 3 quick wickets when the last a few batters are there, and that is what India will also have to work out. Flighted, and it's been hit in the air in the long on zone, and that is the wicket taker. Deepak Huda gets the wicket of Shamara Books.
And it required me to come back to start taking wickets again because truth be told, Pankaj, you and Nishad did a shoddy job of taking wickets.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
You just did a shoddy job and allowed a partnership to fester. That's not how things are done here.
So as a professor, I think you're the dean now, trying to cut loose. Okay, but anyway, welcome back, and this is the wicket that India were looking for. Deepak Huda will be very relieved.
Yeah, he's done the job. That's the kind of role that he's been expected to do. And he's come here and broken a partnership that was threatening the Indian team. And once again, it is Surya Kumar Yadav who's taken a catch. So he's everywhere today. He's taking catches, he's stopping the ball, he's scoring runs. It's all happening there for Surya Kumar Yadav. Today seems to be his day.
No doubt about it. And the way Deepak Huda constructed the demise of Shamara Brooks was very interesting. He was playing pretty well, but now 117 for 6, 121 steps away. Looks pretty simple, but then the column next to the score just gives us an idea that it's not going to be easy because your Stepney is out now. Your vehicle is going up and down. It's breaking down. The shock obs are not working. The engine is cranking. There's oil leakage, and now you have some additional punchers. So West Indies in all sorts of trouble.
Massive trouble here for West Indies. They're tottering at 117 for 6. Shamar Books is the recognized batter who's gone away. Now comes Fabian Allen, and he scored well in the first match, but this is a different scenario. It's a massively different scenario that he'll be tested heavily.
Definitely, and this test is for the West Indies, and we were talking about how they are missing the likes of the Carlos Brathwaite's and the DJ Bravo and the Andre Russell in that middle order, due to which they some years back had become a terror to a lot of teams, especially in the shorter format of the game. But not many youngsters have been able to fill their shoes, and this is the time of transition for every team. Like we gave an example of Sri Lanka when the Dilshan, Jayawardene and Sangakkara left. They have not been able to do it. So West Indies are still searching for proper candidates for that middle order as they are at 117 for 6.
I think you will see that their absence is felt more in the T20 format because all these three hardly played as a lot of ODI cricket. They played mostly the T20 format. So you will find that they will find it difficult to fill those slots up in the T20 format. They have been playing with more or less a similar lineup in the one-day format. And like I keep saying, they are one of the lucky sides in the world where they seem to have three diametrically different sides for all three formats. And I keep saying, I keep feeling for head coach Phil Simmons, because it's a huge task to remember who's who and what's what.
Phil Simmons is that professor who's teaching mathematics, English, and history at the same time in the same college. Probably that's the situation. And probably now West Indies really do not have much of a chance. But Deepak Huda will be happy because he got a chance to bat. He did his job. by getting those very special 30, 40 odd runs that he got, which was very important for India. And now Fabian Allen is there. Let's see if he's able to get some quick wickets. Slip in place, shot third man, point, deep point, a short extra cover, and mid off. That's the fielding on the offside. Deepak Hooda gets ready to the right-handed batsman. So the spinners now for West Indies are out here to bat as Deepak Hooda bowls the first one, turning, and oh, the ball goes down the leg side. The batsman misses it. The wicket keeper misses it. It's been called as a wide, but Yajuvendra Chahal was quick to run from short third man down to fine leg to stop that ball. So 2-1 plus 1, 3 runs coming up as West Indies go up to 120 for 6.
West Indies, lucky break there for West Indies. They also need some luck going their way. They've been struggling all through in this innings with the bat. But I think full credit to Captain Rohit Sharma for not relenting on the pressure that he's managed to exert on the West Indies batters. The way he has led the team, I think full credit to him. This was his first big test as India's white ball captain. And so far, he has come good on the test, and I would give him full marks for this performance so far.
No doubt about it. And the creativity with which he used his bowlers has also got us to think that he understands the need of the game and he's doing really very well. So good to see. End of 31 overs, 6 wickets are down. 120 is what West Indies have made. They have done 50% of the job, but in doing 50% of that job, they have lost 6 wickets. So 60% of the resources are gone doing 50% of the job. So Chandresh, very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult, very, very difficult. It's going to be super important for now Akeal Hosein and Fabian Allen to hold their nerve. It's not an easy task, but they need to hold their nerve and try and see that they build a partnership from here on, because one misstep in the match and the series could slip away from the West Indies grasp. It was expected to be an easy chase, but it wasn't to be. Remember in the mid-show, both Pankaj and Nishad sort of spoke about the fact that West Indies could chase it. So far, both the gentlemen have not been proved right by the West Indies batters, and we have a no ball yet again. What's happening here?
Oh, it's because of the field. This is second time, Chandresh. In the last half hour, when Sundar was bowling, there were less number of fielders inside the circle, because of which a no ball was signaled. And now once again, so Rohit has to learn these tricks, because these are unforced errors.
Yeah, I think that he does not seem to remember all these things. Maybe he's captained too many T20 games and not too many one-day games. That's probably showing here. I think he needs to be aware of that as a captain in the one-day format. Too many T20 matches as captain for Mumbai Indians has sort of not kept him in touch with what are the one-day rules. It will take time because India doesn't play too many one-day matches. So in his defense, I think I would say that.
Very much, but with the kind of extra large support staff that we have, probably that shouldn't have happened. Anyways, 122 for the loss of 6 wickets, 31 overs have been bowled. It's a no ball and it's a free hit now. So let us see what Allen can do. He has just faced one delivery and he has got a golden opportunity, a jackpot in the form of a free hit. Here comes Yajuvendra Chahal. It's been nicely smashed through the covers, but there's a fielder out there. And just a single. Virat Kohli is the man. Can you believe it? Virat Kohli, after such a long time in on the boundary line. But we have seen him when he was the captain. He also used to go in the deep mid-wicket and the long-on zone quite often. But the fact remains that West Indies are 6 wickets down, and they seem to really have no end or light at the end of the tunnel, because they're losing fuel very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. And I think you have to sort of feel for them, because they had a golden opportunity in this match to make a fist out of this particular chase. But so far, it's not really gone their way. They had a partnership between Akeal Hosein and Shamar Brooks, and it seemed like they would be coming back into their own in this match. But just when it was threatening and building towards something, once again, Shamar Brooks played a reckless shot, I would say, against Deepak Huda, and gifted his wicket. And now Rohit Sharma is really going in for the kill with the score with 6 wickets down for West Indies. Once again, Akil Hussain plays it towards the mid-wicket region. No damage done, no single taken.
So Akil Hussain and Fabian Allen also know that it's a bit too much, but they have about 115 runs to get from 111 deliveries. So might as well hang on there. Let's see what happens. We never know when there is a miracle. But the Indians do not need a miracle. They just need wickets. Round the wicket bowls Yajuvendra Chahal, and the ball as it turns in, Akil Hussain drives it towards a long on for a single. So 123 for 6 is the score. And still, I mean, considering the number of runs required and the number of balls remaining, it looks possible, but 6 wickets down and with no big batsman available. Though Nishad did say that Akil Hussain has played a couple of maverick knocks here and there, and that is the only hope for West Indies as Chahal gets ready with over the wicket to Allen, and once again on the leg stump, turning towards off. This time Allen was on the front foot, full stride put in, bat pad together, defensive stroke.
So score still static at 124 for 6 for West Indies, and the asking rate is now over 6. I think that's still not a cause for worry if I were in the West Indies camp. I think that they should not be that worried about the asking rate. I think it's the wickets that really should be troubling them. I think the asking rate has never been a cause for concern for them. We are done with 32 overs, 124 for 6. They've lost wickets at steady intervals, and that really has sort of stymied their progress in this particular chase.
Yes, and the West Indian flight has always been hit by turbulence throughout. They probably never had a stable time when the flight was flying very nicely. And that's the reason why you see that the partnerships could not be built up. 32 overs have been bowled, 124 for 6. And Prasidh Krishna, of course, the most successful Indian bowler with 3 wickets. But Huda and Shardul have chipped in with 1 each. And of course, there are others. But Brooks, with the highest scorer of the West Indian innings with 44 runs, but 114 more steps. It's going to be very, very difficult, as if there are weights tied to your leg and you're trying to run. In the meanwhile, Huda starts a new over, round the wicket, first ball, going on the back foot, and Akil gets a run in the long on zone as the ball trickles along the carpet. So both these batsmen, once again, just probably trying to play deep, not maybe avoid the inevitable, but just pushing and just trying to wait for some opportunity. Fabian Allen gets the ball on the middle stump. He works it nicely towards fine leg for a single, and that will take West Indies to 126 for 6.
So West Indies need another 112 runs, and the asking rate has just now touched 6.3. Akil Hussain, like Nishad explained, is quite an adequate batter, and so is Fabian Allen. We saw evidence of that in the first one day, but they need much more from these two individuals if they have got to make a match out of this. And the fact that India is forced to press in their sixth bowler is also an indication that Washington Sundar's 4 overs gone for 25. So Captain Rohit Sharma is a bit worried about Sundar's bowling. So that's why he's pressed Deepak Huda into action over here.
Oh, this time over the wicket, Allen got the ball just outside the off stump, and he did the same thing what Brooks did. And Suryakumar Yadav was there at long on. He has a smile on his face because the ball was in the air for some time and it just fell short of him. So Suryakumar Yadav just waiting for another catch to come his way. He has been lucky today. As around the wicket, Huda bowls as Akil Hussain drives thick outside edge. The ball trickles towards short third man. No run on that occasion. Score still 128 for the loss of 6 wickets. So 110 steps from here, Chandresh, but it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy by any stretch of imagination, and the West Indies know that. Like I said, this is probably the last recognized pair that West Indies have. There's Odin Smith right after this, so he could probably do some damage because he's done some damage with the ball. So today could be his day, and he could play a cameo. Who knows what happens? We could still have a twist in the tail as over number 33 ends with the score on 129 for 6. West Indies need another 109 runs of 17 overs. So 109 runs, 102 balls. It's getting down to the wire here.
It's going down the wire, but India pretty much in control. And once Prasiddha Krishna comes back, probably India would like to then finish the remaining batters, because it's very important that India win big here, because they were in some sort of trouble, and it's payback time. And if you get us at 237, definitely we're not going to let you win, and we're going to win big. But West Indies still 109 steps away from the checkered flag, from the finishing line, and now it looks like a long, long way. Yes, I said the Prasiddha Krishna. So Rohit Sharma is also listening to me once in a while, Chandresh.
Yeah. So I think you also seem to have a direct line with the captain
The hot
over
line,
there,
as they call it.
yeah, it's a hot line, and it's an interesting one. Because I think that Prasidh Krishna has been brought in at the right time for India, because India needs to close out this match right now, right here. He also has a slip in place. That's an interesting move by captain. Prasidh Krishna has bowled just 5 overs, given away just 4 runs, and picked up 3 wickets. So he's really been miserly, and he's been rapid. He's bounced the batsman, hustled the batsman, and kept everybody on their toes, literally and figuratively.
And that is the reason why he has been brought back into the attack. Siraj was tried for a couple of overs, but Siraj couldn't really do anything creative. Over pitch delivery, driven straight. What a shot by Hussain, coming to the pitch at the ball, driving it nicely, beating the fielder at mid-off, and 4 runs. Akil Hussain is a pretty interesting customer. Doesn't look really young. He looks like a baby. He's like a schoolboy, but nice stroke. Beautiful, coming behind the line of the ball, right from the middle of the bat, and 4 runs.
Typical left-handers elegance there from Akhil Hussain, and coming so low down the order, yet seems to have the flourish of a typical gorgeous left-hander, and that's why sometimes these left-handers are a treat to watch. We've seen number of great left-handers over the years, and similar style, but not the same caliber. But you have to hand it to him. He managed to get a boundary at the right time for his team. The score is now 133 for 6, 105 more runs needed for West Indies. The asking rate is still hovering around 6.3. So he just doesn't need to do anything fancy out here. If he keeps his wits about it and is sensible, he could sort of take it to the logical conclusion.
Very much. As the next ball from Prasiddha Krishna on the off stump, nicely driven this time, but the fielder at mid-off is more finer this time, and Hussain can't get past. But he had the right idea. So Prasiddha Krishna is bowling a bit full in this particular spell, and just around 105 runs needed. Now, Chandresh, if even if the last wicket is there and West Indies require another 30-40 odd runs, this match is going to be very, very exciting.
Absolutely. I think this match is not done by any stretch of imagination, unless India managed to strike here at regular intervals and wrap up the tail. And for that to happen, Prasidh Krishna has to strike for India.
Oh, coming round the wicket this time, Chandresh. Prasiddha Krishna bowled a short, slow delivery. Akil Hussain got caught up. The ball looped in the air, but it just fell tantalizingly short of Rohit Sharma at the first leg.
So this is the advantage that you have if you have close-in fielders in a medium to moderate scoring game, and you have to hand it to Captain Rohit Sharma once again for attacking and making things happen. And full credit to Prasidh Krishna for that spell so far. And once again round the wicket and plays that one defensively does Akhil Hussain. That's the end of over number 34, or we have one more delivery. No, we are done. So over number 34 done. 133 for 6, 105 runs, 96 deliveries. It's really going to go down to the wire.
It's just about the wickets. If West Indies can hold on to the wickets, anything is possible. But if they keep leaking wickets, then India will like to wrap it up very, very quickly. But what a match this has been. The West Indians and the Indians coming together for the second ODI at the Narendra Modi Stadium at Motera, Ahmedabad. This is the Motera 2.0. the biggest cricket stadium in the world. And India could make only 237 runs for the loss of 9 wickets in 50 overs. And now they are defending the target, and they have got 6 West Indian wickets as Deepak Hooda comes in to bowl the 35th over.
35th over in progress. Deepak Hooda bowling his third over. So far, he's given away just 10 runs in his 2 overs and picked up the valuable wicket of Shamara Brooks. Captain Rohit Sharma will be hoping that he can strike one more decisive blow and get really into the tail. Because with this West Indies lineup, it's not over till at least another couple of wickets fall. So India needs to be aware of that. I'm sure the team's aware of that. And that's why Captain Rohit Sharma is constantly on the attack. There are no close-in fielders for Deepak Hooda, but he's just rushing through the overs right here.
Yes, in the meanwhile, lovely straight drive by Fabian Allen. Will long on be able to cut that? Yes, it is Suryakumar Yadav. They come back for the second run. Very good running between the wickets. And these two youngsters are now, they have started to kind of get those sparks flying here and there. They're not going for the big strokes because they know that still there is a lot to cover. But they are showing the sparks, and 135 for the loss of 6 wickets is the score. Fabian Allen is batting on 5. Deepak Hooda now getting ready to bowl the next one. Flighted, teasing Fabian Allen to go for that cross-batted shot over mid-wicket. But Allen is playing very deep in the crease. You know, he's waiting for that ball, trying to get something short, but he pushes it back to the bowler. 135 for 6.
So Deepak Hooda is proving to be a useful contributor to Rohit Sharma's cause here of trying to limit West Indies. I don't think he's looking at him as a wicket taker. He's just looking at him to fill in a few overs, just as an insurance against possible overs where Sundar goes for a few runs. And so
Sundar bowled only 4 overs, so his 6 overs have to be compensated.
Yeah, I think but so far you have to say that Deepak Hooda has done a fairly adept job here.
Very much, and this is the job that Dhoni used to get out of Rohit Sharma and Suresh Raina, or Suresh Raina to be more particular. As Hooda bowls this time, pushing Fabian Allen on the back foot, he plays that ball defensively, and that is also the end of over number 35. So 135 for the loss of 6 wickets is the score. Fabian Allen is batting on 5. Akil Hussain is made 19. Both these batsmen have shown some class by hitting those straight drives. But once again, that terror of some bowler who can come and clean the tail is still missing. It's probably a lost art now.
Yeah, I think that at some level that bowler could well be Prasidh Krishna, because I think that he could come in and do that role for Captain Rohit Sharma. I'm not so sure about Shardul Thakur and Mohammad Siraj filling in that gap. That role is usually done by Jasprit Bumrah and to some extent by Mohammad Shami in the one-day format, not so much in the T20 format. But I think that Prasidh Krishna could play that role, as Prasidh Krishna once again runs into bowl and this time round the wicket, and Akil Hussain once again lets the ball go through to the wicket keeper, and the score still static on 135 for 6 after 35.1 overs. Fantastic spell by Prasidh Krishna, 3 for 8 so far, and he's really kept things tight.
Very interesting and good to see that Prasidh Krishna has been given the opportunity in this particular series, because along with Siraj and Shardul Thakur, it's a very interesting variety, because Prasidh and Siraj may be similar bowlers. Shardul is a different type of fast bowler. Now from bowling round wicket from the corner of the crease, the ball short, bouncing, and Akil Hussain had to kind of go up on his toes to keep that ball down. He didn't instinctively pull it, but the ball trickles towards the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and batsman crossover for a single. So 136 for 6. Now the required run rate is moving towards that mark of 7 runs per over, and 88 deliveries, 102 to make, still quite possible. But then those 6 wickets that have fallen, they create a completely different impact altogether, and they don't allow you that atmosphere to excel for that chase.
Absolutely, and I think the depth that West Indies has in this lineup should come in handy for them in this particular chase. And so far, the fact that they are in the contest is also because of this depth that they possess in this lineup. With guys like Akhil Hossain and Fabian Allen who can bowl and bat quite effectively. That's proving to be quite a handy thing for West Indies. They're still 102 runs behind, 101 runs behind India's target. But they're still very much in the game, and the contest hangs in a balance.
And that is what Chandresh, an early opening partnership of 30, 40 odd runs would have done. If the first three batsmen would have got about the 100, 120 odd runs quickly, that would have changed the scenario of this game in a slow chase or in a low chase where wickets have fallen. But that couldn't happen. And, the openers also thought that we have 50 overs, let's go slowly, we'll go aram se. But that didn't happen. And it's 137 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. The 36th over is in progress. Akhil Hossain is batting on 20 and 101 runs are required of 87 deliveries.
So 101 run, 87 deliveries. Prasidh Krishna really tightening the screws here. Once again, ooh, what kind of bounce was that from Prasidh Krishna? He's really bending his back here.
Definitely, and the wicket has given support to everyone. The wicket is such that you come and take whatever you want to out of this particular track. We are not going to offer you anything. The batsman or the bowler, that has been the situation. But Akhil Hossain now is looking a bit fidgety because he came down the track to attack Prasidh Krishna, to which Prasidh sort of gave a short delivery, and there were smiles around. Round the wicket once again and edged, almost not able to understand the delivery. He just pushed it towards.
What happened there?
This is a friendly camaraderie at the other end as Akhil Hossain completes the single, and Prasidh Krishna is like sort of talking to him. The ball went in the third man zone for a single.
Oh, they could be teammates very soon, for all you know. So they need to be careful with how they deal with it, and so that it doesn't become a tenuous relationship when matches start on March 27th in the Indian Premier League. So they need to be careful. And the scores now 138 for 600 runs more needed. They have played the last delivery back to the bowler, Fabian Allen, and the scores 138 for 6 after 36 overs, 100 runs needed of the remaining 84 deliveries. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with Nishad Paivodia.
You're watching the Doosra show, and this is Digital 2 Sports. You can subscribe to all our social media platforms, particularly on YouTube. Press the subscribe button. In fact, I would say hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon for all the updates. And meanwhile, Chandresh, a good platform here for a good finish, because yes, India have taken the 6 wickets, but Fabian Allen, are more than a capable batter. Akhil Hossain is showing that he too can bat. So if these two get going, could be some trouble for India. It's early days, but even then, I would say, that there is a possibility of a good game if these two get going.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask from here on, especially for India, because they're not good at closing out innings in any format. So they need to be wary of. In the first match as well, we saw that. And here as well, it's going to be a tough ask for them as Deepak Hooda comes in to bowl to Akhil Hossain. And this time plays it uppishly on the offside, and the ball goes towards the... Oh, we're going to get a boundary here. So Akhil Hossain gets into the act.
Very, very well timed. It was way outside the off stump, and he drove it. And the way it carpeted along the ground and went to the boundary showed that it was really, really well timed. So you've got Deepak Hooda bowling these overs. He struck in his very first over, getting the important wicket of Shamar Brooks. And yes, now India will clearly have to finish the deal really quickly. Having said that, the next ball has been driven down the ground for a single. So with that, Fabian Allen will come on strike. Rohit makes a change to the field because Allen, as you know, is a right-hander. And Deepak Hooda will now come from over the wicket towards Fabian Allen. And as I said earlier, India would need to have the sixth bowler coming in because of the way they've used their bowling lineup. Washington Sundar still has got 6 overs left. It'll be interesting to see if he's brought back into the attack soon after. Allen, meanwhile, is taking his time. He's faced 14 balls so far for his 5, and now he's getting ready to face the third ball of this over by Deepak Hooda. And he has played it around to mid-wicket. The fielder's inside the ring, so there is no possibility of a run.
So India's got about 11 overs to play around with Siraj, Shardul, Prasidh Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal. So you're looking at about 3 more overs. In the meanwhile, again, uppishly played towards the deep mid-wicket region. One more boundary. This time by, that's a 6.
It's a 6.
Oh, massive 6 there. Oh, very
it's
good.
Way over the fence, Chandresh, and it's gone and hit the fencing that separates the playing area and the stands. So it was.
That's a massive strike. That's a massive strike by Fabian Allen. I think Rohit Sharma may have erred in letting Deepak Hooda bowl an extra over here.
Yes, I think he's done his job at the moment, and it was quite a big hit. Meanwhile, Odean Smith is waiting on the sidelines because he would be the next man in to face the Indian bowling. West Indies have moved to 149 for 6, 36.4 overs. This one too is in towards Allen's pads, but he could only play it down towards mid-wicket. There will be no run. So 149 for 6. This is the 37th over. The last ball is coming up. Fabian Allen is going to face this last ball. This partnership has moved to 32, and the next ball has been driven down the ground very well by Allen for a single. And with that, West Indies have moved to 150 for 6, 37 overs gone. Some serious thinking now for Rohit Sharma to do in terms of getting the next wicket, but I think he's got enough resources, he's got the tactical nose, and he's going to manage to get the wicket soon, because whatever said and done, they may be getting on song, but still the runs required are quite a bit, and there will be the pressure.
Absolutely, there'll be massive pressure, and there'll be pressure on the Indians as well, because they'll be edgy as well, because they know this is their weak point, this is their problem area.
But Chandresh, they won't be edgy just yet. Maybe if they bat through for another 3-4 overs, that's when the Indian team will start getting edgy. That's what I feel. Because see, Fabian Allen's just got the one hit right now, and you've got Akeal Hossain who's batting for some time. But 3-4 more overs, that is when the Indian team starts getting edgy.
Yeah, this partnership has already yielded 33 runs in 39 deliveries, and the previous over was exactly the kind of over the West Indies needed at this stage. The scores moved along to 150 for 6 at the end of 37 overs. They got 12 runs of that 37th over from Deepak Hooda. I think time's ripe for them to make a change at the Deepak Hooda end, but they made a change at the Prasidh Krishna bowling end. Shardul Thakur comes into ball. He's a partnership breaker. Let's see if he's able to break the partnership here.
And the first ball is angled into the patch, played towards short fine leg, and Allen will go across to complete a single, and Hossain will come back on strike. The equation for the West Indies, 87 of 77. The only problem is the wickets column, because they've got only 4 wickets left, and Odean Smith is the man who's going to come in next. Kemar Roach is also another batter who's waiting, and Alzari Joseph, more than a capable batter, but has got the runs in Test cricket. Not sure if he's got the big hitting ability here in the one-day game. Odean Smith, as we have been told, is that they've got the power in him that he can come and possibly strike a few. Next ball has been driven by Akeal Hossain through the offside. There's a sweeper. He dives, and that is Prasidh Krishna, but that goes past the boundary, and that's 4. Akeal Hossain continues to run, but I think that is 4.
I think probably the 2 batters here have realized this is the time to cash in, because the dam's probably broken, and they want to cash in on this particular phase of play, and Indians need to get a fix on this as soon as possible. before the matters slip out of their hand. So boundary there, another useful boundary there for West Indies, following up on that previous over where 12 runs came of Deepak Huda's over. Now Akhil Hossain is really coming into his own here with the bat.
We've got Akhil Hossain batting on 30 of 44. Shardul Thakur, this has been solidly played towards cover, but there will be no run. And after the 40th over, of course, India can have that extra fielder outside. So that will change things. That will help cut out more boundaries. But now will be the time to use Washington Sundar and a couple of those overs. Then thereafter, you can use the quicker bowlers towards the end. You've got Siraj and Krishna and their overs remaining. So that could be a straight up shootout towards the end. But before that, they've got to try and get these wickets as soon as they can. Akhil Hossain now facing Shardul Thakur. This will be the fourth ball of this over. Shardul Thakur coming towards Akhil Hossain. There's edged and that's gone towards third man. There is a man waiting there. It will only be a single.
So this partnership is now threatening the Indian team. They've already put on 38 runs for the 7th wicket, and 39 runs, beg your pardon, for the 7th wicket. And the required rate is now 6.6. They need another 82 runs from the remaining 74 deliveries. So it's very much doable.
Yes, it is doable. It's just the wickets. One more wicket and India have sealed the deal, I feel. Odean Smith, yes, he may have the ability, but I'm not sure for this wicket he can really deliver the goods more consistently with such a target. But India need that wicket really soon. India need that wicket to come soon so that later, whenever Odean Smith comes in and the rest come in, there is enough pressure to sustain it on them. Meanwhile, Fabian Allen is batting quite comfortably on 13 of 20. The 6 that he got in the last over certainly broke the shackles a little bit for him. But at the other end, Akhil Hossain has been really calm and composed during his 46 ball 31. The last ball of this over coming in from Shardul Thakur. And it is 156 for 6, 82 needed of 73. Shardul Thakur running in. And this ball has hit him on the pads. Akhil Hossain's come down the track. He's fair bit down. But then by the time the throw comes in, he is back in his ground at the non-striker's end. End of the over. Now a decent recovery from Shardul Thakur after conceding the boundary early in the over. 156 for 6. And West Indies are still 82 runs away from the target.
I think this is just the kind of match that Rohit Sharma needed as a captain to test him. Remember, he's not captain in too many one-day games. Most of his captaincy has been mostly in the T20 format. So that's also a bit of a challenge for him. It's not much of the format changes, the rules change. We saw that a couple of times with him missing the plot on the fielding position and 2 no balls being called. And the fact that India has a moderate target to defend also means that he's putting enough pressure and giving enough responsibility to his bowlers and pushing them to try and defend this moderate target. If they come through with this, it's going to be good for Rohit Sharma because it's a good learning experience for him as a captain as well. Meanwhile, the captain and vice captain Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul are in discussion. They want to see what they need to do, and Siraj is being brought back. He's going to come in to bowl his 8th over. So that's going to be an interesting one. Akhil Hossain's on 31 of 46 and Fabian Allen's on 13 of 21.
Yes, 156 for 6, 38 overs gone. Mohammad Siraj, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs for no wicket. He bowled a tight spell early in the innings. And I think now is the time that he's got to show that he could do the job even at the death. And we've got Akhil Hossain facing on 31. He's faced 46 balls so far. The mid-on and mid-off is in the circle for Siraj. The 4 men out are all behind square. 1 at square leg, 1 at deep point, 1 at fine leg, and 1 at third man. The rest of the fielders are all in. You've got a short mid-wicket as well. Siraj comes in to bowl to Akhil Hossain. The first ball is a little short down the leg side. Hossain lets it go and is surprised because umpire Virender Sharma has not given that a wide. I think it's because Akhil Hossain moved across. Had he been in a spot, possibly it could have been a normal delivery. Yes.
Yeah, he moved across a bit too much, and it was an easy call there for the umpire.
Yes, Virender Sharma The umpire from Himachal Pradesh represented Himachal Pradesh in quite a few first-class games, and this is his fourth ODI as an umpire. This time, he's given one bounce for the over. This too is not a wide. It was again a similar delivery, and Hussain moved across and let that go through to the wicketkeeper. 82 needed of 70, and this one I thought may have been a wide. No, in fact, this one's come in even more. It's just gone past the gloves here.
Interesting one. Interesting one. Interesting leg side line here by Siraj.
This has
This time
been
down the
lofted.
ground. What happens there? Ooh.
Oh, that was lofted by Akil Hussain. It was going over mid-on. Mid-on was running back, he dived forward, but then Washington Sundar couldn't get the catch there. Siraj wasn't very happy. I think it was a very stop-start effort. It just goes to show how difficult it is running back and trying to take the catch.
Yeah, it is a difficult thing. I'm not so sure about the lights as well. I think that could be a factor as well. Taking high catch under these lights, which is not really a floodlights but ring of lights. I think a missed opportunity. Still a missed opportunity.
Yeah, you're right, because we've seen a lot of these things happening even at Dubai, which has got a similar lighting system. Most of these players are used to those towering floodlights which are over the ground. Generally, 4 floodlights are around per ground, and they are quite used to them. This is a fairly novel concept. You don't see it everywhere. You see it in Dubai, you see it here. And meanwhile, Akil Hussain has managed to take a single. So 3 runs scored so far in this over. That definitely was an opportunity. Washington Sundar not quite clear what to do there, running back, and in fact, he couldn't even get his hands onto it.
It's clearly not been Washington Sundar's day, either with the bat or ball or on the field. And this time a huge appeal.
Now. That is a wicket shot outside the off stump. Allen wanted to cut it, but gets an edge to wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant. Mohammad Siraj gets his first breakthrough, and I think India now will breathe a little bit more comfortably, because this was also one of the wickets they wanted. Fabian Allen can do a lot of damage down the order.
Yeah, this partnership was really threatening India, and they had put together a nice little stand of 42 for the 7th wicket, and they were just getting into their own, but Fabian Allen was defeated by that extra bounce from Siraj, and quite well taken by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and Fabian Allen goes back to the pavilion. 7th wicket down for West Indies, wicket falling at just the right time for India, but not the right time for West Indies, as Fabian Allen goes for 13 of 22 deliveries, 159 for 7, and West Indies now definitely tottering and definitely in deep trouble with needing 79 more runs of the remaining 67 deliveries. The new man in will be Odean Smith. He's bowled a very good spell, but can he back it up with another performance with the bat? That remains to be seen.
And Odean Smith, looking at his ODI record so far, 3 matches he's played, scored 84 runs, a highest of 46, average is 42, and his strike rate is 227. So he can hit a long ball, but his list A record, let's have a look at that. 482 runs in 27 matches, average of 32, a strike rate of 121, and 2 half centuries. So you can see that he's got the ability, but maybe this is a little too late.
Yeah, I think, but sometimes your performance with the ball or performance with the bat transfers to the other skill as well. So this could well be his day, because he's done well with the ball. Let's see if he's able to match it up with the bat. That's going to be an interesting one. One more delivery left in this 39th over. Let's see how he faces up to Siraj.
Yes, Siraj will bowl the last ball of the 39th over. First slip has been brought in place. There's a point cover and mid-off inside the circle, mid-on and mid-wicket as well. First ball is an attempted Yorker. Odean Smith places it back towards mid-off, and there will be no run. So end of a successful over for Mohammad Siraj, getting India the important breakthrough of Fabian Allen, 159 for 7.
So 159 for 7 West Indies. Akil Hussain is still going strong on 34 of 50 deliveries with 3 boundaries. He now has to do all the running and hope for some support from Odean Smith and the remaining batters. So it's all down to Akil Hussain. He's playing his 14th ODI, and this is the highest score in ODI cricket. This knock of 34. So whatever he's doing now is a bonus over and above what he has done with the ball. In the previous game today, he was a bit disappointing with the ball. At the other end, Odin Smith is playing his fourth ODI. He's bought a terrific spell with the ball, but now comes the tough ask of following it up with the bat.
Yes, it's a tough ask because West Indies have lost quite a bit of those wickets, and 39 overs gone. Now is the time that India bring in Shardul Thakur, who has bowled 8 overs so far, accounted for the big wicket of Jason Holder. 1 for 29 for Shardul, the big wicket of Jason Holder, the half centurion from the previous game. And as we see now, he's got an extra cover out onto the boundary, a square leg, a fine leg, and a third man. And the rest of the fielders are all in the ring, a cover, a mid-off, a point, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Now, Shardul coming in to bowl the first ball of his 9th over. Akil Hussain facing. This has been played towards point, but there will be no run.
So yeah, Akil Hussain can still afford to take a few deliveries here and there to size up what's his challenge. 79 more runs needed. It's still not out of bounds for West Indies. I don't think so. As long as Akil Hussain is there and Odin Smith, he's an adequate batsman. If he's able to hang on and support Akil Hussain, it's still not done because these are all adept batsmen and the target's not that stiff from here on for West Indies.
Yes, and this is a short ball, and it's a big wicket. Akil Hussain in half a mind whether to pull it or fend it, but then it just lobs in the air. Rishabh Pant comes forward and takes a diving catch. That is a very important wicket for Shardul Thakur. Akil Hussain is out on 34. The two men who could have taken the game away from India are gone. Odin Smith is there, but then there are only 2 wickets remaining, and the pressure is now very much firmly on West Indies. India, 95% have this in the bag.
Smart bowling there by Shardul Thakur, testing Akil Hussain's ability to play a short delivery, but a sharp work there by Rishabh Pant. We spoke earlier about Rishabh Pant's improvement as a wicketkeeper. This is one more indication and one more example of how Rishabh Pant has improved as a wicketkeeper. Terrific work behind the stumps. The confidence of the support that he's getting from the team management has really worked wonders with Rishabh Pant, and he did a very sharp job there, being alert to the situation and being aware of reacting quickly enough to that opportunity.
Yes, he was, and that just locked up in the air, very well taken, an important wicket of Akil Hussain. So now India breathing a lot easier than they were at the beginning of the last over. Odin Smith will now be joined by Alzari Joseph. Joseph also capable batter, but I think this is a little bit too much to ask from him. They would have ideally needed one of the main batters to be around at this stage. Odin Smith, meanwhile, they have crossed over, which is why he will be facing Shardul Thakur, and 159 for 8 and 39.2 overs gone. The target is 238. Odin Smith, there's a first slip in place, and the first ball has just gone past the outside edge, and it was a very good ball in that corridor of uncertainty and really foxed Odin Smith.
Yeah, he's being tested here, tested once again by Shardul Thakur. He's bowled a very smart spell once again. You know, he's emerged as a partnership breaker in the test matches, and he's emerged as a partnership breaker and a wicket taker in the ODI format as well. He's been a real find for India in the last 1.5-2 years. Coupled with his batting, he's a real find for India.
Yes, a real find, and Shardul comes in. Odin Smith makes room, pulls it over mid-wicket, and that has gone for 6. This is the big hitter in Odin Smith that we've heard about, and we are getting to see here. It was a short of a length delivery. Odin Smith made room and nearly swatted it towards mid-wicket, and that has gone for a big 6.
Massive shot there by Odin Smith. He's a powerful guy, stockily built, and he put all his might into play there and gets a huge 6 there. 165 for 8. And you know, you saw contrasting emotions from Captain Rohit Sharma. The previous delivery after Akil Hussain got out, he was pleased as punch, but the very next delivery, the 6 really brought him down. This time again down the ground. Let's see what happens with that delivery. Nishant, what do you think? That's a 6. Straight down the ground. Massive 6 there by Odin Smith. If you thought it's over, it's not yet over.
It's even bigger this time. It's even bigger because you know how big this playing area is. This has gone at least 15 rows back. Trust me, it has gone at least 15 rows back, and you can see a little. I think Shardul tried to bowl a bit of a knuckle ball over there, but didn't quite get the length right. Allowed Odin Smith to free his arms, and he's lofted it over long gone, and that's gone for a massive six. Even Virat Kohli has a smirk on his face. Even Rohit Sharma, it's like they don't know where this came from. But nevertheless, 2 hits. West Indies feeling a lot better. Pressure still on them. Shardul coming in to finish this over. Ooh, he goes for the almighty heave. This time it's a full delivery. Misses it. End of the over. A successful one to start with for Shardul, but then ending with 2 sixes. And yes, India are 2 wickets away from a victory, whereas West Indies are 67 runs from victory.
So West Indies are 170, 1 for 8 after 40 overs. They need 67 runs from 60 deliveries. The previous over, they lost a wicket, that of a set batter in Akhil Hossain, who was batting on 34 with 3 boundaries of 52 deliveries. He was looking good, but he fell. But Odin Smith showed that he's not one to be caught down. He hit 2 successive sixes of Shardul Thakur, one bigger than the previous one, and ended the over with 12 runs of that 40th over. He's keeping up with the asking rate, 67 of 60 deliveries, and West Indies are now maybe in deep trouble, but they are not going to die without a fight.
Yes, and now umpire Virender Sharma signals the beginning of the third power play, which means India will have the extra fielder outside the inner ring. 171 for 8 in 40 overs. 67 needed of 60, and Yuzvendra Chahal with the extra fielder going out. Yuzvendra Chahal comes in, and he's going to get an opportunity to bowl to Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Usually, the tail has no clue about leg spin, and we've seen that even the top and middle order of West Indies have no clue about leg spin. I don't know how different it's going to be for Alzari Joseph.
Yes, there's still a first slip in place. Rishabh Pant making last-minute adjustments. Yuzvendra Chahal also putting in a bit of thought over any other adjustment that may be needed. Meanwhile, Joseph is surveying the field and seeing where his opportunity could come. And they put 4 men, in fact 5 men, one at sweeper on the offside, one at long on, long off, one at mid-wicket, and one between deep square leg and fine leg. And this has been driven back by Joseph towards Chahal, and it hits Chahal on the foot and lobs across towards long on for a single.
Now it's going to be interesting to see how Odin Smith takes on Yuzvendra Chahal. Now,
Yes,
this is a battle that I want to see.
I want to watch this, Chandresh.
I think this is going to be interesting to see how he is able to tackle leg spin, because this could well be, if he takes on Yuzvendra Chahal, he could well be walking away with a lot of cash at the end of the week at the auction.
And I think he's going to charge at some point. He's going to use his feet at some point.
He is impatient. He's impatient.
Goes for the almighty heave across the line towards mid-wicket, but misses it, turns away from him. At some point, Chandresh, I think he's going to use his feet.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see which delivery he chooses to this time. Plays it from the crease. Very, very defensive. Something's coming here this over.
You just feel it brewing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that you can't keep him quiet for too long. And if he is able to tackle and take on Yuzvendra Chahal, he could be a millionaire at the end of the week.
Yes, and there's a first slip in place with Rohit Sharma. Chahal coming in, and he's trying to swat it across to mid-wicket, gets the bottom edge, and it goes towards long off, only for a single. And he's looking at the bottom of his bat and has a bit of a smile on his face.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this particular contest, because Odin Smith is a certified big hitter, and he doesn't want to be caught down by a leg spinner, and he's prepared to take him on, and that's the reason why we are looking forward to this particular battle.
Yes, and just getting word that even Odin Smith, one of the players that he really looks up to is Andre Russell. And as you know, Andre Russell majorly started as a bowler and then showed his prowess as a batter. And this has been played by Alzari Joseph towards the offside for a single. Last ball of the over coming up, Odin Smith facing Yuzvendra Chahal.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting contest. I feel something's got to give here. Captain Rohit Sharma making some changes in the field. Odin Smith is prepared. He's not having a look at it. He's prepared for any eventuality. It shows that he's very clear in his mind about what's going to happen here.
Yeah, where's this one going to go? That's the question. He knows where he wants to go. This one outside the off stump, and Odin Smith has just dapped it towards point no run there. A bit of anticlimax over there because Odin Smith hasn't managed to connect any delivery there properly. So that's the end of the over. And as it's a good over for Yuzvendra Chahal after the wicket that was taken by Shardul Thakur and those runs conceded, India needed a little bit of a quiet time, which Chahal has given them. And here's what we will do. We'll just take a quick break and we will be back with Pankaj. Well, welcome back to the Doosra show. And yes, Pankaj, welcome back to you as well. There is a change in the bowling there as well as we can see Prasidh Krishna coming in. And the first ball is a dot ball, which is being played by Alzarri Joseph. Let me tell all our viewers that you can follow us here on Digital 2 Sports and especially, look at our YouTube channel, subscribe to it, hit the subscribe button, and yes, press the bell icon for all the updates. Follow us across all social media platforms. Meanwhile, the second ball is also a dot delivery, and Prasidh Krishna has bowled an exceptional spell today, 3 for 10. This is his 8th over, 2 balls in. And welcome back, Pankaj.
Thank you, Nishad. And a lot has happened in the last half an hour. And with Odin Smith trying to go hammer and tongs, still West Indies are in with a chance. Prasidh Krishna bowling to Alzarri Joseph, bouncer, and he ducks and lets it go. So now these youngsters, Alzarri Joseph and Odin Smith, trying to do something impossible and trying to create a name for himself. And you just said that Odin Smith idolizes Andre Russell. He also probably looks not as tall as him. The hairstyles are still not around, but lovely hitting, clean hitting by him in whatever shots he has played.
And there is that typical West Indian flair that we see when those sixes come off. And anyways, it's a full toss by Prasidh Krishna, and Joseph has driven it down the ground, and they will get a single. Odin Smith will come on strike, and this is what I want to watch. I mean, with a lot of interest. I want to see how Odin Smith now tackles this. What about you?
Yes, absolutely. And I had said earlier that even if 8 or 9 wickets are down and West Indies are in the hunt of about 30, 40 odd runs, that match is going to be very, very spicy. It's 63 of 50. Still some hard work to be done and a couple of lusty blows here and there. A couple of overs which may get about 20, 25 odd runs for the West Indies will suddenly change the entire equation here. But let us see, because Prasidh will definitely try to bounce out Odin Smith, and with the name Odin, he has the power of Thor, if I'm not mistaken. It's as hard as he hits Odin Smith.
Yes, as you said, it's like Thor Odinson, right? So, but anyway, let's see what kind of power he showed us in that Shardul Thakur over. The kind of power that he has. Looks a strong young man, and he's bowled really well today. I think his spell was really good and zippy. Prasidh Krishna comes in, Odin Smith. It's a slower delivery, and he's only managed to dab it across to the leg side. Krishna runs across from his run up and picks it up. Only a single is possible.
Yes, there's no fielder on the onside inside the circle except the short fine leg, because Rohit Sharma sent everyone deep, considering that Odin Smith may just move around his bat. But Prasidh Krishna has emerged as an intelligent, mature bowler in this particular match, because the way he has got his variety, not just for the sake of it, but when it was needed. And that has helped India get to West Indies down to 176 for 8. This match is not yet over. 42 42nd over is going on, and West Indies require another 62 runs to win as Alzarri Joseph is on strike.
Yes, and this is the last ball of Prasidh Krishna's over, who rising delivery outside the off stump plate defensively by Joseph. End of this over, 176 for 8 after 42 overs, and Prasidh Krishna has been very, very good today.
Very much, and it's good to see that Prasiddha, Siraj, Shardul are coming up very nicely because with the rotation policy, Nishad, all these bowlers also have to forge combinations very very quickly. Because they don't get a lot of matches together, but they need to kind of stick to their guns and make sure that they complement each other in every match that they play, and that's what has happened for India today. But still, if Alzari Joseph and Odinson or Odin Smith can complement each other, still a lot of spice left in this match.
A lot of spice left in this match, and now I want to see how Odin Smith takes on the spinners, just like how I would like to see all our viewers follow us across all social media
Yes.
platforms. And yes, do subscribe to our channel and tell us what you feel. These are all our social media platforms on screen, particularly our YouTube channel. Do subscribe to it. This is Digital 2 Sports, which is a joint venture between Channel 2 Group and One Digital Entertainment. And right now, Yuzvendra Chahal is coming to bowl his last over, one for 42 so far for him.
Last over, as you said, and of course, no, friends, you need to subscribe to this channel because we try and get you so much of variety of cricket from everywhere, and of course, we'll also be getting you a lot of special things over the weekend. So, multiple languages, multiple types of matches, different venues across the world, and your one-stop destination is Digital to Sports. But now it is Odin Smith with a deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg. And there's a short fine leg and a short third man. Amazing fielding there. Even Rohit Sharma is slightly worried because the kind of hits that he has had. In the meanwhile, on the middle stump, the ball has been flicked in the deep mid wicket zone. Will they come for the second run? No, they will settle down for a single. In fact, the expression on Virat Kohli's face when Odinson hit that ball over the bowler was as if what was that? And it
Yeah,
was there for quite some time.
he was impressed. He was impressed. Like, oh, this guy can hit it. And like it's not just about the fact that it went for six, but I'm sure these guys have heard the sound of the bat, the way he has timed it. And
Right.
this is a beautiful delivery by Chahal, turning away from the right-handed Alzari Joseph's bat, and he tried to defend it, but it turned, and just went past
Oh.
everything, and very well taken there by Rishabh Pant as it was climbing. There was a lot of bounce there. Next ball has been worked by Alzari Joseph towards mid-wicket, but there is a fielder inside the circle, so there will be no run.
This is turning out to be a very interesting match. Either it will be slow death for the West Indies or they will run away with something absolutely extraordinary. As Chahal bowls a flighted, Zari Joseph doesn't fall for the trap. He drives that ball nicely towards wideish long off, and they will get a single. So the score goes up to 178 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. A 60 from 44 balls. Nishad, this is something quite possible. The West Indies will rue the fact that they couldn't really get a decent start. If 20, 30 odd extra runs from the top order would have made this equation look completely different.
Yes, and once see if they were 178 for 5 or 178 for 6, very much in the game, with a very good chance, India would still not be resting easy. Now India can still manage to be a little bit assured, but the pressure is pretty much on the West Indies. And now this Odin Smith has, of course, hit a couple of sixes, but it's not that easy. He's now taken a single, 16 of 12, not quite got in his range of Yuzvendra Chahal as yet. And Alzari Joseph will now face the last ball of this over, which is the 43rd.
Yes, and I think Alzari Joseph has spoken to Odin Smith, saying that let's play deep, don't really be so overexcited as the last ball has been played defensively. And now Smith will be on strike. He's batting on 16, but 179 for the loss of 8 wickets is the score. 59 from 43, 42. In fact, still a definitely possible dream for the West Indies. And if they play deep, probably they might just get a couple of openings here and there, and that is what they're looking at. But 8 wickets down, definitely it's advantage India. And once again, we talk about the lost art of cleaning up the tail. Nisha, it doesn't really take too much, but then it takes one bowler to do that. Remember, Jawahar Srinath used to do that for India. Anil Kumble used to do that for India. probably even Harbhajan Singh to an extent. But we don't see a lot of new bowlers. Bumrah does it, Malinga does it, but not a lot probably are good at that art.
Exactly. And now let's see the way Odin Smith goes after the quicker bowlers. Shardul, the pace was right about there. The length was right about there. But Prasidh Krishna didn't give him enough in the last over. It also wasn't easy for him to take on someone like a Yuzvendra Chahal. But now there is a change in the bowling attack again because Rohit Sharma is going about it really smartly. He shuffled the pacers, not allowing Smith to get used to one of them. And now, because of that, Mohammad Siraj comes in to bowl to Odin Smith in this over. Let's see what kind of field they are going to set. There is a sweeper that's going to the offside, and there is a third man as well in place. You've got a short finding, a short third man, and there are two men at cow corner in the deep on the leg side.
Very interesting one. Now, Odin Smith, an exciting young talent, taking on Siraj, another very, very enthusiastic bowler. This is going to be a delight for all our viewers because we are going to describe how this battle turns out to be. This a particular encounter outside the Ostam, way outside the Ostam, should be called as a wide. And yes, trying to do a bit extra, maybe trying to sort of stretch Odin Smith into a false stroke outside the off stump. But Siraj couldn't really bowl that ball precisely. 180 for 8, 58 from 42 deliveries. A very, very interesting, achievable total target. But does or do the West Indians have enough fuel because they are now driving the vehicle on a stepney? So they don't have an extra vehicle, an extra tire now. If in case there's a puncture, they will not be able to complete the journey.
Yes, and now Siraj coming in to bowl this delivery. Odin Smith has hit it down the ground towards long off, and that will only be a single.
So that single will take West Indies to 181 for the loss of 8 wickets. Joseph and Odin Smith are trying to do what the top order probably could not do. And these two sides will meet again for the third ODI just day after tomorrow, just within 48 hours. And the scheduling has become so tight, isn't it, Nishant? Because teams take some time to recover from a 50-over game, but then they will have to play just in 48 hours. Back-to-back T20 or T20 in a couple of days or an alternate day break, still it's fine. But ODIs is a bit harsh on these players.
Yes, it is harsh, but right now they've also got the support staff who can help them manage it. And this has been pulled by Alzari Joseph towards fine leg, but Yuzvendra Chahal takes it on the one bounce and throws it back towards the wicket keeper. So only a single possible and two balls, two legal deliveries so far in this over. The first one was a wide, of course, and you've got Odin Smith now coming on to face Mohammad Siraj. Smith is batting on 17 of 13. And he's got impressive numbers in ODIs in his short career so far. His strike rate is over 200.
Let's see how Siraj now bowls to Smith. Once again, way outside the off stump, trying to tease the batsman into something silly. But it's a wide delivery. Two similar deliveries in this over. Not really the strategy that's working for Siraj. So the score has gone up to 183 for 8. The equation still remains possible, 55 from 40 deliveries. And both these youngsters probably are looking to play deep and take it till the end as far as possible, because that's where you find the treasures of full toss. It's been hit hard in the mid-wicket zone. 4 runs. Strong arms, dashing shoulders, a fantastic stroke. Odin Smith, here he is.
Well, you know what? Siraj was actually trying for those wide Yorkers, and which is why they went really wide. And now he tried an overcorrection, possibly didn't come off the hand very well, wanted to get the Yorker into the stumps, but it turned out to be a full toss. And I don't think Odin Smith got a lot of it as well. He did hit it very cleanly, but it still had enough power to beat the fielder in the deep, and it went past the boundary for 4 runs. Rohit isn't very happy, but having said that, we are getting to see an exhibition, and he's standing deep in the crease as well,
yes,
so that he can get underneath those Yorkers. The next ball, it's a little bit full, but it just goes past the stumps. A little bit of a change in pace, and Odin Smith tries to swat it, but does not get hold of it.
Odean Smith is the man of the future for the West Indians. They need to groom him well because he can be the next Bravo. He can be the next Andre Russell, and he hits really very hard. The raw power and with a calm face, that's what he does. Playing deep in the crease, as you said. 187 for 8 is the score. Smith is batting on 21 of just 15 deliveries, 51 from 38. There have been numerous matches, Nishad, where these last no no the last or the last few batsmen have conducted a heist on bigger teams, and the Indian team would be aware of this because they have been victim to some of these heists on number of occasions.
Yes, we've got now a fine leg, a third man, a point in the circle, and so is a cover. The rest are all out. This is been, oh, it was a slower ball angled onto the pads. I think got an under edge. No, in fact, it's a wide. It's gone down the leg side. Good stop by Pant behind the stumps. A little bit of pressure showing here on Mohammad Siraj. 50 of 38 needed now. And he's bowled 3 wides in this over. So Rohit's got to tell him to compose himself because so far he's done a very good job.
Listen, Siraj, exactly, he's overdoing things. He needs to be mature because these times test the bowler. Shot, it's been pulled, but couldn't get it nicely on the bat. Slightly slow delivery. And Odean Smith was ready for the challenge. And Siraj need not be over active all the time whenever you're bowling. You need someone like a Bhuvaneshwar Kumar or a Bumrah in these situations. And Siraj has that talent, but probably he needs to learn to keep his cool in such kind of situations when someone like an Odean Smith is in front of you. But 188 for 8 is the score right now for the West Indies.
And it's interesting that Rohit Sharma still persisted with the first slip. And in fact, now it's a flyish slip. It's gone towards third man. And there is a short fine leg. And Odean Smith has gone over the offside. I think it's come off the bottom of the bat. The fielder is going there. It's not going to cross the boundary. Prasadh Krishna stops it right in. But West Indies will get 2 runs. With that, is that the end of the over? Or yes, that's the end of the over. 44 overs gone. And West Indies are at the moment 190 for 8. And they need 48 of 36 balls. If you look at it, 8 runs and over, pretty much gettable, but only 2 wickets remaining.
Will the Pirates of the Caribbean get their dream come true? Loot and make a heist and just take away the treasures from India. Oh, what a moment this is. 6 overs remaining, 190 for 8. And this is turning out to be very interesting. 36 deliveries, 48 runs. I don't know why I have a feeling, I have those butterflies in my stomach, where the background in my mind is that theme of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Ta-dang, 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 ta-dang.
But now, anyways, Washington Sundar has been brought into the attack with Yuzvendra Chahal completing his quota of 10 overs. Washington Sundar has been summoned by Rohit Sharma, and it'll be interesting to see how Odean Smith takes on him because now, instead of the ball turning away, it's going to come into him.
Yes, and let's see how the West Indians take care of this because Alzari Joseph is on strike. He has been quiet, but now he also has to start delivering because he needs to take those singles, doubles, so that Odean Smith at one end can get those runs with the boundaries, so that this particular equation is quite achievable even with 2 wickets. I mean, there have been numerous cases, as I said, but Rohit Sharma looks a bit under pressure, and getting Washington Sundar at this point of time, it's a great gamble. It will be a double-edged sword.
It will be a double-edged sword or not. Let us have a look. But now Rohit Sharma still adjusting his field a little and putting the men in the places he feels where it will get him the best returns. And Washington Sundar at the moment, I think, was considering to come around the wicket, but has he switched over? No, he has switched over. He's coming from over the wicket, and this ball has been played towards square leg, where the fielders dived and stopped it. But quickly, the West Indians complete a single, and now is what we all want to see. Odean will be facing
a delicious encounter now on the platter. You have on the menu card Odean Smith and his explosive, or in fact his spicy items. So we have Washington Sundar serving it nicely. Let's see how they take care of it. 191 for 8. The field is being set for Odion Smith, and Odion Smith definitely would be having a look around. There is a deep mid wicket, there is a long on, there is a long off, and there is also a deep extra cover. So very, very standard fielding setup. But Nishad, this is a mouth-watering contest.
It's a mouth-watering contest because we know what Odion Smith is capable of. 23 of 17. We've seen a couple of big hits from his bat, and now with the ball coming into him, Rohit Sharma has rightfully placed those men in the deep, and that would be really interesting to see. This one, oh, it's a good ball, quicker one. Odion Smith was shaping up to go over the leg side, but only manages to defend it.
Amazing. Washington Sundar is also reading him, no doubt. He's an intelligent bowler. So both the bowler and the batsman have a wry smile on their face, but it's the onside that's having a lot of protection. Deep mid wicket, two deep mid wickets, in fact, a deep square leg. This time going for that big shot, but way outside the off stump, and somehow the ball coming from the bottom of the bat. Washington Sundar wanted to stop that ball in his follow through, but the ball went towards mid off, and a run has been taken. So 192 for 8, and this is the 45th over. 46 from 43. And Rishad, we have seen a lot of times that when this particular equation gets a bit closer, the fielders are under a lot of pressure because batsmen will start scampering and running around and stealing runs.
Yes, it does. It does. And now, right now, you can see that they had all the men on the leg side, but even then, on the offside rather, they still managed to take a single. Washington is now currently adjusting his field. A bit of a debate as well. This time, it's a little bit more spread out because they know Odion Smith liked the leg side, so they've just kept it there. And now they've got men all over outside. And this time he split it across towards square leg. There is a man there. There will be no run. So far, a good over by Washington Sundar. 4 balls gone, and he's got to finish really well here.
Here comes Washington Sundar, flighted delivery, turning in, and this time the batsman Alzari Joseph is able to get it past that backward square leg fielder towards long leg for a single, and that will take West Indies to 193 for 8. So it's not going to be a cakewalk for India. We thought that when those 5 wickets fell, India would quickly finish off, but that has not been the case. And the West Indians fighting one more delivery in this over. Here comes Washington Sundar, 45 of 31 deliveries. Odion Smith getting ready to face Sundar. 193 for 8 is the score this time, and goes for that big shot. It's gone high, and it will not go all the way. The catch has been taken by Virat Kohli at deep mid wicket, and Odion Smith falls. Smiles on the faces of the Indians as India have got the 9th wicket, but definitely Odion Smith has impressed everyone as West Indies go down further, 193 for 9.
Yes, and you can see Virat Kohli, it was a tumbling effort because he fell right on the back of his head after completing it. That ball had just gotten the height, but not the distance. And yes, you can see it the way he, it was a good catch ultimately, hit the back of his head on the ground. But, well, he seems all right, no problem. India now just a wicket away from victory. This is now definitely in their bag. 45 overs gone, 193 for 9.
So the stocks of someone named Mr. Odion Smith had now suddenly started rising with his clean hitting, and there will be a lot of scouts who will be looking around for his phone number, his email ID, his social media, and his address. Maybe they might be able to contact him. But now it's a difficult situation for the West Indians. Still 45 of 30 deliveries, but the last man in, Kemar Roach, looks more or less all over for them.
Yes, it looks more or less over now because you don't have that firepower. There could be a few dot balls. Bowlers will come in now who know how to bowl in these circumstances. But nevertheless, a good effort by India, getting those wickets at crucial intervals and not allowing West Indies a free hand for a really long time. Meanwhile, this is the 45 overs are gone, 193 for 9. And let us see whether Prasidh Krishna is brought on or whether they will persist with Siraj, who can continue to bowl his last over.
And Siraj should clean up now. He should not go for any antiques or any trying to get the batsman somehow. Here comes Prasiddha Krishna. Yes, first ball a Yorker away outside the off stump. It's been dug out by Kema Roach, and a good decision by Rohit Sharma, because Siraj is a very moody and an emotional character. Sometimes he may just lose out a bit of sanity while bowling to the tail enders. Trying to do something a bit new or something extra. But Virat Kohli judged that catch really very well, because it went high. And in the day-night encounter, Nishant, judging it in the background of the dark sky is always very difficult.
And these lights don't make it any easy. It's a very different lighting system. Players
Yes.
are still getting used to it. We saw a lot of those catches go down in Dubai as well. So it's with this ring of lights, players are not as used to say floodlights, because they've been catching those balls under floodlights for ages.
Yes, and that makes a difference. So adaptation is there, as Virat Kohli also said, he hits too hard, man, and he hits too high. As 193 for 9 is the score for West Indies. India looking to wrap this up. Slow delivery on the off stump, driven back to the bowler by Kema Rocha. And Prasiddha Krishna has been the pick of the bowler. He is bowling his ninth over, has picked up 3 wickets, and has given only 12 runs. What an amazing performance here by young Prasiddha Krishna, and taking the opportunity and delivering when India required it.
Yes, it's been a fantastic performance so far by Prasidh Krishna. 3 for 12. This is his ninth over. And when India complete this match and they win, I think he should be the man of the match, and rightfully so, because it was his spell that put India firmly in command of this contest.
Very much. And if India had to win this match, they would have to win it only via their bowlers, because the batsmen put up only 237 runs on board, as the West Indian batters also didn't compliment their bowlers, because getting India under 250 in an ODI in India is a commendable job. But then the other half couldn't be executed by West Indies, and they know it. They are very aware of it. They still had an opportunity, as Prashant Krishna bowls a slow delivery on the off stump, and pushed back by Kemar Roach. 193 for 9. And this is what, Nishan, I'm talking about. You are the last man. Finish it off. But then that art is missing.
Yes, the art is missing, as you said, and this is Joseph is batting at the other end with 7 of 15 balls. The top scorer today for West Indies has been Shamar Brooks with 44 of 64. He seemed to be one who really had spent good time in the middle. There was Shea Hope also got good runs. But now this one is that leg before. That is gone. That is the end of the game. Prasidh Krishna has wrapped things up. This is his 4th wicket, 4 for 12, and a fantastic spell. I think West Indies may just review that just for the sake of it, or are they? No, there are handshakes all round. Kema Roach walked across the line to a full ball, tried to flick it, but was caught plump in front. West Indies have been bowled out for 193 in 46 overs, chasing 238. And what has happened is that India, with that, has sealed the ODI series 2-0. And the third game will be coming to you here again on Digital 2 Sports day after tomorrow on Friday. Meanwhile, we will soon have a look at the scorecard before we all say goodbye to one another. But yes, let me remind the viewers that you can also follow us, because we are doing a lot here, and we are also doing the Pakistan Super League. You can have a look at that, and meanwhile follow us across all social media platforms. We will soon have the scorecard on board and analyze a little bit of what happened in a really brief while. But yes, a good bowling effort, particularly led by Prasidh Krishna. He's my player of the match, Pankaj.
No doubt about it, definitely. And he has really taken up the mantle. Though Siraj and Shardul were there. But if you take a look at the batting of both the sides, in a quick analysis, so India batted, and they were able to score only 237 runs for the loss of 9 wickets or 8 wickets. But the fact here is that the pitch really didn't have any demons as such, but India, they couldn't really push that, or they could not get partnerships, and they could not really put up a big score. This pitch was definitely having some more runs to it, and the West Indian bowlers actually did a fantastic job. As if you take a look at the West Indian bowlers when they were bowling, Kema Roach with a wicket, Alzari Joseph with a couple of wickets, Odian Smith in 7 overs, he picked up a couple of wickets, and Holder, Akil Hussain, and Fabian Allen. So all the West Indian bowlers picked up a wicket. And then when the Indians came out to bowl, it looked as if 238 would have been an achievable target. Till the ninth wicket, Nishad, it looked achievable when Odian Smith was there. But once again, Nicholas Puran, I think he disappointed a bit because coming slightly down the order, he really couldn't. He got a peach of a delivery from Prasad, if I'm not mistaken. But the fact remains that the West Indian batters let their team down and they had a golden opportunity to tie this series by winning this one.
Oh yeah, they lost that opportunity here, but nevertheless, Prasidh Krishna, good effort. Indian bowlers as a whole did very well. I think also the standout was the way Rohit Sharma worked on the bowlers and how he kept changing them around, kept working them around. I think that was a phenomenal thing as well to see.
Yes, and in the Indian bowlers also, in all six bowlers were used. Deepak Huda, of course, getting a wicket, and all the Indian bowlers. Okay, so if you are a statsman, tell me, it's a very interesting point that both the teams use all their bowlers, and all of them got wickets. So there's not a single bowler who will go back disappointed. Everyone got wickets, and that is good news for everyone. But Washington Sundar, of course, was there, and Shea Hope started off well. King also gave them a good start. But the fact is, Bravo, Puran, Holder, these three couldn't do much about it. And Hussain stuck to his job. Odin Smith tried to provide the spice at the end of it. But still, 44 runs is what they fell short of.
Yes, and just look at the way West Indies started. Their openers had done quite a decent job, but then the relentless pressure was also applied by the Indian bowlers, and you've got to give them credit for that. And Prasidh Krishna leading the way there. Mohammad Siraj also had a good day, 1 for 38 in his 9 overs. Shardul, 2 for 41 in 9 overs, getting two important wickets, that of Jason Holder and then Akil Hussain, who was just becoming an irritant for India. And Prasidh Krishna, the start with three maidens in his 9 overs, 12 runs for 4 wickets, a fantastic economy rate. And the spinners also doing their job for India, Yuzvendra Chahal and Washington Sundar. Washington Sundar may not have had the best of days, but he did definitely get the wicket of Odin Smith towards the end. So what we will do now, Pankaj, is we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the post-match analysis on Digital 2 Sports. So a request to our viewers, go to our channel and wait for us there because we'll be back soon.